Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Monday. That's right. It's Monday, September 29th, 2025. And it is 11:33 a.m. and I am late. I'm late by one day, and I'm also late by like 30 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, 73 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. And I'm going to tell you exactly why I'm late, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news for all the parasocialists out there in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, I ended the broadcast on Saturday, and I thought that I would possibly also continue streaming on Sunday. I literally told you guys I did a big no-no. I told you guys I'll be back tomorrow. See you tomorrow. And actually, I had all of the intent to stream on Sunday as well. But the reason why I didn't do it is because my dad was leaving. And we went out for breakfast, and I just thought to myself, you know what? Fuck it. Why not? I'm just not going to stream today. I'll take a day off. It's been a minute since I've taken a day off. Things are getting crazy. Might as well take a day off, and that's precisely what I did. Now, for those of you who don't know, and yes, we have the Gaza peace plan and all of that stuff as well. We're going to be getting into it right now. Donald Trump has already started announcing his Gaza peace plan in front of an Israeli flag, if you want to know exactly what that looks like. But I'm just going to briefly go through it. I'm going to briefly go through my personal news before we dive right into it. Yesterday I watched a lot of Lupin the Third. I watched the new show that's like been popping, got a bunch of Emmys, the Adolescence one. That's like kind of boring, but kind of good at the same time as well, even though maybe I'm like too close to the issue. So for me, you know, Speed is in LA. Is he going to stop by? No, guys. I don't think he's going to stop by here. Anyway, I haven't watched one battle after another because I've been waiting for Will, and Will wasn't here. He was in Boston or something, so I didn't get to watch it because I want to watch it with him because it's Peak Thomas Anderson, and he's my movie buddy. Anyway, but yeah, there's a lot of developments in the world, and I basically just spent the entire day sleeping and eating as I am known to do. So that's the reason why I didn't live stream yesterday, because the reason why I wasn't live streaming yesterday is because I stayed indoors, slept, hung out with family, watched a bunch of Lupin the Third, the movie, the first one, the Hayao Miyazaki's directorial debut. That's the movie I watched, the Lupin the Third movie, which was amazing. No Peacemaker, little recharging, little time off, and I'm back and better than ever before. Okay, we were self-care maxing, even though probably not. Okay, Trump unveils Gaza peace plan. But yeah, that's it. And then this morning I woke up early. I was doing a documentary this exact morning, which is why I'm late, for the record. I woke up early. I worked out. I got back, took a shower, did a documentary, an Al Jazeera documentary. So that's the reason why I'm late. Have you watched Gachi Okuta? Yeah, I'm caught up with it. I'm caught up with Gachiakuta. It's pretty good. Anyway, Trump unveils Gaza peace plan. 2 mass shootings by Maga get little attention from the admin as they lie about left violence. What else? Trump met SATANYAHU. Ta-Nehisi quotes ex-Ezra Klein, and so much more news. France on Wednesday. Get in now. Eric Adams dropped out too. Oh yeah, I can't believe I forgot that Eric Adams dropped out. Drops out. Do we have a turkey fell while you were gone? Yeah, we lost a brave warrior for the Turkish cause. We had a stronghold. We had a strong foothold in American politics with loyal Eric Adams, and we lost him. Anyway, he missed the deadline, so he's still in. So he can still win if you vote for him. I'm gonna be honest. He can still win if you vote for him because he's still on the ballot. All right. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, do we have a blast off meme or not? Yeah, we have the military in Portland. Trump is live with Bibi. I'm going to go right to it right now. I spelled Ta-Nehisi wrong. Hissy. Shit. I always do this. It's so messed up. Wait, where is it? And I try my best too to make sure that I don't fuck it up. Did you shave? No, but I also have the zits have grown again even after the intervention. Anyway, do we have a... Yeah, I have a Howard Rubin thing. Don't worry, I'm going to talk about that. But yeah, let's do it. Let's blast off. All right, that's a good one. Okay, Trump unveils Gaza peace plan. No star patch, you fell off. You already know, baby. I'm Mr. Fall Off. I wish I could fall on one of these days. Anyway, let's get started. This is quick and fast and easy.
Allies, good people.
All right, we're obviously going to be covering the Trump Gaza peace plan and how shitty it is and what it actually spells. And this was obviously after a tumultuous back and forth with the Israeli officials because Benjamin Netanyahu had some unique considerations. So we'll take a look at exactly how this works. Obviously, we'll talk about the medbed conspiracy theories as well.
They really want it. They want the hostages back. That includes the probably 32 bodies that we're talking about, 20 people that are living, 32 or so people that are dead. And they want to have peace. So let us not forget how we got here. Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Israel withdrew from Gaza thinking they would live in peace. Remember that a long time ago, they withdrew. They said, you take it. This is our contribution to peace. But that didn't work out. That didn't work out. It was the opposite of peace. They pulled away. They let them have it. And I never forgot that because I said, that doesn't sound like a good deal to me. As a real estate person, I mean, they gave up the ocean, right? Ron, they gave up the ocean. They said, who would do this deal? And it still didn't work out. They were very generous, actually. And they gave up the most magnificent piece of land in many ways in the Middle East. And they said, all we want to do now is have peace. And that request was not honored. Instead of building a better life for the Palestinians, Hamas diverted resources to build over.
You guys are saying it's low energy, but what you fail to consider is that you guys are saying it's low energy, but you fail to consider that like sucking Benjamin Netanyahu's penis for as long as he did and as hard as he did takes a lot out of a man, especially if he's like using both hands, paying extra attention to the shaft and balls, the asshole too. You know what I mean? Like that's like, you know, he might have even used his feet if we're keeping it $150. So it's going to require a lot of energy, and you know he has a finite amount in his battery. So that's probably what it is.
I challenge the Palestinians to take responsibility for their destiny.
My mom is listening. Well, your mom probably also knows that Donald Trump was eating Benjamin Netanyahu's ass earlier before he got up on that stage.
To a brighter future. They don't want the life that they've had. They've had a rough life with Hamas. If the Palestinian Authority does not complete the reforms that I laid out in my vision for peace in 2020, they'll have only themselves to blame. We're giving them an amazing
Hamas rejects
footprint,
this, you have our full backing to do what you need to do.
Leaders of the Arab world and the Muslim world, the great leaders. These are great leaders. These are unbelievable leaders that have built great countries and very wealthy countries. What the future holds for the Palestinians, no one really knows. Focused on ending the war immediately, getting all of our hostages back, getting everything back. Hard to believe when you even say it. And creating conditions for durable Israeli security and Palestinian success. Israeli security is going to be involved. We're going to help you. We'll be there with you in terms of helping with security. We want to make sure it works. We just want to make sure it works. There shouldn't be a shot fired. Now, there will be, I guess, because that's the way it seems to be, but there shouldn't have to be within a few days. There shouldn't have to be a shot fired. Maybe for eternity. Wouldn't that be nice? I hope it's true. I can tell you the leadership of that region feels that there's a good chance of it being true. So this will lead to this agreement that we're talking about will lead to a sustainable long-term peace. No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have, in addition to negotiating the
he ain't wrong.
Abraham
He ain't
Accords.
wrong.
I like to say it that way because
he is a great friend of
real people, that's
Israel.
what they call Abraham. I would say Abraham, but it's so much nicer when you say Abraham.
What?
So much more elegant.
So fucking stupid.
But
yeah,
the
Trump plan for
Abraham
Gaza
Accords, they're
includes the
amazing.
transitional
Jared,
border
you
peace that
did
would be headed
along
by
with your
President
group
Donald
of
J. Trump.
Geniuses. And nobody thought that could be done. We have 4 countries, and
God,
Sleepy Joe Biden didn't do a thing. He didn't even know
We're
what the
led
hell
by
they were.
madmen who are
He should have had
incredibly
them pulled up,
stupid
but I
and
think this
incredibly
will also
violent
lead
and
to
incredibly vile.
packing them. And who knows, maybe even Iran can get in there. I hope, we hope we're going to be able to get along with Iran. I think they're going to be open to it. I really believe that. But they could be a member. I long ago said, I'll bet you at some point Iran will be a member of the Accords. And little did I realize it was going to take this turn. That was some turn we did with the B-2s. But I think they might very well be there because it's a great thing for them economically. I recognize the eternal capital of Israel. I opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. That was something that everyone said would never be done, could never be done. Virtually every president for many, many years, for decades, would campaign on making Jerusalem the capital of Israel. They campaigned on it over and over. Is that right, Steve? Is that right? Everyone, and when they got to it, and I understand why now, because it was so. When I got to office, I campaigned on it too. I said, we're going to make it. And then I'd get calls from the leaders of various countries saying, please don't do it. Please don't do it. It'll end the whole world. Please don't do it. And finally, I just didn't say anything, and I did it. People were calling me before I did it because they heard I was going to do it. And leaders of countries were calling me. And I think it was on a Thursday that I did it. And they'd call me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3-4 times a day, and I said, tell him I'll call him back on Friday. And I announced it on Thursday, and I called them back, the biggest people in the world, and they said, you've done it. I said, what? You've made the capital.
Bro, he sounds dead.
Israel, Jerusalem, and we wanted to talk yet. I wish you called me a little sooner. Maybe I could have done something.
This is the most Brandonized
So that was a lot
he's ever
easier
been.
than getting into an argument.
I wonder if there's something
Because I
going
knew what
on
they
with
were
like
calling
how
about.
much
And
you
you know
dick
what? It
ride
turned out to
Israel.
be
Like
amazing.
when you're throwing your
Everybody
back out
thought it
on
was
that
gonna lead to
penis.
the end of
The
the world,
more you
right?
go
The end of
hard
the
for
world, well,
Israel,
that's what they
the
said.
more your life energy is
It can
sucked
lead to
out of
anything.
you.
It just led to something that I promised and
This
something
is the
that
most
was very
Brandonized
popular
speech
for
that he's delivered in a while, dude.
Jewish people and a lot of other people too. I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and I cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And United Nations was interesting because
he's trying to talk about his
as you know,
bona
a few days
fides
ago, they
about how much
introduced
he's
me.
like
Ladies and gentlemen,
been pro-Israel
the President
here.
of the United States,
And
I'm
he's just
looking at
having
my
such a hard
teleprompter,
time
and the
coming
thing
up
was
with.
dead, stone
I mean,
cold.
he's having a hard time
dead.
explaining it.
The thing's up here. I have a long, beautiful speech to make. I'm back 30 feet back, and I'm saying, they're introducing me. There's nothing on my teleprompter. So, but I made a speech. I actually got good marks. You think Biden could have done that? I don't think so. I don't think he could have done that. I don't think too many people could have done it. But actually, it was actually more of a speech from my heart, if you want to know the truth. I think it was
Thanks for everything.
maybe better in certain
Have a
ways
good one.
because it was from the heart. It has to be from the heart. Otherwise, you're in big trouble. But I cut
It has to be from the heart,
taxpayer-
otherwise you're
payer
in big
funding
trouble.
for that very corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and nobody thought that would be done, and withdrew from the horrible Iran nuclear deal that was imposed upon Israel by Barack Hussein Obama and Biden. And I don't think Biden knew anything about it, though. I don't think he knows anything about it now, actually, if you ask him. He'd say, what is that? And we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity, making it impossible for them to have a nuclear weapon, which they would have had probably in about 2 months.
JPK
from that.
Mets 31. Thank you for the 25.
But I've never
I see
asked
Valorant is still doing
Israel
it.
to compromise its security, but we had big, strong talk. Nobody's been better to Israel. No president's been better to Israel than Donald Trump. But we had a long, strong talk, Bibi and I, and he understands it's time. It's time. History has shown, and the people of Israel want it. And the people of the Middle East want it. The people of enemies of Israel want it, but they don't have really
Breaking Israeli
too
Prime
many
Minister
enemies
Benjamin
right
Netanyahu
now.
spoke on the phone
And
with
you
Prime
know
Minister
what?
Qatar Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al
countries have
Thani
gained great
and
respect
apologized
for
for violating
Israel
Qatari
for the way
sovereignty
they
and the
fight,
strike in
the
Doha and
job
expressed
they
regret
do.
for the killing of a Qatari security guard per
Including
source
me,
familiar.
had respect anyway, but they gained respect.
Oh, God.
History has shown us that those who have relations with Israel have thrived, while those who have devoted resources and attention toward the destruction and even
I'm not
annihilation.
Mr. Blue and On, but he is not looking good today, okay? I am not Mr. Health complications are imminent. You guys know this. I try to shy away from that sort of commentary, but he is looking like a man who is on 1 HP here.
The
I
promise
haven't
of
seen
the
him
new
this bad in a
Middle
minute.
East is so clearly-
And it's early in the day, too, which makes it harder. He is hitting Brandonization levels that I haven't seen thus far.
If we can get this difficult problem solved, the opportunities for all within that vast region of this world, it's a vast region, it's unlimited. The Abraham Accords show that all countries are better off when they communicate and work together and embrace new opportunities. I hope Jared and Steve and Susie and Marco and JD, we have great people. I hope you guys are going to work very hard to get these other countries in, because now they have no excuse. There's no longer an excuse. They were somewhere hesitant. And I tell you, the 4 countries that went in, I give them tremendous credit, and it's worked out incredibly well for them. In the same spirit, I'm pleased to report that earlier today, we took another important step toward greater understanding in the region. A short time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Thani, who's really a great person. So we had a great talk, and I was on the phone, and Bibi was talking, Prime Minister Al Thani was of Qatar, was they really had a heart-to-heart conversation. It was a great conversation, I thought. It was productive. It was everything that you need to have something turn out to be successful. And I want to thank Bibi, and I want to thank the Prime Minister. It was fantastic. We agreed to launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct misperceptions, and avoid future misgivings. And I want to thank Qatar, its leadership, and the Emir. He's a fantastic person. I think, I'm going to be his public relations man because I know him differently than a lot of people know him. But he wants peace.
Brother,
he wants to see peace.
We're going to talk about the John.
And his people.
We're going to talk about the John Oliver speech as well, or the John Oliver Benjamin Netanyahu thing as well. Okay, don't worry.
And again,
What's
we're
my
not quite finished. We
interpretation?
have to
I
get
have to make a full assessment after I look through all of the minutia. But I covered this before. I covered the 21-point peace plan before. There were 3 different main variants. It seems like they're going with like a combination of the French, Saudi, Arab forces, and then also with like some kind of British vizier in the form of Tony Blair. So it's a combined deal between the French Saudi deal and the American-backed Tony Blair deal, and obviously there's some like Israeli pushback in there as well. But we'll see. We'll see what. I mean, I think it's awful regardless because it completely violates all semblance of Palestinian sovereignty. But we'll see exactly what the final deal looked like.
So that we can end the war and get us back our hostages right now and have everlasting peace. And I look forward to having relationships with everyone as the chairman of the board.
The thing is, even like symbolic gestures of conditional Palestinian recognition of statehood have led Israel to completely collapse and lose their minds over it. So any kind of pushback on Benjamin Netanyahu's full tilt occupation is going to be received very negatively in Israeli society and certainly in the Israeli Knesset. So no matter what happens, any sort of deal that Donald Trump puts forward is going to be seen, even if it's a puppet state established by the Palestinian, the PA, that is an arm of the Israeli security apparatus, as I've talked about over and over again, is still something that is unacceptable. It's a non-starter for Israel, no matter how bad this looks for the Palestinians. So I don't know. I don't know where this is going to go regardless.
For his partnership, and I want to thank all of the leaders, the kings and the emirs and the presidents and prime ministers, people I mentioned. And they've been absolutely fantastic to work with, and it's just happened very quickly. It's happened from a couple of weeks before I had a couple of meetings, but a couple of weeks before we went to the United Nations, and we had some incredible meetings. It all came to place. It all took place, and everybody wanted to be a part of it. I don't have anybody that's saying we don't want anything to do with it. It's just the opposite. And I'll tell you, a couple of years ago, a year ago, I don't think we would have had this kind of participation, Mr. VP, right? I don't think we would have had. It's been amazing. The participation was 100%. Everybody wants to be a part of it. And everybody, those very strong countries, everybody wants it to work. So, Bibi, congratulations on this. I think this will be your crowning achievement, frankly.
America is hotter from the standpoint of weather than anybody has ever seen before. I'm talking climate change levels, apocalyptic.
Mr. President,
all right, let's
first
see what
I want
this
to thank
fucking
you
asshole has
for
to say.
graciously hosting me once again in the White House.
SATANYAHU.
And second, I want to thank you for your friendship and for your leadership. From Jerusalem to Tehran, from the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times. You are the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And Mr. President, you and I both know it's not even close. While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars and advancing peace. I believe that today we're taking a critical step towards both ending the war in Gaza and setting the stage for dramatically advancing peace in the Middle East, and I think beyond the Middle East, in very important Muslim countries. I support your plan to end the war in Gaza, which achieves our war aims. It will bring back to Israel all our hostages, dismantle Hamas's military capabilities, end its political rule, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. We would not have achieved this turning point
Why does Bibi support the ceasefire
without
plan? It
the
calls for an end to the war. Bad
courage
for him.
and
No occupation and
sacrifice
annexation. Bad for him. Is there
of
something
our
for Bibi that we're not
incredibly
seeing?
brave soldiers.
I have to look through the actual minutia,
like lions
but I think the reason why he's doing
defend
this
the
is
people of
because
Israel.
the reason why he is saying
they
yes
serve
to it is
on the
probably
front
because he
line
knows that the deal is so
War
fucking
between
bad
civilization
for any sort of Palestinian
barbarism.
militancy that he knows that they'll say
President,
no to it. So this will make him look like he's not
When
the
our two
spoiler
countries
for
stand
once.
shoulder to shoulder,
He knows that Hamas will never agree to the full
achieve the
demilitarization of Gaza, even though Hamas might actually end up agreeing to it just to see if Israel will violate the deal regardless. But
a decisive blow against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile
I think
program.
ultimately, because America
Your
and
bold
Israel are
decision
tied to the hip
to send
here,
those B-2s
given what they have done so
the
far,
region
any
safer
sort of back and forth here
and the world
is
safer.
simply for the cameras.
Now, under your
Because I
leadership,
don't think Benjamin Netanyahu has
taking
been
the
an
next step
autonomous figure in this,
to win
right?
the war
I know I joke often about like how,
peace.
you know, Trump is obviously letting Benjamin
Your plan is
Netanyahu
consistent
dominate
with
and
the
blah, blah,
5
blah, all this
principles
shit.
my
But
government
like,
set for the end of the war.
but I will say,
And the
I
day
think
after
that
Hamas.
all of this, all of these dealings, all of these associations, all of the back and forth is just pure show.
sit in the cabinet.
And ultimately, their grand design is still to allow Israel to take full control
those
over the
who are
Gaza
alive
Strip.
and those
So
who
I
died,
suspect that this will make it easier
all of
because
them,
they'll use the
return home,
legislation, they'll
maybe
use the advancement
Hamas
of
will be
demilitarization. And then inevitably
Gaza
let
will be
Israel come in and kick the coverage.
Israel
That's
will
what I
retain
suspect is
security
going to happen.
responsibility,
So
including
that's
a security
probably part of the
perimeter
reason why
for the foreseeable future.
he's leaning into it,
lastly,
because Benjamin
Gaza will
Netanyahu
have a
has
peaceful
designed a peace plan before. Remember, under Biden, the initial ceasefire plan was sold to us, even though it was identical to the Hamas plan for months and months and months. It was identical to the Hamas plan that was presented over and over again. They made it seem like it was actually Benjamin Netanyahu's plan, right? And then Benjamin Netanyahu personally violated his own ceasefire agreement that the American government was selling as the Israeli ceasefire agreement. So I don't believe that these guys have any sort of ambition beyond what they've done so far, which is like the complete advancement of total ethnic cleansing of all Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. Whether by pen or by bullets, they will achieve that goal unless they are stopped, unless there are significant efforts to undermine Israel's standing around the world. And this revolves around boycotts, divestments, and sanctions, like the ones that Spain is actually implementing, right? That kind of shit. And that only happens with tremendous amounts of pressure from the public. This kind of initiative is done in an effort to make it seem as though there's some kind of movement in the positive direction for the Palestinians here. But the reality of the matter is it's just a pressure valve. It's a response to all of the ongoing efforts, all of the ongoing union efforts as well in places like Italy, for example. And this is their, oh my God, Trump is falling asleep. This is their way to try and manage the conversation. Okay? Please, I beg, if you talk about Moroccan youth, it will be a game changer for our cause. I don't know what you're talking about, man. I have no idea what's
Can be
going
done
on.
the hard way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done. All these goals must be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrifice the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again. Massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of a Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that, after October 7th, would reward terrorism, undermine security, and endanger Israel's very existence. As for the Palestinian Authority, I appreciate your firm position that the PA can have no role whatsoever in Gaza without undergoing a radical and genuine transformation. In your 2020 peace plan, which you mentioned
I'm telling
just
you,
now,
man, this motherfucker.
you made clear what that transformation requires.
This motherfucker has said over and over and over again that this motherfucker said over and over and over again that he does not want a Palestinian statehood. Anything that these guys advance in the direction of peace is just smoke and mirrors, okay? Is cloak and daggers, is smoke and mirrors. It's just a way to restructure the narrative. They do not care about the material, okay? They do not care about the material realities. They know it's full tilt genocide no matter which way it goes. They do care about managing said genocide from the PR perspective. This, I think, should be read. This should be read in the same exact way that these guys have supposedly implemented ceasefire initiatives in the past. A way to say Hamas is the spoiler here. Hamas is the spoiler here. And they just like keep putting forward like maximalist positions over and over and over again in an effort to lay the blame of the setbacks on Hamas while they just continue fucking killing people. Because Israel hasn't stopped its bombing campaigns. Israel did not stop its bombing campaigns when Benjamin Netanyahu was speaking at the UN General Assembly. Israel did not stop its bombing campaigns this morning while this was happening. They are still actively and tirelessly working to complete the genocide. Okay?
Abraham, however you want to call it. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords that we forged 5 years ago. We can expand them to many more Arab and Muslim nations that choose moderation over extremism. I think there's an opportunity here. It's not going to be easy. It's tough going. But I think if we succeed, you're absolutely right. We're going to open possibilities that nobody even dreamed of. But I think we dream of them. As you've told me, Mr. President, and you've told the world many, many times, you said, remember October 7th. Remember October 7th. And we do. We will never forget the horrors of October 7th, and we will do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't happen again. Since October 7th, Israel's enemies have learned a hard truth. Those who attack us pay a heavy price, but those who partner with us advance progress and security for their peoples. President Trump just said it. It's also in the Bible. Dude. It says, those who will bless you will be blessed, and those who will curse you will be cursed. And that's actually what is happening. We want the blessings. I think we've done a lot in the past 2 years to end the curse. We're not finished, but we've done a lot. And we've done a lot together to end the curse. I want to thank your entire team for their efforts to get to this point. I especially want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for their indefatigable work to bring Israel and Arab states in the region closer together. I am deeply grateful to both of them for their work. We had a phone call today just to make it clear. I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, Israel was targeting terrorists, wasn't targeting Qatar. And of course, we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen. It wasn't our target. And I very much appreciate President Trump's proposal to have a trilateral body, the United States, Israel, and Qatar, to work out respective grievances. There are quite a few. But if we could try to mitigate them or put it on a different footing, I think that'll be good for everyone. Above all the people, the fine team, and many helpers who've done this, I want to thank you, Mr. President. History has already shown that under your leadership, Israel and America can change the face of the Middle East. And today I'm hopeful that your plan to end the war in Gaza will do so again and do so soon. It will free our hostages, end Hamas's tyranny in Gaza, and enable a more secure and prosperous future for the peoples of our region. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. May God bless the indispensable alliance between our countries. And may I add, in Hebrew, G'mal Chatima Tova, may we all be inscribed in the book of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bibi.
Baby.
So I think while we wait for these documents to be signed and get everybody in line, I think it maybe is not really appropriate to take questions. I'm meeting with, as you know,
What the fuck?
a couple of Democrats in a little while about the country.
Oh, government shutdown,
keeping
yeah.
our country open. They're going to have to do some things because their ideas are not very good ones. They're very bad for our country. So we'll see how that works out. But this is something that was really historic today. This was something that was amazing. I think, Bibi, I mean, depending on you, I think while we're waiting for signatures and waiting for approvals from a lot of different countries that are involved in this, we probably shouldn't take questions? Or would you like to take a question or two from perhaps
Jesus
a friendly
Christ.
Israeli reporter, if there's such a thing?
Jesus
It's a
Christ.
very, very tough proposition.
Yeah.
God, what a dick sucker.
Mr.
Oh my
President,
God.
I would go
I
by
can't
your
stand
instinct
this
that this
motherfucker,
is,
bro.
We'll have enough time for questions. Let's settle the issue first.
He doesn't know that Benjamin Netanyahu hates Israeli reporters, by the way, with the exception of like maybe 2 channels that he was directly prosecuted for, ironically enough. Like, Benjamin Netanyahu would much rather talk to American reporters who are much more servile to the interests of Zionism and Israel than Israeli reporters. He notoriously does not do Israeli interviews. He notoriously would rather go and talk to the fucking Nelk boys or Officer Tatum or any number of different like pro-Israel right-wing fucking podcasters than actually spend any moment with any Israeli reporters, even like Yediot Ahronot, like, which is not exactly an anti-Zionist newspaper at all, not even a liberal Zionist newspaper, as a matter of fact. But he doesn't like that because Israeli reporters understand the dynamic a lot better than Western reporters do. So that's why he said, "No, I'm not going to talk to anybody." Israeli reporters be like, "This is unacceptable once you drop the nuke." No, you're wrong. Remember, in Israel, there is no need to soften the propaganda. In Israel, there is no need to make, like, New York Times has a different approach to covering Israel than Haaretz does, than Ynet does, than Jerusalem Post does. And the reason for why is because there are internal domestic affairs that are taking place in Israel, and that they don't need to like do the Israel is doing this for a righteous cause propaganda that like the New York Times has to do for the Western audiences. Because if the New York Times actually would cover Israel honestly, then most people would have the same opinions that we have here at this broadcast. The reason why we have arrived at the position, the anti-Israel position that we've arrived at, is because of Israel's actions and its conduct. There is no reason by Israeli outlets to manage or soften or temper the Israeli violence. They actually take that. They actually are fully on board with that as a society, which is precisely why they can be critical of Benjamin Netanyahu, knowing full well that like if Benjamin Netanyahu weren't the prime minister, anyone else that comes after would probably manage the conflict in an identical fashion. New York Times, on the other hand, can't do that. In any case, just came here from the briefing. What a fucking nightmare. I know. We're going to talk about that in a second. So, couple high notes here. Breaking: Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke on the phone with the Prime Minister of Qatar, Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, and apologized for violating Qatari sovereignty in the strike on Doha and expressed regret for the killing of a Qatari security guard. Per source familiar, the call took place during the meeting between Netanyahu and Trump. Does this mean anything? I don't think so. Does this mean that Israel will never violate the sovereignty of other neutral parties or parties that are also a part of the American security apparatus in the region. If you believe that, you are a fucking moron. Okay? There are clips of Trump.
Effort, my
Trump announcing clips of Trump announcing the Board of Peace. But basically, I still see this in the same way that I've seen previous ceasefire negotiations with maximalist positions that are designed around managing the PR of the genocide rather than actually ending it, right? And that's precisely what's going on here as well. Alex Ward, who is the national security reporter at Wall Street Journal, has an interesting take on this. Old plan, Hamas, release all the hostages or Israel can keep attacking you. New plan, Hamas, agree to all 20 points of my plan, which includes the release of hostages or Israel can keep attacking you. That is exactly what this is. Okay? It's the same old, same old. It's just a way to manage the PR. One of the key Hamas demands has been that Trump himself guarantee a ceasefire because they don't trust Netanyahu. Trump's twist on that demand is to create a board of peace and name himself the chair. He also had some rather stinging words towards Netanyahu. He continuously mentions October 7. Trump said of Netanyahu, he can never forget October 7, but thousands have paid the price for that. And now it's time to get our hostages back and get back trying to build something that's really great. He also noted that there are regular protests in Israel against Netanyahu, alluding to the fact that Trump is actually more popular in Israel than Netanyahu. I noticed they have large crowds gathered all the time in Israel, and they have my name up. They like me for whatever reason. Bibi, I don't know. But they say two things. Please get the hostages back and end the war. So I think it's a very popular thing you're doing. He's a warrior. He doesn't know about getting back to a normal way of life. But now the people want to get back to peace. Once again, this is all a byproduct of the pariah state that Israel has become. This is making it harder for America to continue offering maximum loyalty to Israel because it makes people frustrated. It makes the Western populations frustrated. This is the reason why all of the Western leaders, if you've noticed, have taken symbolic actions against Israel. And that alone is an indication that people are going to literally overthrow their governments if they don't fucking do something at this point. You know, people are recognizing that democracy is a failed enterprise because of the ways in which they have made such reasonable demands and yet gotten nothing in return for such reasonable demands, such as stop the genocide, right? I cannot repeat this enough, okay? The conditional recognition of Palestinian statehood is an exit ramp for Israel to continue Zionist domination. And yet Israel is so invested in permanent warfare, in permanent death and destruction, partially because when the dust settles, Benjamin Netanyahu is not incorrect in his assessment that this will collapse Israeli society, okay? Because Israeli society is held together by pure domination of the Palestinians right now. That's the only thing, that is the only glue that holds Israeli society together. Permanent domination of Palestinians and all Arab states around Israel is the only thing that keeps the Israeli society going, where they go, oh, this is a security concern now. We have to bomb Lebanon. Oh, this is a security concern. We have to bomb this country, that country. Once that goes away and you have civilians, NGOs, human rights organizations, and the international community storm Gaza with a sea of support, it's going to be so over. It is going to be so over for any kind of PR initiative that Israel could launch. And I think Benjamin Netanyahu understands that. Benjamin Netanyahu recognizes that reality, which is why he can't afford peace, because peace would mean the complete collapse of Israel at the domestic front due to how much more pressure will advance on Israel on the international front. That is where we are at currently. I don't think it's because Benjamin Netanyahu is more concerned about his career and not being arrested than the stability of Israel. I think that he is an actor. He is an actor that is advancing the overall Zionist project and its interests, and also an actor that is advancing America's interest in the region of Israel's domination. That's all this is. I don't think that someone like Benjamin Netanyahu will be punished so severely for the corruption charges that he has because he because he fucking bribed like news outlets or something for positive coverage. That kind of shit is so manageable. Dude, he is doing a genocide. He can't even go over fucking Spanish airspace right now, and he's still able to freely travel to the United States of America. What makes you think that that is an issue of consequence? At most, he'll just fly to America and remain in the United States of America for the rest of his fucking life, and then Israel will not punish him at all. Are you kidding me? That's inconsequential. Benjamin Netanyahu, just like any other leader that will come after him, and just like any other leader that came before him, is simply an actor that is following the interests of American empire and Zionism, okay? Ali Harb from Al Jazeera says, I think this is dead on arrival. Hard to think Palestinians who have sacrificed so much would hand the keys to Trump and Tony Blair in exchange for vague promises of peace and prosperity and no timetables for Israeli withdrawal or even talks of self-determination. Yeah. Palestinian sovereignty is the most consequential aspect of Palestinian statehood. You cannot achieve sovereignty through demilitarization, especially as a genocide is ongoing, with no hardline guarantees on military withdrawal and no clear-cut, well-defined positions on how this withdrawal is going to look. And then handing over Palestinian sovereignty to a Western government is ridiculous. The reason why October 7 happened is because Palestinians were written off in the Abraham Accords. That was a big driving component for Palestinians that recognize, the Palestinian liberation groups that recognize that military resistance was the only way out of the situation, because all of the peace negotiations thus far had amounted to nothing. And that it was clear that after Trump won with the Abraham Accords, that they were written out of the equation, that Israel was going to slowly but surely do the exact same thing that they were doing in West Bank, in Gaza as well, through sieges and through military conquest, and permanently drive all the indigenous population out of historic Palestine. That's it. And it would not stop there anyway, which is precisely the reason why it's crazy that the GCC and Gulf states in general don't even recognize that they are in the crosshairs directly as well. But here is Jake Sherman summarizing the plan to end the war in Gaza. Gaza will be a de-radicalized terror-free zone that does not pose a threat to its neighbors. Gaza will be redeveloped for the benefit of the people of Gaza, who have suffered more than enough. If both sides agree to this proposal, the war will immediately end. Israeli forces will withdraw the agreed-upon line to prepare for a hostage release. During this time, all military operations, including aerial and artillery bombardment, will be suspended. What they are banking on is the discontent from the Palestinians that have suffered so much. They have experienced a genocide. They have suffered so much violence. They've seen virtually all of their family members get wiped out or gravely wounded in the process. Their entire civil society has collapsed in and of itself. And of course, they want peace. They want an end to this bloodshed. They want an end to this genocide. Israel very clearly has a maximalist position of just like purging all Palestinian life from the Gaza Strip. They do not want that. But also, they just want this war to end. They just want this genocide to end, which is an understandable position. This is why, after all of the military pressure, after all of the pressure that is created through the genocide, they are banking on the Palestinian population to tell Hamas, like, please take this deal. Please take this deal. I'm not so certain that the demilitarization aspect of this, regardless of whether Hamas is in charge or not, because it's very clear that Hamas doesn't give a fuck about, like, continuing to govern Gaza, but they do care about ensuring that there is some semblance of a militarized force that isn't completely disarmed in this process. Understandably, you can't have any sovereignty without a military, and a demand to disarm in the process of a genocide is a ridiculous demand to make, right? Obviously. It's clear to me that this maximalist position that creates like a European viceroy, right? A colonial vestige here, completely dominating Palestinian lives at the behest of and the directive of Israel eventually, because Tony Blair is basically an agent for American imperialism and, of course, Zionism as well. if they were to set something like this up with Western powers controlling Palestine, whatever it looks like, then Palestinians still don't have any sort of sovereignty whatsoever. Within 72 hours of Israel publicly accepting this agreement, all hostages alive and deceased will be returned. Once all hostages are released, Israel will release 250 life sentence prisoners plus 1,700 Gazans who were detained after October 7, 2023, including all women and children detained in that context. For every Israeli hostage whose remains are released, Israel will release the remains of 15 deceased Gazans, which, by the way, again, look at that. They have 10,000 plus hostages in Israeli prisons, Palestinian hostages in Israeli prisons. Interesting admission here is that they are releasing 1,700 Gazans who were detained after October 7. After October 7. These are the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, the people that they actually shackled and tortured, sometimes raped to death in the concentration camps, like Sidi Tayman. Okay? These are people that were unjustly detained and tortured in their concentration camps. And it's not even all of them. It's just some of them, 1,700 of them. They did this so that they can have an additional bargaining chip without even putting a dent to the 10,000 plus Palestinian prison population in Israel, that many of which were also packed up in the West Bank and continue to be arrested in West Bank under military tribunal inside of military detention facilities that have a process called administrative detention, where it is a permanent hold no matter how young you might be. Israel has also internally decided that they can now offer the death penalty for Palestinian prisoners inside of administrative detention. So they're going to start killing them as well, for the record. Full-blown death camp, concentration camp to death camp change is happening imminently, happening in front of our eyes, in real time, in broad daylight, okay? Once all the hostages are returned, Hamas members who commit to peaceful coexistence and to decommission their weapons will be given amnesty. Members of Hamas who wish to leave Gaza will be provided safe passage to receiving countries. Upon acceptance of this agreement, once again, this betrays what Hamas has done so far. This is written by an Israeli. This part is a fundamental misunderstanding of what Hamas is doing. They still operate under the same notion that Israeli leadership has, which is that these guys are out of step with Palestinian population. They're not actually invested in developing sovereignty for the Palestinians. They're not invested in ending the occupation. They're simply covering their own asses. That is why they put provisions like this in a bill such as this one, and they have made this demand known over and over again, whereas the Hamas militancy has refused over and over again. This also goes along with all of the fucking fake bullshit that they presented about Yahya Sinwar potentially being all the way in Doha, escaped under the tunnels, or if he's even in a tunnel, system under Gaza, he's probably strapped to like numerous Israeli baby hostages or whatever the fuck. It turns out he fucking was killed fighting till the last breath. So obviously that was bullshit. In any case, upon acceptance of this agreement, full aid will be immediately sent into the Gaza Strip. At a minimum, aid quantities will be consistent with what was included in the January 19, 2025 agreement regarding humanitarian aid, including rehabilitation of infrastructure, water, electricity, sewage, rehabilitation of hospitals and bakeries, and entry of necessary equipment to remove rubble and open roads. Think about this. How is this a part of the negotiation? This negotiation is a recognition of the genocide. Okay? This is a recognition of the genocide. This means that both the American parties and the Israeli parties recognize that they have stopped aid from going into the Gaza Strip, something that they've denied over and over again, for the record, because they know it is a violation of international human rights. All the standards in warfare, even before international human rights existed as a concept, this is a violation of that, right? So they are recognizing it. They're recognizing that they're admitting that they're doing war crimes, and they're using war crimes against a captive civilian population as a fucking bartering chip. How insane. This means every single thing that they are going to allow, if Hamas agrees to it, was a thing that was going on up until this very point. This is a clear-cut recognition of the severe violation of human rights that Israel is committed to in this genocide. Okay? I hope this opens up more people's eyes to the reality, the utter devastation that Israel has channeled throughout this genocide. Okay? Entry of distribution and aid in the Gaza Strip will proceed without interference from the two parties through the United Nations and its agencies. Again, something that they violated through the Gaza Holocaust Fund, which the United Nations' own report showed contributed to the death, destruction, and the famine in the Gaza Strip. So they're saying, oh, the thing that we did as the two belligerent parties, the United States of America and Israel, the GHF, the Gaza Holocaust Fund, or also known as the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, yeah, that was bullshit. We're going to pull that back as well. Another recognition, okay? In addition to other international institutions not associated with any matter in either party. Opening the Rafah crossing in both directions will be subject to the same mechanism implemented under the January 19th, 2025 agreement. Gaza will be governed under the temporary transitional governance of a technocratic, apolitical Palestinian committee. This is the demand that was made by Hamas, and they are abiding by it. But like I said, smoke and mirrors, cloak and daggers. This is a fake recognition of that demand, because this Palestinian technocratic committee is still always going to be under the banner or the rulership of a colonial vestige, right? A viceroyalty, if you will, like a vizier. Tony Blair or some other Western leader is going to be in control over this Palestinian technocratic committee, responsible for delivering the day-to-day ruling of public services and municipalities for the people in Gaza. This committee will be made up of qualified Palestinians and international experts with oversight and supervision by a new international transitional body, the Board of Peace. That's the problem here. Do you understand? They're going to put exactly. They're going to put the Atlantic Council guy on the committee. They're going to put Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib and all these other people. Not Hamas. Other Arab nations made that demand. Yes, but Hamas has said yes to this demand. Hamas has said yes to disbanding. Hamas has said yes to disbanding and allowing a transitional governance of a technocratic, apolitical Palestinian committee to take over the day-to-day functions of civil governance in the Strip. They said yes to that, okay? Remember, they said yes to that. They agreed to that, except they did not agree to having that board be controlled by anyone but Palestinians. Okay? The problem here is that they do not want that board to be beholden to the Palestinian population, but instead beholden to the Board of Peace, which will be headed and chaired by President Donald J. Trump. With other members and heads of state to be announced, including former Prime Minister Tony Blair. This body will set the framework and handle the funding for the redevelopment of Gaza. The reason why Tony Blair is a significant person here, it once again, it proves that there is no real investment in making sure that this is a peaceful transition for Palestinians to gain some sort of dignity or sovereignty, is because Tony Blair is one, also known as the Butcher of Iraq, but Tony Blair is the fucking, George W. Bush of England. But also, on top of that, Tony Blair played a role in Boston Consulting Group and the Gaza Holocaust Fund. He literally has been aligned with Israel and America's interests every step of the fucking way. Like, this is even worse than the Palestinian Authority controlling the Gaza Strip, which already would be unimaginably unpopular in the eyes of all Palestinians, both in the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip. Do you understand? They don't even want the Palestinian Authority, which is, again, a part of the Israeli security apparatus, to play a role in the governance. They want this to be completely controlled by Western powers. Okay? Western powers that are beholden to not only America's interests directly, Donald J. Trump, or Israel's interests. Because America's interests are aligned with Israel's interests, no matter how much they act as though there's friction there. This body will set the framework and handle the funding for the redevelopment of Gaza until such time as the Palestinian Authority has completed its reform program as outlined in various proposals, including President Trump's peace plan in 2020 and the Saudi-French proposal, and can securely and effectively take back control of Gaza. Like I said, the competing plans here were the Trump peace proposal, this one, and it has some components of the Saudi-French proposal as well. These two are the leading proposals that try to at least fake it as though try to fake it like there is some sort of Palestinian statehood that could happen in the future with no real recognition of such. But Israel has said no to all of this thus far. So the reason why Israel's saying yes to it means that they probably secured additional secret recognitions for allowing Israel to do whatever the fuck it wants to do, to continue doing whatever the fuck it wants to in the Gaza Strip. And yes, Hamas is saying they just found out about this deal. We were not informed on Trump's plan before its announcement, and its terms are close to the Israeli vision. What happened was an attempt to suppress the international momentum and recognition of Palestinian statehood. That's what Hamas official Mahmoud Mardawi said just now. And they were lying this whole time. We're like, Hamas knows this deal is imminent. They were always lying, as I covered over and over again, obviously. And also, the White House's talking points regarding this plan say a reform PA will eventually take over from whatever this transitional entity in Gaza is. Netanyahu, in his remarks, seems to have ruled out PA involvement and expects full Israel control of Gaza's border and security. This is why I said this bill is dead on arrival, and it's actually put together to manage the PR around Israel's genocide. It's not to actually stop Israel's genocide. Do you understand? Unfortunately, I wish it wasn't the case, but it's very clear that this deal is put together specifically to manage Israel's PR. The reason why they have to manage this PR, by the way, is good, okay? That means that our pressure, that means that all of the fucking work stoppages, the flotillas, the imminent UEFA decision that could potentially bar Israel from competing in international sports events, at least when it comes to football, soccer, or Eurovision. Like, the cancellation of these sorts of things are actually putting a little bit of fear in at least America's calculations. Okay, at least in America's calculations of like how they can be lockstep with Israel. This is not an opportunity to pull back and look at this and go, oh, we've done it. This is a victory. This is an opportunity to continue applying pressure. Make no mistake. The 8th flotilla that is entering the Gaza Strip, like the waters, the coastline of Israel right now, the blockade that Israel has implemented illegally while it's participating in this genocide, is even more important right now. President Trump's peace plan in 2020 and the Saudi-French proposal and can securely and effectively take control of Gaza. This body will call on best international standards to create modern and efficient governance that serves the people of Gaza and is conducive to attracting investment. A Trump economic development plan to rebuild and energize Gaza will be created by convening a panel of experts who have helped birth some of the thriving modern miracle cities of the Middle East. Many thoughtful, just talking about UAE and Saudi, by the way, and Qatar too. They're talking about like, they are basically they're basically setting it up so that, you know, Saudi and like Gulf investment goes into the Strip, which again, taking more away from Palestinian sovereignty. All right. And will be considered to synthesize security and governance frameworks to attract, facilitate these investments, blah, blah, blah. A special economic zone will be established with preferred tariff and access rates to be negotiated in participating countries. No one will be forced to leave Gaza, and those who wish to leave will be free to do so and free to return. We will encourage people to stay and offer them the opportunity to build a better Gaza. Hamas and other factions agree to not have any role in the governance of Gaza directly, indirectly, or in any form. All military, terror, and offensive infrastructure, including tunnels and weapons production facilities, will be destroyed and not rebuilt. There will be a process of demilitarization of Gaza under the supervision of independent monitors, which will include placing weapons permanently beyond use through an agreed process of decommissioning and supported by an internationally funded buyback and reintegration program, all verified by independent monitors. New Gaza will be fully committed to building a prosperous economy and peaceful coexistence with its neighbors. A guarantee will be provided by regional partners to ensure that Hamas and the factions comply with their obligations, that the new Gaza poses no threat to its neighbors or its people. The United States will work with Arab and international partners to develop a temporary international stabilization force, the ISF. This is huge. This is the international mission, right? To immediately deploy in Gaza. Why would they need to immediately deploy in Gaza? Is it to actually identify, arrest, apprehend, detain, and kill Palestinians? No. It's so that Israel stops blowing up Gaza. Just make no mistake. Like, the very fact that they are putting this in the plan is because they know how Israel operates. Okay? Will it end up working in the way that I mentioned, which is to apprehend, detain, kill Palestinians that they declare are members of the resistance forces? Probably. But if they were to do that, actually, I think that would be a devastating international crisis. So who knows? The ISF will train and provide support to vetted Palestinian police forces in Gaza and will consult with Jordan and Egypt, who have extensive experience in this field. This force will be the long-term internal security solution. The ISF will work with Israel and Egypt to help secure border areas, along with newly trained Palestinian police forces. It is critical to prevent munitions from entering Gaza to facilitate the rapid and secure flow of goods to rebuild and revitalize Gaza. A deconfliction mechanism will be agreed upon by the parties. Israel will not occupy or annex Gaza. As the ISF establishes control and stability, Israel's defense forces will withdraw based on standards, milestones, and timeframes linked to demilitarization that will be agreed upon between the IDF, ISF, the guarantors, the United States, with the objective of a secure Gaza that no longer poses a threat to Israel, Egypt, or its citizens. Practically, the IDF will progressively hand over the Gaza territory it occupies to the ISF according to an agreement they will make with the transitional authority until they are withdrawn completely from Gaza, save for a security perimeter presence that will remain until Gaza is properly secure from any resurgent terror threat. In the event Hamas delays or rejects this proposal, the above, including the scaled-up aid operation, will proceed in the terror-free areas handed over from the IDF to the ISF. An interfaith dialogue process will be established based on the values of tolerance and peaceful coexistence to try and change mindsets and narratives of Palestinians and Israelis by emphasizing the benefits that can be derived from peace. While Gaza redevelopment advances and when the PA reform program is faithfully carried out, when they say the PA reform program, they're literally talking about like, you're not allowed to say anything mean about Israel as a Palestinian. That's what they're talking about, for the record. Because, like, for them, remember, this has been like a major component. They think that like Palestinians hate Israel because they're taught to hate Israel at school at an early age. And it's like, no, dipshit. They fucking hate Israel because Israel's doing a genocide. And Israel has had a permanent occupation over Palestinians for their entire lives and has blown up the fucking school. That's how people learn to hate Israel. Okay? The conditions may finally be in place for a credible pathway to Palestinian self-determination and statehood, which we recognize as an aspiration of the Palestinian people. The United States will establish a dialogue between Israel and the Palestinians to agree on a political horizon for peaceful and prosperous coexistence. Here is the initial implementation. IDF current line of control. Initial withdrawal with the hostage release. And then the second withdrawal was when the ISF mobilized per standards set within the Trump plan. And then the third withdrawal will be the security buffer zone, which is still like a couple miles into the Gaza Strip. If you recall, they blew up. If you remember, this was always a part of Israel's plan as well. There's a reason why they blew up every house and every building inside of Gaza that was like in the 3 mile line, I believe. That is the third withdrawal line, the security buffer zone, as they called it. When we were saying, like, why the fuck are they blowing up schools and all these, like, buildings and shit and engaging in these sorts of demolitions, which they obviously advanced all around the Strip. They blew up everything in the Strip at this point. But the reason why they did this is because they wanted to create a security buffer zone between the Gaza Strip. This security buffer zone, as you can see, also includes the Philadelphia corridor as well. That's right here. The corridor between the Egyptian state boundary and the Gaza Strip. Truly abysmal, and yet another clear-cut demonstration of Western chauvinism, and it totally writes out Palestinians and their demands and their wishes, and simply uses the genocide, the ongoing genocide that they basically damn near admit here that they're conducting, as a bargaining chip. They're like, my way or the highway. We're just going to either keep doing the genocide and we're just going to keep slaughtering all of you, or we're just going to do it later down the line, but after you have completely demilitarized. Demilitarized in the process of an ongoing genocide, mind you. Okay? Jeremy Scahill says, important fact that no one mentions, on August 18th, Hamas formally agreed that 98% of the Gaza ceasefire terms that the U.S. and Israel demanded. Israel then attempted to assassinate the Palestinian negotiators in Doha, and now the Trump admin claims it has a new ceasefire plan. That's also something to consider as well. Anyway, here is the 20-point plan from DropSite. We already covered it. Do you think Hamas will accept? I don't know. I don't think they will. They just received it for the first time. Like, Hamas saw this plan at the same time that we did. Okay? If you want to understand, like, is this a real initiative for a ceasefire? It's not. They saw it. They saw it, and they haven't even been presented with the plan up until now. They've only seen it in the on the news, because this was a plan that has pieces from previous Hamas negotiations. It has a plan. It was a plan that was completely concocted with the United States of America. France and Saudi plan is another one, and also Israel. This has not been presented. Hamas has played no role in the framework of and the development of this plan, with the exception of previous ceasefire negotiations that they've agreed to. Hamas fighters in chant learning of this. I'm crying. No, they're not learning from me. I don't think they're tuning in to twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Let's be real. But yeah, this is the reason why I said that it's most likely just another fake maximalist plan. And also Trump obviously said that if Hamas rejects the deal, Bibi, you have our full backing to do what you would have to do in Gaza, which is, again, what Bibi has been doing anyway. Okay. And here are some of the moments from the presser summarized here on Sky News.
To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed, not at my request, believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world and Israel and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it, and we'll do it right, and we're going to put leaders from other countries on, and leaders that are very distinguished leaders, and we'll have a board, and one of the people that wants to be on the board is the UK former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, good man, very good man, and some others. And they'll be named over the next few days. And it'll be quite the board. Working, everybody wants to be on it now. I don't know if that had anything to do. They named me and everybody else wanted to be on it. I guess they figure, well, he's a soft touch. He'll be easy to deal with. Working with the world. People
are saying he wants a Nobel Peace Prize. I don't care. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones and give him a Nobel Peace Prize if he actually did stop the genocide, for the record. I think it would be worthy. I think he would be worthy of a Nobel Peace Prize, even though he literally did the genocide. He's just not doing that here. Do you understand? That's my gripe. Like, if this was sincere, if this was a sincere, well thought out 20-point plan to end Israel's genocide and offer Palestinians some semblance of sovereignty, then yeah, I'll give him the fucking Nobel Peace Prize personally. I'll deliver it to him. It's just that this is not the case.
World Bank and others, it will be responsible for recruiting and training a new government that will be made up of Palestinians along with highly qualified experts from all around the world.
Yeah. Bruno Moches also reports the same thing that I've been talking about, which is, let's see, there was a ceasefire in January and people talked how tough with Israel Trump was. When Netanyahu got tired of it, he restarted the war, and no one from Trump to the Western media even cared to note that he had violated a solemn agreement with U.S. guarantees. In fact, back in March, he restarted the war with a full food blockade. Most likely scenario now is hostages are released, only thing Netanyahu is criticized for, and Israel resumes the genocide. That is precisely what's going to happen. And the reason why I say it's precisely what's going to happen is because that's the only thing that the Israeli public gives a shit about. They don't actually care about like ending the genocide in the absence of like more international pressure, of course, because that might change down the line as well, which is why I stress the importance of continuing the fucking protests, continuing demands for boycotts, divestments, and sanctions of the state of Israel. Okay, as long as it has occupational power over the Palestinians, as long as it continues this genocide. But like, remember, what, your fridge? What do you mean? My fridge is fine. Shut up. That is the only thing that could potentially make it so that Israel is less invested in the permanent death and destruction of all Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. At this stage, the only thing that is going to happen is if Hamas says yes to this, they pull the fucking hostages, they start the process of demilitarization. Even if they start the process of demilitarization, which I don't think Hamas would say yes to, or any Palestinian resistance group would say yes to, for the record. What I suspect is going to happen is basically what I suspect is going to happen is basically that Israel continues its death and destruction.
Hamas and other terrorist factions will play no role in the board, but they'll play no role in the governance of Gaza at all, directly or indirectly. As you know, thousands of Hamas leaders have been killed and soldiers have been killed. And we can never forget October 7th, but thousands have paid the price for that. And now it's time to get our hostages back and get back to trying to build something that's really great and very important. In our meeting today, Prime Minister Netanyahu was very clear about his opposition to a Palestinian state. And he continuously mentions October 7th, and I understand that. Most people do. And I understand and respect his position on many things, but what he's doing today is so good for Israel. I notice that they have large crowds gathering in Israel all the time, and they have my name up. They like me for whatever reason, Bibi, I don't know, but they do like me.
Here is Haaretz's analysis on Israeli discontent, internal pushback that Benjamin Netanyahu will receive here, because like I said, remember, they are invested in the maximalist position, with the exception of some in Israeli society expressing their discontent over not getting all the hostages back, the prisoners of war back, right? Amir Tiban from Haaretz says Netanyahu will face enormous pressure from within his coalition in the next day to thwart the plan, to toughen its conditions, and to convince Hamas that it's a conspiracy. In parallel, there will be briefings by commentators on behalf of Netanyahu. Surely Amit Segal has already started on how the agreement actually allows Israel to continue fighting Hamas, and the withdrawal will never happen, and the perimeter will be annexed, and so on. These are the same tactics we've seen throughout the past year in all rounds of negotiations, and they will be employed this time in an especially strong manner. The story is far from over. So Bibi is being anti-genocide compared to Israel government? Wait, what? No, dude. No. Benjamin Netanyahu cannot end this permanent war state, not only due to his own personal ambitions of like remaining in power, not withstanding any sort of trial whatsoever, but also because he understands that the moment that this genocide ends is a moment where the world recognizes it for what it is. What do you think that does? So far, people are pissed off at Israel. I keep repeating over and over again that this is the most popular Israel will be at the global stage. Tomorrow, it will be less popular. Once there are more eyes, more Western eyes on what Israel has done, once the dust is settled, okay, it's fucking over. It's even more over than it has been, okay? What do you think will happen when they start digging up the bodies? What do you think will happen when they start realizing that the number is not 66,000, but 600,000? What then? What then? What do you think happens to the way that people see Israel? People already hate Israel, and they don't even know the full scope of the death and destruction. Any kind of de-escalation means that people will get a broader recognition of the scope of the death and destruction. No matter how hard they try to like monitor TikTok and change the narrative and whatnot, I don't think they will succeed. We must not allow them to. Okay? And I think in the aftermath of that, public pressure from Western populations will grow even more against Israel, and Israel's pariah status will solidify in the international stage, and there will be even more recognition for boycotts, divestments, and sanctions against the state of Israel from Western populations, which will cause the Israeli population to recalculate their unlimited genocide position. That doesn't even make sense, bruh. Why are you lying, Lamau? 120,000 Palestinians die each second. Do you think this is a good way to recognize the severity of this genocide that damn near the entire world has recognized at this point? By just like undermining it and saying that it's not the case? Like doing memes and shit like this? You came up with 600,000, like what? No, I didn't come up with that. The Lancet study actually early on showed that the death tabulation will be far greater than the 66,000 number. That is the most severe, most conservative underestimate that doesn't even factor those who are under the rubble, those who are in fucking mass graves. Okay? This number of 680,000 has actually come from not my ass, as you suggest, okay, but numerous other authorities on the matter, from Francesca Albanese, for example. We're talking about collateral deaths. Reliable source. Will you factor the United Nations' estimates as a reliable source, or will you say that those are Hamas numbers? Because when I do present to you a reliable source, you're going to say the Lancet is Hamas. The Lancet numbers are even higher than that, for the record. The conservative estimation from the IDF is 200,000. It's even larger than that. But here is retired General Herzi Halevi says, not once. No, I don't. Show us. Okay, let's start off with the IDF number. We took the gloves off. Ex-IDF chief confirms Gaza casualties are over 200,000. Okay, this was a recent recognition from an IDF general. Retired General Herzi Halevi says, not once had legal advice constrained Israel's military decisions in the Strip. That's 200,000. That's like one number from the Israeli side. Other numbers on the Israeli side actually go all the way up to 400,000 because they have a constant number of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. There's mass surveillance there. They have all the phone numbers of people in the Gaza Strip. They have the address of the people in the Gaza Strip. And what their estimation shows is that the number in the Gaza Strip of Palestinians went from I believe, what is it, 2.2 million down to 1.6 million. So there is that. Okay. And as far as the last assessments that have come from Lancet, with the collateral damage added on, the collateral deaths that are added on, the special rapporteur for the occupied Palestinian territories, Francesca Albanese, in a press briefing, said that the number is far higher than 65,000. We shall start to thinking of 680,000 because this is the number that some scholars and scientists claim being the real death toll in Gaza. So no article, nice. Wait, what? I'm walking through. Wait, what do you mean? I just showed you the Israeli numbers. One Israeli number from a general saying 200,000, and the rapporteur for the special rapporteur for the occupied territories saying that the number is far higher than that, probably around 680,000, given the Lancet studies. So one article. Oh, you said so one article. Got it. Okay. You said, can you show me some articles? Which I did. It's not even one article. It's multiple. But also, you then turned around and said, oh, so one article. Got it. Okay. It kind of feels like you just, weren't really invested in this, right? You weren't really invested in understanding this at all. You just wanted to fucking try to bait me. And it's just odd to try and bait me in a situation where, you're finding yourself defending a genocide after making a disgusting joke. No, I don't. Okay, nice, man. I mean, this is some Nazi shit, right? I mean, this is like no different than the Nazis that in the aftermath of the Holocaust will turn around and be like, well, the real numbers are 271,000, as though that would be appropriate in any way, shape, or form, by the way. Oh, it's not 6 million Jews, it's 271,000, right? Like you're doing the exact same thing right now. Just so you understand. When I give you sources, you turn around and you hit that same exact fucking line. Anyway, the walls are closing in on people such as yourself, so this is your last breath this is the last gasp of air that you have. Every day that passes, more and more people are cognizant of the death toll, more and more people are cognizant of the genocide. And every day that passes, there are less people such as yourself that will turn around and try to engage in genocide denial. Ori Goldberg says, Israelis spend most of their time in generating and perpetuating self-delusion. The main delusion is that Israel will be forgiven, that this too... Hold on. Doors open. Israel will be forgiven, that this too shall pass, that the world will come to its senses and realize that sometimes good people do bad things. On the other hand, we cannot look away from our fall, counting the minutes and seconds until we are thrown out of the UEFA and FIFA or thrown out of the Eurovision Song Contest. This is that same dialectic of genocide, the one that kills Israel and Israelis just as we continue to slaughter Palestinians. It isn't about knowledge or moral agency. Israelis have never passed that test, having fantasized about the removal of Palestinians and having fulfilled Jewish supremacy since Israel's inception. It's about the dance macabre, the physics of choosing solipsism and imminent death. Israelis have made their choice. Having done so, our demise justifies our course of action as much as our wholesale murder of Palestinians. The only way we have of proving ourselves right includes being hated up to the edge of the abyss. How would we know who we are otherwise? We have no morals from the edge of the abyss. It is just one small step. We took it. Macabre. Nazi shit, bro, please. I asked some sources. You just come up with shit to enrage your chat. I don't defend it. Wait, what is this? I asked sources. You guys keep moving the goalposts. Lamau, bro showed one article, one and a half at best. Brother, it is up to you to investigate further at this point. I gave you articles. You can just turn around and start saying the same Hasbro talking points about how Francesca Albanese is actually a fucking anti-Semite or some shit. Okay, this is your opportunity. I already gave you an article. You just refuse to fucking look at it. Okay? I don't know why you're still behaving like a goddamn bot in the chat. I'm not actually banning you because I hope that you can learn, okay? From July 20th, 2024, from the Lancet study, obviously, the estimation had, at the official count was at 37,000. The Lancet study said that the collateral damage and the collateral deaths that take place when you destroy the entire fucking healthcare infrastructure, for example, which is part of the reason for why the underestimation already exists, and also when you kill people, when you double strike areas where people are trying to, when you're double striking areas where people are trying to, pull people out of the rubble, you can't even get them to a hospital that is working to begin with, which is why there's not as many logged deaths at this point. But even back then, the calculation from Lancet was 10x the number of 37,000, and the potentials were far higher. There's disease, there's famine, there's people that have no ability to get the healthcare necessary for cancer treatment, things of that nature. When you don't get your insulin, when you have diabetes, you die. There are so many other factors at play here, but there have been numerous tabulations at this point that show that the number is far higher than the 66,000. Now, you also did not actually say, where are the articles here? You lied and said that I pulled this number out of my ass. I hadn't. I showed you exactly who had given the estimation. Francesca Albanese, the special rapporteur. And in the process, I showed you exactly where these estimations were coming from. And you are still acting as though this is not the case. Perhaps it is you who is a little bit misguided here, don't you think? Especially considering that even if the numbers were 66,000, that is still completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. That's still far more than enough to set genocidal intent and also show genocidal action in the process. Do you get it? So, what do you think is the real number? And what number of Palestinian children? I haven't said anything about the atrocities. So, asking credible sources, making me a Nazi, bot, pedo, and whatnot. I don't know where you're coming from this, but yes, it is akin to the Nazi denial of the Holocaust when I give you an actual source and then you move the goalposts and say, that's not a real source. But you're too cowardly and too pussy to say that with your full chest. So you have to act as though you actually had a genuine ambition to understand the truth here. But we all know exactly what you're doing. I gave you the dignity. I offered you the dignity of a response in this process instead of immediately yeeting you out of this fucking Twitch chat. And you have once again shown that you are not invested in understanding the truth whatsoever. You're not invested in dialogue whatsoever. You're simply invested in the mere appearance of a dialogue in an effort to undermine the conversation, to tackle it at its root, to stop me from covering this issue and focus on you because you're a selfish, petulant little child who understands that the walls are closing in, that there is not a lot of people in the real world that would entertain this idiotic back and forth with you, and they would look at you as the Nazi genocide denier that you are. So you have to use that here under the guise of anonymity. You have to use this counter narrative over and over again to get a mere recognition of your humanity. It's okay, though. One day, you will turn around and act as though you were completely appalled by the actions of Israel. And hopefully, you haven't made too many public statements that immediately could be used against you when you, but the shame will remain. The shame in your heart, the shame that has actually eaten away what remains of your soul will obviously be there. You know? I will be watching the Ezra Klein Ta-Nehisi Coates conversation. Yes. The mere fact that you recognize that your silly ass statement originally was simply in jest, so you can try to get my attention, means that you're already on the retreat. And the reason you should examine why you so quickly went back on the retreat. It's because you also deep down recognize that this is an unsustainable situation. It is impossible to defend. So I urge you to take the next step and stop doing this. Okay? Obviously, you wouldn't be going, it's merely in jest. I just tried to get your attention if you had, if you recognize that you had any sort of defensible position here. Okay. Oh, I was merely doing this in jest. Okay. Well, thank you. Merely defending the genocide in jest so I can get your attention, so we can together arrive at the truth. Anyway, here's some additionals. Map of the phase withdrawal. We already covered it. Morning thread is getting long, so I'm starting a new thread for the day. Says Barry, Trump and Netanyahu are about to give a press conference. Earlier, Yemen struck a vessel in the Gulf of Aden. Complex resistance ambushes in Gaza that took place. Trump hasn't really said anything that wasn't already in the 21-point plan that was revealed yesterday. Still speaking in vague terms. It doesn't sound like Hamas has received the formal offer. IDF spokesperson lies and does not report accurately the truth about the number of wounded in Gaza, so you won't know. There are more wounded today, says Hadashat Bezman. This is, of course, about the security incidents that took place in Gaza yesterday and today. The Israeli occupying force publishes that 5 occupation soldiers were critically injured in battles today, with 11 total casualties so far. The large ambush involved 5 resistance fighters placing explosives on 2 troop carriers. Another battle involved the targeting of a Merkava tank with anti-tank weapons. For those wondering why big Israeli accounts would talk like that about the IDF spokesperson, a lot of commentators are upset with the way the IDF censor has been covering their operations in Gaza and have begun openly criticizing them and the spokesperson. Because as you know, there is an IDF censor on all of the information that is revealed to the Israeli public by Israeli news sources. This is a real thing. Israel doesn't have free speech. They've always censored whatever information that the Israeli population sees, whatever the information that the global population sees. They've actually gone as far as to literally arrest Israeli Jewish journalists as well. And in that same process, Israeli society has gotten more and more frustrated because they can see the casualties because they're so close to the actual impact of the resistance against Israel's genocide, and they get frustrated because the IDF is seemingly on this like death mission and are receiving a militant response that ends up with Israeli soldiers in hospitals. Netanyahu is teeing up the possibility for Hamas to reject the deal, threatening to do this the hard way, still hearing lots of vague terms with no guarantees coming out of Trump's mouth. There's been no language that rules out a Lebanon-style ceasefire. The press conference is concluded. It was awful. They refused to take questions from the press pool, claiming that the paperwork was still being signed, so they couldn't possibly take questions. Mahmoud Mardawi, the Trump plan has not reached us or the Palestinian Party so far, and we have not reviewed it, but its terms are close to the Israeli vision. As expected, Netanyahu presents his many conditions for not actually ending the war, like you guys did to Armenians, like you guys did in the 1900s, like you guys did to Armenians. Are you talking about me, a Turkish person that recognizes the Armenian genocide? Maybe you should take it up with the Israeli government, who does not, and who has actually contributed to an additional ethnic cleansing campaign of Armenians working closely with their regional ally, Azerbaijan. Perhaps that's someone that you should talk to. You should talk to your own politicians about that. Anyway, I will say, though, that it is obvious to me that there are a lot of little ants chirping, little ants coming out of the woodwork today, because I think the Hasbara machine is busted. Okay? The Hasbara machine is totally busted here. I expect a lot more of the, why don't you talk about Sudan? Why don't you talk about any of the other places? And also, you are Turkish. What about Armenian genocide? Things of that nature over and over again, chirping into the fucking wind. You know? That's where we're at. What is this argument that, like, the Turkish forces did a genocide and therefore Israel gets to have one? Is that what you're saying? Oh, Americans did this to indigenous population. Are you a grammar Nazi? Following for 5 years, previously subscribed for 3 months? Yes. This is an October 7th lever, most likely. Force and chatter. It's a boomer Force and fan. Yeah. Anyway, what is announced in Trump's plan is vague and uncertain. What happened was an attempt to stifle international momentum and recognitions of the Palestinian state, says Mahmoud Mardawi. The crew of the MV Minor Wagracht are being evacuated from the ship after sustaining substantial damage from an anti-ship ballistic missile in the Gulf of Aden. This is from the Ansar Allah. And we already covered the Board of Peace and numerous other points in the ceasefire plan that is abysmal and a non-starter. Here is John Oliver last night on Netanyahu. Before I cover that, there's a couple of points that I wanted to give on the so-called 21-point peace plan. But as it stands currently, the way that this was designed, the way that this was concocted, shows me that this is no different than previous fake ceasefire negotiations that Benjamin Netanyahu either presented or responded to, only to destroy it at the last second, only to give assurances to the Israeli population that the genocide will continue. Okay? So, yeah, Seamus says the American peace plan, Gaza will become a de-radicalized terror-free zone with an apolitical transitional government under international supervision through a board of peace that includes Tony Blair and is chaired by Trump. The PA will only take over after major reforms. The American plan for Gaza is a colonial viceroyalty exceeding the kind that Iraq was placed under the invasion, where Henry Kissinger's chief of staff, Paul Bremer, under the supervision of the Department of Defense, ruled Iraq by decree for a year. And obviously, as you guys know, that was an abject failure. Genocide is wrong regardless. Do you agree with me? Yes, there is. Genocide is regarded as a crime of all crimes for a reason. The genocide is such a heinous crime that even a genocide in retaliation to the initial genocide is inappropriate, is unjust. Okay? That's how it's ridiculous. And once again, the only reason why, stop saying that a murder in retaliation to murder is unjust. Wait, first of all, there is, yes, that also is the case. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, a murder, while a murder is taking place, if you fight back in self-defense, that's one thing. But if someone commits a murder and then you go back and you do a vengeance quest, that is also unjust, dumbass. What the fuck are you talking about? No one said defending yourself is unjust. Hello? Maybe he was saying, no, a murder against murder is also unjust. Stop saying genocide is the only thing that is unjust. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because there's no such thing as a self-defensive genocide, okay? That doesn't exist. Whereas there can be a death or murder in an act of self-defense. But there can never be a genocide as an act of self-defense. Do you not understand? Anyway, let's hear what John Oliver had to say. I suspect that he won't go as hard as he should be at this point. For the record, like my assessment here is that I always call this the so-called peace process deliberately because words have meaning. And the reason why I say that is because this so-called peace process led to Israel, by way of Benjamin Netanyahu and every other person that came after, to continue pushing the fake peace process negotiations over and over again and destroying them in the exact same way that they have done so in this ceasefire negotiations bargaining over the past 2 years. Identically, for the record. Back in the day, you couldn't say this because there weren't enough eyeballs. There were only some silent recognitions of the fact that America played a formative role in allowing Israel to expand greatly over the West Bank and render a two-state solution impossible. Back in the day, you wouldn't be able to get away with saying, like, Israel was always the spoiler in the peace process, in the negotiations, and they had no design to implement the peace negotiations whatsoever. And the Oslo Accords were done to basically neuter Yasser Arafat and the PLO and pack them up in their entirety, which is precisely the reason why when Arafat went into the Oslo Accords, he was unimaginably popular. But by the end of his life, the PA and Fatah were unimaginably unpopular, which led to the rise of Hamas and other forms of militancy against Israel. Make sure you understand this, because Israel, every step of the way, destroyed any notion of negotiations, and America, just like under the guidance of Anthony Blinken with Joe Biden and also with Witkoff and Donald Trump, played the role of protective cover for Israel, laying the blame squarely on Arafat. Remember that. They did this over and over again in the exact same way that they're doing this right now. So make no mistake, it was not different back. I don't think this is correct. I think that I think that it wasn't just the Hamas bombings. I think that Israeli society very clearly, like the majorities of Israeli society, very clearly did not even want any recognition of Palestinian statehood and despise the Oslo Accords. Was there a much larger population in Israel at the time that wanted a two-state solution in comparison to Israeli society now? Abso-fucking-lutely. That is true. Okay? Otherwise, you wouldn't have Rabin taking the initiative at all. Having said that, is that useful to point out, though? Yes, it is useful to point out. The reason why it's useful to point out is because we didn't come here, we didn't get to the point of full-blown fascist Zionism, ultra-nationalist, exterminationist Zionism out of nowhere, okay? A society that looked at any recognition, which Rabin's own admission was a not full-blown statehood for the Palestinians, but something a state minus, I believe he referenced it as at the time, leading up to the Oslo Accords. He literally said that it wasn't a full-blown state recognition for the Palestinians. It was less than a state, right? And Rabin himself was also not exactly a peacekeeper either. Okay. He was famous for demanding in the first Intifada, as the head of the internal security, to break the hands of all the Palestinians, because the symbol of resistance in the first Intifada was like throwing rocks at armored personnel carriers. And they did. Thousands of children had their hands broken and arms broken at the directive of Rabin, for the record, to destroy the symbol of resistance. Because we say the first Intifada was fought with work stoppages and rocks, basically, even though it did ultimately turn into an incredibly bloody affair for the Palestinians, of course, as always. And the second one, in the aftermath of numerous acts of terror that the Palestinian civilian population was subjected to, both in the hands of the Israeli occupational forces and also in the hands of direct violence coming from psychopathic Kahanis, for example, that their methods actually evolved and they did become more bloody. They did start targeting civilians, for example, instead of just simply targeting the occupational forces and the police force. They started targeting civilians with the bus bombings and whatnot. That was the second Intifada. But the intensity of the violence in resistance against the apartheid was, as always, set by the occupational forces. The more violent the occupational forces got, the more violent its response got. People try to make it seem as though the Palestinians were not a partner in peace. Meanwhile, they refuse to reckon with Israel's they refuse to reckon with the much more consequential aspect of Israeli society and their lack of recognition or their lack of interest in negotiating with the Palestinians at all. This seems a bit more forceful than you'd predicted. No, it's not. And the reason for why it's not is because if this was an accurate reflection of Israeli opinions, he would not. I mean, it's good. For the record, I need to say something here. This is very good, especially because this is a mainstream critique of Israeli society, and there is plenty of accurate reflections of Israeli history here and how ultra-Zionism has grown and basically taken the entire Israeli Knesset captive. But notice that the problem with this framework is that it's not necessarily just that the ultra-Zionists have taken the Israeli Knesset captive with their demands and that Benjamin Netanyahu is simply worried about keeping this coalition alive, and that's the reason why he's continuing the genocide, which is the thing that he's inferring, or the thing that he wants you to infer from this. The problem is, at the heart of this issue is Zionism. These guys are extremists, certainly, but they're extremists for other domestic considerations. They're not extremists from the perspective of what Israel is doing in Gaza. Okay? That's incredibly important for people to understand. A lot of people do not recognize when they look at Israeli society and they see from the outside like, oh, these guys are just extremists, like the rest of Israeli society doesn't actually care about this. No, these guys are extremists both on the domestic front and also the occupational agenda, certainly. But the Israeli society either turns a blind eye to the occupational extremism or actually welcome the occupational extremism. They just have disagreements on the domestic front. Okay? This is incredibly important to address, because if we do not address that Zionism is at the heart of this conflict, at the root of this genocide, Zionism is the reason why Israeli society broadly turns a blind eye to the humanity of the Palestinians, you will not be able to address the real reasons as to how Israel has been captured by these supposed far-right extremists. This is what's incredibly important, okay? Incredibly important. Again, I think this is also more complex than the way that John Oliver is presenting it, because the Palestinian Authority is broadly despised because it's like I said over and over again, it is considered, and it is actually, a part of the Israeli security apparatus. It's not that they are moderate, it's that they are soldiers for Israel, right? Now, the miscalculation here, and this was regarded as a gamble, and I have covered it as such as well. The idea that you were going to give money to Hamas was for a very specific reason. The idea that Benjamin Netanyahu was propping up Hamas was because he knew that in the eyes of the Western world, Hamas would never achieve broad recognition. Hamas would never be able to achieve recognition. They could always be written off as Islamist fundamentalists, dangerous terrorists similar to ISIS. But the other thing that Benjamin Netanyahu and his cronies also miscalculated on was the notion that Hamas was just like they were. People that were more predisposed with maintaining their grip of power in the Gaza Strip, more so than any sort of higher need for emancipation. This was the major miscalculation. They thought Hamas would not be a uniting force for all of the Palestinian resistance forces. They were wrong on that front. October 7 was not just conducted by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. October 7 was conducted by the entirety of the Palestinian resistance forces. That's number one. So Hamas was a unifying factor here because Hamas, in the way that they presented it in Israel, in an Israeli society, was not actually simply a bunch of like corrupt autocrats that only wanted to fucking collect dollar bills and like control the real estate of the Gaza Strip. As a matter of fact, I feel like elements within PA are closer to that recognition than even Hamas was. Okay? The notion that Hamas was only interested in just like having their grip of power over the Gaza Strip and control the Palestinian population and all their needs was incorrect. Okay? This is very important to understand. This is precisely the reason why, and even in the 20-point peace plan that they fucking put forward, they're like, oh, we'll let you disarm and we'll allow you to leave the Gaza Strip if you choose to do so. That's what they said about Hamas militancy. They literally said, you can just escape the Gaza Strip. We'll let you leave. The idea that these guys were not first and foremost invested in ending the occupation of Israel was wrong. Okay? They are still to this day. Do you agree with all of their tactics? I don't, but it doesn't matter. If we're talking about their goal, their overarching priority here, that is clear. It is clear that they are first and foremost primarily invested in ending the sovereignty of Israel over the Palestinian population. It's that simple. This is also precisely the reason why Israeli society broadly and Israeli media broadly kept presenting Yahya Sinwar, for example, as like a selfish person who had already escaped the Gaza Strip, that he was not actually experiencing the repercussions of October 7 at all, personally experiencing it at all, or that even if he was in the Gaza Strip, he was probably chained to a bunch of Israeli hostages, Israeli babies, and in an effort not to be bombed by Israel, as though Israel would stop themselves from killing Yahya Sinwar because there's Israeli hostages strapped to him. All of that was obviously a lie because we saw that Yahya Sinwar died fighting till his very last breath. And Israel itself did not even know that they had killed Yahya Sinwar until a day after. Okay? Conflating the political bureau in Qatar with fighters in Gaza. No, there's also that. However, even with the political bureau of Hamas, or the leadership of Hamas that's outside of the Gaza Strip, their family members are still in the Gaza Strip. Their family members have also been completely fucking destroyed, wiped out by Israel. So the notion that these guys have nothing to lose is also silly in that regard. This may be a cynical take, but I believe that what Hamas has accomplished may very well be the disintegration of Israel due to their genocidal tactics, but I do not think the Palestinian people at large will survive nor inherit it, unfortunately. I don't think that's that much of a cynical take. I think you're not. That is what we are trying to avoid. What we're trying to avoid is that reality. which is to ensure that the Palestinian civilians continue living in the Gaza Strip and living in the West Bank, and push for sovereignty and recognition of a real, true, independent Palestinian state. Yeah, Dropsite also is basically saying what I said earlier, by the way, as far as the peace plan goes, the so-called 20-point peace plan. For months, Israeli and U.S. officials have denied any starvation policy in Gaza, claiming enough food and medicine enter, even as the IPC declared famine in August for a quarter of the population, and aid groups reported the opposite. Buried in Netanyahu and Trump's 20-point plan is a striking admission. Aid is being withheld. Point 7, upon acceptance of this agreement, full aid will be immediately sent into the Gaza Strip. Do not let people get away with this. This is a full-blown recognition of what they have done. As I said when I covered earlier the 20-point peace plan, so-called peace plan. Israeli newspaper owned by the Adelson family, Israel Hayom, tells its readers, don't worry, Netanyahu won't abide by the deal anyway. It's already started. As I told you, this is what they were going to do. In that part. But this is twofold. This is twofold. Once again, it's because he thought Hamas was like a corrupt force that wasn't really invested in undermining Israeli sovereignty and was simply invested in like being in a position of power. Okay? Like any act that Hamas took or any act that Islamic Jihad took against whenever they were like lobbing missiles over the boundary, right? That would quickly get intercepted. Israel saw that as like, oh, these guys are just flexing because they want to be more popular, because they want to control the Palestinian population. They didn't realize that was, they didn't realize that all of those reactions were because Hamas was trying to enforce some kind of detente, some kind of restriction, or some kind of repercussion for Israel's actions in the West Bank. Okay? The thing that I don't appreciate about John Oliver's coverage here is that it basically, once again, whether this is deliberate or not, and I don't think it's deliberate. I think this is just a Western focus on this issue. So many people just like don't understand the complexities of I guess, Palestinian existence or their own personal ambitions here. It's like virtually impossible for them to dive a little bit deeper into the subject matter. But this makes it seem as though the Palestinian Authority is just a more moderate force that every Palestinian would be perfectly happy with existing under, and that Hamas is this like incredibly militant force that's like devastating for the Palestinian population. Now, for the record, Hamas is also not exactly the most popular force in terms of governance either. There are a million different reasons as to why people might not like who rules over them. Do you like the Trump administration, for example? No, but the Trump administration rules over us, okay? There are a million different domestic reasons as to why the Palestinians would not be happy with Hamas as well. This isn't to say that like Hamas is the most popular figure either. It's just more popular than the Palestinian Authority. And the reason for why it's more popular than the Palestinian Authority is because of its militancy, its militant response against Israel. Because Palestinians broadly understand that they've been pushed into a corner and that the peace talks, the so-called peace talks, have been an abject fucking failure. And of course, just as the American sanctions regime against enemies of the United States are done so to invite some sort of resistance against the leadership, whether it be Maduro in Venezuela or whether it be the Cuban government in Cuba, the Israeli blockade has understandably also created a tremendous amount of anger and resentment towards the governing party which happens to be Hamas. But even in the last elections that were concluded in the Gaza Strip, the calculation made by many Palestinians, which is a very diverse, like ideologically diverse society, and is nowhere near as like like Islamist fundamentalists as like Westerners present it as, the calculation was not done on Hamas and its domestic affairs. Like they were like, oh yeah, we want to have like some sort of like morality police or whatever the fuck the Westerners presented as. It was done because Hamas at the time was seen as a less corruptible force. A vote for Hamas at that time was a vote against corruption, because Fatah, and this is their own recognition in 2006, Fatah itself had told George W. Bush that they were not ready for an election at all because Palestinian society broadly despised the Fatah leadership and the Palestinian Authority, because they saw the Palestinian Authority as a collaborative force with the Israeli security apparatus. They saw the PA and they saw Fatah as corrupt. They saw Hamas as uncorruptible. Seen you give a single reason why Zionism is supremacist. Listen to Hasan is not a reason. Israel's a Nazi state is true, but not a reason. Zionism is supremacist. If you're trying to understand why Zionism is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, look no further than the way that non-Jews are treated, even when they have citizenship in Israel. 100%. Zionism, from its inception to its final solution defense at this point, has always been an ethno-religious supremacist ideology. Israel is an ethno-state. Israel has a grand design for expansion as an ethno-state. Here, I'll give you a great example. Israeli society has two designations in its own demographics. This is not my association. This is just simply theirs. Jew and Arab. This means that Armenian Christians are still bracketed under Arab, despite the fact that they're not Arab. Why? This also means that the Mizrahi and the Sephardic Jews, who are of Arab and sometimes Spanish descent, are also considered Jewish under the Israeli society's demographic designs. Itamar Ben-Gvir is a great example of this. Itamar Ben-Gvir himself is Mizrahi. He is a Kurdish Iraqi Jew. And yet in Israeli society, he is considered Jew and not Arab. As a matter of fact, if you were to talk to an Israeli Jewish person that has his direct ancestry tied back to any of the MENA nation states in the surrounding region, they would get offended if you were to say you're an Arab Jew. They would say, I'm not Arab. You can't be Arab and Jew. You can only be Jew. Arab means non-Jew. Why? Why is this the demographic designation that the Israeli state has designed? It is because being Jewish is placed in a higher priority for the Israeli ethno-state. Judaism is an ethno-religion, of course, and therefore, if you are Jewish, even if you're from Turkey, even if you're from Iraq, even if you're from Tunisia, even if you're from Algeria, if you are Jewish, you are considered a Jew in Israel. And if you are from any other place around the planet and you are non-Jewish, then you are designated as Arab or non-Jew. Yeah, I mean, also, Knesset extends law banning Palestinian family unification for another year. So-called citizenship law, passed in 2003 at the height of the Second Intifada, introduces a temporary security measure, but has since been renewed annually. This is from the 6th of March, 2023. You understand? Did that person actually recognize something here, and that's why he's being quiet? I don't know. This is why I've always been an advocate, for the record, of BDS and initiatives such as that one to present, to heighten Israel's pariah state status, because those are the people that will not resist against Benjamin Netanyahu's war or genocide, but they will if their regular existence is threatened. They will do that if they can no longer withstand an academic boycott, for example. They will if they feel like they can't just go to fucking Greece or Cyprus without people turning around and being like, oh, you're fucking Israeli? Fuck you. They will if they can no longer participate in UEFA. They will if they can no longer participate in Eurovision. They will absolutely, for selfish reasons, decide that the apartheid cannot continue. Okay? You said that the Israeli society is severely censored. Is that partially why they don't advocate against genocide specifically? No, there are people who advocate against genocide. It's more so a lack of appetite to recognize the humanity of Palestinians and to recognize the genocide that's unfolding. This doesn't mean that there aren't people who are anti-Zionist Jews in Israel. There are plenty of them. There's almost all of them are in my chat at any given moment. Having said that, they are the first people that will recognize how incredibly reactionary Israeli society is and how incredibly fascist Israeli society has become. I think especially Americans in this community should understand that better than anybody else, because America is also bouldering in the direction of full-blown fascism. And for us, the inherent contradiction and the first violence comes from a lack of recognition of the indigenous genocide and a lack of recognition for the harms of chattel slavery in its current contemporary form, like the continued destruction campaign that is taking place against all migrants, okay, black and brown and even sometimes white. Like, the less we push back against these sorts of initiatives from the current fascist Trump administration, the more of a foothold that they gain in terms of advancing the society in a fascist direction. The only thing that I agree with in terms of like Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition imploding is that it makes it all the more, it makes it harder for Israel to very quickly recover from that and to continue its genocidal campaign. Do I have any belief whatsoever that what comes next in the aftermath of Benjamin Netanyahu, if the opposition could get their shit together with like Yair Lapid and Benny Gantz and secure some sort of coalition, would they continue the death and destruction campaign? Or if they were able to do so in a swift fashion, do I believe that they would continue the death and destruction campaign? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I've been covering the Israeli opposition and how little they actually oppose the genocide over and over and over again. Okay? Ironically enough, Benjamin Netanyahu's own Likud party members, former Likud members, have been more critical of the genocide from the perspective of the humanity of Palestinians than the current opposition party. Okay? It's just anyone that refuses to recognize that is oblivious to this reality. Okay? So the only thing that is good about changing Israeli governance away, like taking the power away from Benjamin Netanyahu, is that it would make it harder for Israel to continue its genocide, at least. So any sort of gumming of the works, I am in support of, which is precisely the reason why I have also supported the rallies that have taken place over and over again, even if they're not comprised of like militant anti-Zionists, and instead are liberal Zionists who actually don't have an issue with what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing in Gaza, but simply want to take the hostages out, and then they're fine with the continuation of the genocide. I still don't care, because any little bit helps. Do you understand? Like, any kind of instability has the capacity to make the Israeli politicians recalculate Just like any kind of pressure in the Western world and any kind of separation of Western powers away from the United States and its unlimited loyalty to Israel will make the American government recalculate its loyalty to Israel as it continues its genocide. Every little bit helps. Okay? How do people not understand that this is our internal politics if we have more selected enemy and a competent Hitler in power? Yeah. Israel is our future. If Zionism, this guy's still going. If Zionism has always been supremacist, why can't a form of Zionism exist that doesn't deny rights? Your logic is can't ever change. Why not? Zionism is fascism, brother. I don't know why it's so fucking hard for you to comprehend. Maybe it's because Jews were the victims of the Holocaust alongside many others, but that's probably the reason why it's so hard for you to think about it as anything but like Jewish self-determination. Okay, but it wouldn't be Zionism if it factored in all of the other people in the outgroup as full-blown human beings and citizens of whatever state that remains in this region. Okay, that's my advocacy. My advocacy is for a singular, solitary, secular nation state that gives the Palestinians a right to return and offers reparations to the Palestinians for the harm that they have experienced over the course of the past 100 fucking years. Okay? That's what I believe. And the reason why I advocate for one state is because I believe that the two-state conversation has already created one state, one sovereign Israeli state that has designed Bantustans and ghettoized Palestinians into a non-contiguous state in the West Bank and another open-air concentration camp that is currently being ethnically cleansed by Israel right now in Gaza Strip. Just as there cannot be a form of white supremacist Nazism that actually factors the humanity of all of those who are in the outgroup that must be excised and cast aside. Dude, do you think this is an appropriate time? It's time to lock back in on that diet and thirst trap again, Unc. Do you think 32-month subscriber? While I'm in the process of describing Israel's genocidal design, do you feel like this is an appropriate time to bring this in? Like, there's other times where you can do that, but
few more.
Anyway, it's fine. It's not my favorite coverage, but it's pretty good for mainstream news. I was right about like not going hard enough. Here's some criticism. John Oliver's latest episode explains Netanyahu's grip on power in Israel. I absolutely love John Oliver and generally thought this episode was pretty solid, but here are some of my comments. Firstly, I really appreciated that he and his team used great domestic reporting from Ronan Bergman and Amos Harel. Not a big fan of Ronan Bergman, by the way, but whatever. Covering many of the internal crises which characterized Bibi's tenure and Sarah's insanity, though he didn't mention some of the funniest stuff, including his fail son, Yair. I thought his coverage of Bibi's incitement following Rabin's signing of the Oslo Accords and his dedication to thwarting peace process was sharp and poignant. He very excellently and succinctly distilled why the Abraham Accords were so problematic. Some small details I wish he'd mentioned. Two Israeli organizations, B'Tselem and PHR Israel, have also said that Israel's actions meet the criteria for genocide. Trump's reckless decision to pull out of the JCPOA he mentioned at the time, but it's relevant here. I wish he discussed that a key reason the opposition against Bibi has failed to end his reign is in part due to the fact that they are committed to the exclusion of the Arab parties and more broadly, the Piker protests against them, which face far more repression and violence. Americans in general, I think, are unaware that the systematic disdain for Palestinians affects not only people in the occupied Palestinian territories, but also 20% of Israeli citizens. This is huge. This is very important. This also goes back to the same thing that I said about the distinction between liberal Zionism and anti-Zionism and the importance of recognizing that Zionism is a fascist ideology. Zionism is not about like having peaceful means to develop a Jewish state in an area that was a land without people for a people without land, right? That's a lie. It's built on a lie. Palestinian citizens of Israel are an important and often overlooked part of Israel's political story. I think this might also help contextualize the gap between much of the Israeli public hates Netanyahu and much of Israeli public is indifferent to the Palestinian suffering in Gaza. All that said, I'm really glad that John Oliver did this piece, and I applaud him for continuing to cover this issue with moral clarity. Also, I am not sure what or how much would change in Gaza were Bibi to lose the next election. Of course, I want him out too, but his successor will likely be someone like Naftali Bennett, who shares Bibi's jingoistic vision. The country still leans heavily rightwards. The domination of the Palestinian population, both in the West Bank and in Gaza, and the Palestinian citizens of Israel, what the Israeli society broadly calls Arabs, the internal domination of them and the external, if you want to consider it to be like an external conquest, I think it's still a reflection of Israeli sovereignty, a violent design that they've created for all people who are non-Jews in the region. As long as that is left unaddressed, this will be the connective tissue that holds all of the different coalitions within Israeli politics together. They have differences in domestic affairs, but as long as they still demonstrate loyalty to the IDF and do not see it as a genocidal force or a violent force, and that will never happen because from seculars all the way to the Orthodox, they consider the IDF to be this separate moral fixture of Israeli society, for the record. Okay, but as long as there is no recognition of the apartheid design or the genocide that is going on, as long as Israeli society broadly still considers all kinds of violence that the Palestinians are subjected to be appropriate, or at least one that they can just ignore, nothing will change for the Palestinians, and Israeli society will continue to go further and further right-wing. And in that further creep towards the right, the liberal Zionists will also consistently lose their civil liberties as well. Something that John Oliver literally mentioned when he talked about the Supreme Court protests. Okay? This is very, very important. What is this? In this sense, Oliver, while having to be sure line about its limitations, is still promoting the one bad man theory, a liberal cope that takes outrage and channels into vague hand-wringing about internal dynamics within Israel rather than a call to support BDS plus an arms embargo. Yeah. I do see that a little bit. I'll be honest. I wish he took it further is what I mean. It's still the best you're going to get from mainstream media at this point. Okay? What? Hey, asshole, they are fucking burying everything with more bombs, more artillery, more debris. What if the truth never comes out about the real numbers and the West still thinks it's a little 60K genocide? Why do you not admit that that's a real dark possibility? Why are you calling me an asshole? The fuck? There's also the possibility that the real numbers are reflected on, and then society broadly says, oh, well. You know? There's also that, too. Oh, no, it might be a rewind victim. Hold on. Hold on. This person might be rewinded in the chat and thinks that they're responding to a chatter that was being a dickhead. And not me. Probably responding to the chatter. Another rewind victim. Sorry, I meant to tag another chatter. Sorry, Haas. Anyway, Quinnipiac, latest numbers from Quinnipiac, once again, is supporting Israel in the United States national interest. On October 2023, Democrats had a 76% opinion that supporting Israel was in the U.S. national interest. In the month of September, it is down 40 points to 36%. Not low enough. We got to get those numbers even lower. For independents, it was at 74%. Now for independents, it's at 37%. Again, not low enough. We got to get those numbers even lower. For Republicans, of course, On October, it was at 84%, and now in September, it's at 75%. The real reason why I think this continues is because obviously they love Donald Trump. Donald Trump dick rides Israel into oblivion. That's a big part of the fact. That's a big consideration. But the other real reason is because of Islamophobia. Okay? I've seen this far too many times from anti-Semitic, anti-Israel, supposedly anti-Israel, anti-Semites themselves even, where they literally say, Jews control the media, Jews control America. I hate that. They're doing a national embarrassment to us. They're forcing our politicians' hands. But also, at least their enemies, as it stands, is Muslims, and we hate Muslims even more. I think Israel recognizes that as well, and that's precisely the reason why they heighten the Islamophobia and wield it as a weapon. Do you understand? Yes, there's another poll that came out. 40% of Americans think Israel is intentionally killing civilians. 16% only say unintentionally. That number has grown from 22% in December to 40% now. And 25% say Israel's taking enough precautions to avoid civilian casualties. This is a devastating number. And it showcases, once again, how much power the American mainstream media still has over the minds of so many goddamn people. Okay? Make no mistake. It is crazy. I mean, it's fantastic that clearly Americans are broadly opening up their eyes to the actions of Israel. Okay, that's good. Among age 18 and 29, provide more economic/military support to Israel is at 68% opposed. Don't worry, Larry Ellison is on the case. A couple more algorithm tweaks to TikTok, and it'll be 2007 again. Yeah. I don't think that these guys are aware of how much things have changed, especially for the youth. Because remember, if you're 18 and 29, your fucking first foray into understanding this dynamic, if you're 18 and 29, your first reaction to learning about Israel and its behavior has not been the multiple decades of unlimited propaganda coming from mainstream outlets that say Israel is the most moral generation. Okay? You're also far removed from the immediate Islamophobia of 9/11. So you weren't like old enough to download that into your fucking collective consciousness that like Muslims present this genuine fear. They present this genuine fear for Western society. There is still a good chunk of that, make no mistake. But I think for a lot of people, their first experience learning about Israel has been, oh my God, these guys are the most arrogant, entitled, genocidal monsters I have ever fucking seen in my life. So very difficult for those people to see Israel as anything but what it truly is. Do you understand? Who do you sympathize more with? 90% say Israel, 61% say Palestinians. Should Israel stop and continue military campaigns? 19% say continue. 69% for age 18 to 29 say stop. 66% say Israel is intentionally killing civilians. Okay? Anyway, yeah, I already covered this. Yes. From Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the second largest resistance faction, Secretary General of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad Movement, Mujahid leader Ziad al-Nakhallah says, what was announced at the press conference between Trump and Netanyahu is an American-Israeli agreement, an exception of Israel's entire position, and a recipe for continued aggression against the Palestinian people. Thus, Israel is trying to impose, what about October 7? What do you mean, what about October 7? In the immediate aftermath of October 7, there were a lot of people that were utterly horrified by all of the violence that they had seen. For a very brief moment, they also were like, oh my God, of course Israel's going to fucking kill all these people. But if you noticed, for the past 2 years, hi, I'm Samer from Gaza. Okay. Well, I don't know why you're fucking asking this stupid ass question then. For the past 2 years, Israel's done a million October 7s and worse. So obviously people went from October 7 was terrifying to, oh my God, what Israel has done is incalculable and far worse than anything that the October 7 ever could have done. And it goes beyond, for the record. That is just a way for people to start their intellectual journey. Do you understand? Like, for many people, it was, oh my God, Israel has to respond militarily. What the fuck? This is unbearable. These are barbaric monsters. To, oh my God, what Israel is doing is unimaginably worse. To, oh my God, this shit was going on. Israel was doing things exactly like this pre-October 7. Because this opens up a lot of people's eyes to the reality, right? And if their first reaction was pro-Israel on October 7, 2023, their reaction slowly changes because of Israel's unlimited violence and its genocide. And every single day, there are more people who turn around and say, oh my God, I was so wrong. This is completely unacceptable. This is completely unacceptable. In 2023, a supermajority of Americans, 69%, believed it was in our national interest to support Israel. Today, that number is 47 and falling fast. Yet Israel seems only intent on accelerating what half the country now agrees is an ongoing genocide. No, I didn't watch. Did Joe Rogan attend Epstein parties, man? What are you talking about? I didn't watch it. Like, here, this person is a perfect example of this. This person, until like only a couple months ago, was literally still like, you know, Hasan, I'm a fan of you, but I also see Ethan Klein's side on this. Like, only a couple months ago, I remember this username. Okay? That is the reason why I let bygones be bygones in many circumstances. Because, like, once you open your eyes to how one-sided this genocide is and how asymmetrical the disproportionate violence that Palestinians have been subjected to actually looks like throughout the inception of the Israeli nation state, and throughout 80 plus years of complete domination, okay, slowly but surely, people arrive at the position that I was at on October 6 and the same position that I was at on October 7 and October 8, 2023. The reason why people were so aggressive and trying to stamp out any sort of discontent that had this, that said, hold on now, there's a reason why October 7 happened. This is like, much more complex than you think it is. This is about apartheid. This is about Israel's death and destruction campaign that predated October 7. The reason why so many people were immediately fearful of that kind of statement and looked for ways in which they could justify why I was saying such a thing was because they just didn't know the history. Okay? They just did not know the history. Do you understand? They didn't know the history. That's it. Because if you did know the history, you would have that position at that moment too. And I spent a lot of time early on trying to explain said history to anyone who would listen. And slowly but surely, more and more people actually came to that recognition. Do you understand? That's why, as long as I hear from someone, like, I would say Bernie Sanders is like, hold on his liberal Zionist position is unique, partially because he's old and partially because of his own personal connection to Israel. Most people don't operate like that. They don't just like stop at that version of liberal Zionism. Most people move far beyond that and go towards anti-Zionism. It takes time. It takes a lot of learning. It takes a lot of reading. It takes a lot of critical thinking. But once you have recognized that like Israel is the international rights violating party there, unless you are literally brain broken by Islamophobia, it is an inevitability that you will become an anti-Zionist. Do you understand? And even Bernie, in the aftermath of the UN recognition, while still fucking laying the blame on Hamas, openly recognized that it was a genocide. He was forced to. Anyway, we got Arab Khan. Cenk Uygur at Arab Khan.
Is a bit of a celebrity at Arab Khan in Dearborn, Michigan. He is a host on the progressive and very popular online news network, The Young Turks, here to spread a message about America's elected leaders.
They're corrupt. They're bad people. They take money from foreign governments and serve foreign governments.
He's talking about politicians who take donations from pro-Israeli lobbies in a panel shooting down the idea that this specific criticism is anti-Semitic.
Are you against, but I don't want to speak for you, the politicians taking money from the Israeli lobby? Yes, okay. But are you also in favor of politicians not taking money from Big Pharma? Let the record know that was louder, actually. Okay.
Speaking to Congressman Ro Khanna, who summed up why he thinks so many Democratic leaders support Israel when the majority of their voters do not.
One is the money.
Bingo.
People here point to a recent poll that showed 60% of all Americans do not support sending military aid to Israel. That was 75% of all Democrats, 66% of independents. Yet when Congressman Ro Khanna asked his colleagues to join him in a letter calling for a Palestinian state, only 47 signed their name.
That should be every Democrat, but at least we've made some progress. We are making progress on saying no military sales to Netanyahu that are being used to kill civilians. That's Delia Ramirez's Stop the Bombs Act. That's up to 50, 60 members of Congress. But you're right that there are politicians.
Dude, Ro Khanna, I recall having a conversation with Ro Khanna, who at the time was like one of the most critical congresspersons on the Israel issue at the DNC, if you remember. And I straight up was like, bro, it's a genocide. And he's like, well, I wouldn't use that. I wouldn't use those terms. It's just like, it's interesting. I asked Ro Khanna at his town hall a month ago. He still wouldn't call it a genocide. That's crazy. I guess it's the Ro Khanna cycle, you know?
We're out of touch with their base, but it is changing. A new generation are bringing about a change.
I'm going to be honest. Every single day, I am more cognizant of the generational throw of the DNC for kicking me out of the DNC for calling into question a bunch of concerns that very clearly played a formative role in the Democratic Party losing the election. And I don't mean that because like I'm such an important figure or whatever. I mean just like it's once again emblematic of the way that they deal with this kind of stuff. Okay? Like it's not that I'm saying I'm an important fucking figure. I'm not, right? I'm irrelevant. But even an irrelevant figure such as myself getting that level of response from the Democrats shows that they were not invested whatsoever in addressing any of these problems. Did you go to the ArabCon thing? Dog, I'm literally here. I was live every single day while ArabCon was happening.
Change, he believes, will start here, at conventions like this one. Activists sending the message to their leaders, listen to us, or you might lose your job. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Dearborn, Michigan.
I had lib friends who hate you complain about that law and the strongest military speech Kamala Harris made. Oh, they complain about the strongest military, most lethal military. "73% of Democratic voters and 62% of independents say they oppose economic and military support to Israel." Oh my Lord. We got to get those numbers up. We got to get those numbers up. We got to get those numbers up. Anyway, we're obviously going to be talking about more about like the public approval rating. Israel's in the dirt, especially where the approval rating for Israel was versus where it's now. These are some of the many reasons as to why they're so actively trying to
out of the looming government
do fucking PR for Israel with this bullshit ass like Gaza peace plan or whatever. There's one additional thing that I want to talk, a couple additional things I want to talk about on the issue of Israel before we get to the government shutdown and obviously the shootings that took place, the domestic terror incidents that took place over the weekend. Where are we? And then we got the funny ICE thing, and also the Ta-Nehisi Ezra Klein conversation as well. Yes, I'm going to be covering Portland and everything else. Don't fucking worry. It's happening. Okay? Maybe a dumb question, but did America do 9/11 to itself to justify neocolonialism? It's not a dumb question. Did you already cover the peace deal? Yes. And by the way, if you are a subscriber to the HasanAbi Broadcast, which is still 35% off as long as you get 5 subs plus, you can actually rewind. The rewind functionality exists. So subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. If you subscribe, then you can utilize the rewind function. If you give subs, other people can also become subscribers and utilize the rewind function. Hopefully, there will be less people asking, wait, did you cover this or did you cover that? It doesn't work on mobile, yes. But if you're subscribed, you can use it on the desktop. Yeah. And then maybe with 950,000 more subs, maybe we can break Kai Cenat's 1 million subscriber record. Tamaya! Thank you for the 20 big ones. Caked up bot. All right. Speaking of Israel behavior, Cornell is canceling a distinguished professor's classes on Gaza because of complaints of a student who previously served in Israel's military surveillance agency, Unit 8200, and was literally recording the comments of other students in class and deliberately derailing discussion. Early last semester, Druby says students began approaching Chaffetz with complaints that a graduate student in a Gaza indigeneity resistance class appeared to be recording them, possibly to gather their names and comments and intimidate them. We believe that a student came to the course for the sole reason of surveilling and potentially harming students in that class, Druby said. That ended up proving itself to be true because multiple students came forward and shared their concerns with Professor Chaffetz. Chaffetz said one Palestinian student quit the class after telling him she felt upset and frightened. According to Chaffetz, The graduate student often steered conversations away from the assigned readings, which at that point mostly focused on the definitions of genocide and international law and on indigenous rights, to defend Israel's conduct in the war in Gaza and argue with others in the class. He clearly had not done the reading, Chaffetz said. It was disruptive. It's like the fucking pro-Israel gray names in my chat, but in real life. People who are pro-Israel are so psychotic that they just like behave as though they're anonymous gray names, but in real life, in a fucking classroom. Students taking a class on Palestine caught a literal spy from Israel's Unit 8200 snooping around and surveilling them, so naturally Cornell responded exactly how you'd expect. They canceled the class, accused the Jewish professor of anti-Semitism, and suspended him from teaching. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, the professor who was teaching the class on the genocide in Gaza was Jewish. According to Chaffetz, the graduate student often steered a conversation. Chaffetz said he met with the graduate student in late January and spoke to him about concerns from his classmate. During the conversation, he asked the graduate student to drop the course, and by the next class, he did. Chaffetz said. The graduate student, Oren Renard, a PhD candidate in computer science whose identity was confirmed by other students in the class, previously served in Israel's elite military surveillance agency, Unit 8200, according to his LinkedIn profile. This is a perfect distillation of the way that these institutes of higher learning behave. They will literally suspend the Jewish professor speaking truthfully about genocide at the behest of a fucking IDF intelligence guy who is there to openly disrupt the fucking classroom. At Cornell, the dean broke policy and ignored the disciplinary committee's findings that there wasn't enough evidence of discrimination and forwarded the complaint to the provost anyway. The provost then opened an investigation. Pretty notable that senior Cornell officials refused to comment for the story, and the student, aka former member of Israeli military intelligence, refused to allow the tapes he had made to be heard by reporters. Maybe because they aren't so damning after all. Cornell's president, who has precisely zero scholarly expertise in the area, has previously remarked that the course takes a radical, factually inaccurate, and biased view of the formation of the state of Israel and the ongoing conflict. What will it take for America to say, God damn, dude, we got to fucking rid ourselves of this level of like surveillance from a foreign fucking apparatus in our institutes of higher learning? Probably not. It's just never going to happen. Not only is this like fake anti-Semitism smear bullshit, and it ends up literally getting a fucking Jewish professor suspended, it also leans into all of the anti-Semitic conspiracies. It at least makes my job a lot fucking harder when people come in and be like, Hasan, you mean the Jews don't control the media and all of the fucking formative apparatus of intelligentsia? Look at this. And it's like I have to explain to them that, well, the professor is fucking Jewish. Clearly, this is not a monolithic concept. Whenever Israel does some fuck shit like this, or an Israeli citizen does some fuck shit like this, just close your eyes and imagine what the American government's response would be if they were Russian. What the American government's response would be if they were Chinese. What the American government's response would be if they were Iranian. We do untold amounts of pain and shit to people that aren't even doing this at the behest of a foreign intelligence apparatus, simply on the virtue of their citizenship. We already suspect people of doing this when they're not even doing this. But meanwhile, Israel literally does this. They do it all the fucking time, and not a single American in a position of power goes, this is fucked up. I mean, it's the same, like, yeah, this is exactly what I was going to point to. Like, these guys are, Benjamin Netanyahu literally stood in front of American Christian and American Jewish Republican influencers and straight up said, We are doing a propaganda push for Israel. It is awesome that we are actually making sure that TikTok is sold to a pro-Israel person. It was a real problem for us. It's the most important weapon. It's the most important weapon that we have at our disposal. Can you imagine Xi Jinping doing that with a bunch of like Chinese American nationals and then people like myself? You know what I mean? Just being like, it's so sick. We got TikTok. We're never selling it. We are going to literally win this war of people's conscience. Can you imagine on U.S. soil? We'd be fucking nuking the Three Gorges Dam the next day. What the fuck? In any case, this is a correct position on it. I'm not even going to watch this cringe-ass fucking video, but... Actually, you know what? Fucking, let's watch it. This is like some of the Israeli Hasbara that's come out in the aftermath of that meeting.
Imagine supporting people who start wars just to lose the wars so they can cry about it and then try it all again.
You must see anti-Semites are literally obsessed with Jews. Now walk with me. While you must see anti-Semites are stacking eviction notices, Jews are out here stacking up businesses.
Jews control all the industries. Maybe if you spent more time taking notes from successful people, you wouldn't have to spend your nights and weekends spreading hate from your anonymous account with...
Oh my God. This is like... Oh my God. Bro. Are they trying to make people more anti-Semitic? Is that what's going on? Oh my God. Jews are your landlords. You know, when you get evicted, remember, it's a Jew that evicted you, I say, as a Jewish person who is defending Israel in this conversation somehow. That is fucking insane. What is that? Why are you universalizing anti-Semitism this way? By talking to a nation that is like crippled economically and being like, yeah, one of the worst things in your life is that your landlords keep raising the price of rent. Now think of your landlord as a Jewish person. Doesn't matter if they're not. You should just start assuming that they're Jewish. Cool. This is a way to basically make people go, I didn't even care about Israel, but I hate Jews now. Like, what the fuck? Who is this for?
An anime profile picture.
Do you work as hard as Jews? Do you network like Jews? No, because you're too busy cheering on a group of musty terrorists who smell like dirty earring backs. And if we're gonna keep it real, you're really mad because your income is giving side hustle.
Period.
How you gonna hate from outside Shabbat? You can't even get in.
Wow. I want to know if there's one single guy that watched this and was like, oh my God, you're so right. I think Israel is doing a genocide, but it's awesome now. I certainly don't believe in the anti-Semitic conspiracies that Jews are a monolithic force that control both the media and now also all of the banking and finance and is my landlord. That's or rather, I agree with you. That is the case, and I like it. Like, this doesn't make any sense. Who would watch this and turn around and be like, well, you know, all of the anti-Semitic conspiracies that you guys advanced here are actually true, and I'm going to reconsider now. I think it's a good thing that it's happening. Didn't you debate her? Yes, this is the famous lady that I fucking, the lady that I yelled at famously, where I was like, that I said, do you not understand the English language? The lady that Speed unfollowed as well. Also, there's more news in terms of Israel's grand ambition to put the toothpaste back in the fucking tube. New, Israel's paying Trump's former campaign manager, Brad Parscale, $6 million to create websites and content designed to train AI models like ChatGPT with pro-Israel messaging. Israel wants to train ChatGPT to be more pro-Israel. Hell yeah, dude. As a part of the $6 million contract, Parscale will also work to integrate pro-Israel messaging into Salem Media Network channels, which includes shows like The Hugh Hewitt Show, The Charlie Kirk Show, and The Right View with Laura Trump. Fucking awesome. I'm glad that they have more money that they can waste on shit like this because we got their defense locked down. You know, we will always and forever defend them. We are attached to the fucking hip. Anyway, there is one last thing that I do want to talk about with respect to Israel. Obviously, it's the Ta-Nehisi Coates interview with Ezra Klein. That was a huge one.
There are two things that are true.
And this is going to be mind-melting and mind-bending. It's not just Israel, of course. They're obviously going to talk about their Charlie Kirk disagreement as well. This is that's at least like the main centerpiece of this conversation. It's basically liberalism meeting like the notion that like liberalism is simply a political project that will constantly fucking write off marginalized populations, meeting a singular person who is from a marginalized background, being a Black American, and going, hey, you can't write me off. What do you mean you want to write me off in an effort to win favor because you think that in the aftermath of writing me and others like me off, that we will still have a better future for people like myself? So let's take a look. This is, of course, Ezra Klein, who I used to say jokingly, friend of the show, Ezra Klein, with actual friend of the show, Ta-Nehisi Coates, duking it out.
True about what President Donald Trump said at Charlie Kirk's memorial service.
He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie.
One is that it's frightening to see the President of the United States talk this way about his political foes.
I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry.
The other, I think, is that it's an opportunity. I don't think that is a strong politics. And for me, one of the central questions animating the show this year, that has been animating it since the election, is how did we get here? How did we let these people get back into power? What went wrong in our approach to politics that we ended up here? This has been a conversation I've been engaged in since Charlie Kirk's murder. And I wanted to have it with somebody who has maybe not liked the way I've been approaching it. Ta-Nehisi Coates is a writer I admire, somebody I have a genuine friendship with. In the days after Kirk's murder, he published a piece in Vanity Fair, pretty harshly
fucking torched his ass, okay? It was excellent. It was an excellent piece. I personally loved it. I read it on the broadcast. I couldn't believe it. And it was well deserved. Okay. I'll keep it $150. It was well deserved because Ta-Nehisi is also like, in some ways, I would say like the former Ezra Klein, and he's the Ezra Klein of the Obama admin. Like the figure that Ezra Klein is. Actually, I feel like I'm disrespecting him by saying that. But like Ta-Nehisi Coates now is a different person than the former Ta-Nehisi Coates. Now, of course, when it comes to identifying white supremacy and black liberation and black liberatory struggle, like he was excellent. He's an excellent writer, but he has been in the past, I think, in the past, he had some ideological weaknesses that he himself recognizes, especially about Israel, which was a major awakening for him. And I think he still has some, liberal tendencies. But at the very least, is like his understanding of like the colonial violence that Israel was subjecting the Palestinians to when he saw it with his own two eyes, truly made him understandably reconsider how he had spoken about Israel prior to that moment, with no benefit to his social pedigree, no benefit to his social standing, but only repercussions, as a matter of fact. So I thought that it was great for him to right that wrong. In any case, let's take a look at this conversation.
Of what I had written, he compared what I was doing there to the whitewashing of the Southern cause after the Civil War. I think it would be the height of hypocrisy for me to say we need to reach across divides and disagreement and then not talk across my own. So I wanted to talk to Ta-Nehisi about the piece, about the aftermath of Kirk's murder, but also about a disagreement, or question at least, that I think is about more than Kirk. I think there's something very unsettled in the sort of broad coalition of the left around the work of politics, around who we talk to and when and how. When is that work moral? When is it necessary? When is it a betrayal? As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com. Ta-Nehisi Coates, welcome back to the show.
Thanks. I don't know what number time this is.
I think you're one of the. If you go back to the box space, I think you're one of the. You're on the leaderboard for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see you, man.
Good to be here, Ezra. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's jump into the disagreement. You wrote a column responding to my column on Charlie Kirk.
Which is so uncomfortable.
It's okay. What was your disagreement with what I wrote after Kirk was assassinated?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to thank you for having me. You know, I know that I've had to read things about myself that, criticize my work. It's never easy. And people often have a very, very different response than the one you had, which is to invite me here and to talk it out. So I appreciate that. I want to say that up front. I felt that when I initially read the column, and I guess we should be fully transparent here and say there was a discussion between us privately before there was a public thing.
Yeah, we text.
Yeah, we did. We do text regularly, and we did text about this. So I felt like, having not done the research that I eventually did for the column, there was something off about what I knew about this guy. And the presentation of him as, and I don't want to misquote you here, but as basically a paragon of politics and how
doing politics the right way, as
politics should be done. So I think I had the same reaction that most ordinary people would have, which is absolute horror at the idea that this guy was somewhere speaking and was killed. But I always think it's important to differentiate how people die versus how they live. And then after doing the research, I got to be honest with you, that's when it got really, really difficult. When I went past my initial impressions and started going through all of the clips of the things he said, the way he talked about people, the way he, described groups in ways that, honestly, even as I was writing it, I was uncomfortable saying. And so the idea that this guy should be in any way celebrated for how he conducted politics, the fact that he just slurred across the board, all sorts of groups of people, and then ran an organization wherein, which appeared to me just a haven of hatred. I would not want that to be a model for my politics. And I know, as we talked between us, that, you are not attempting to make a statement for the entirety of it. But I guess I feel like at a certain point, somebody's legacy, or somebody does something that is so large, that it's tough to think about their legacy and take that out of it. And that's how I felt about it.
So I think I want to get at the right level of disagreement here. So I think one thing for me is that, I don't know, for me, the immediate hours after somebody is murdered in public, when you see that sort of grief and horror pouring out of the people who loved him, and many people loved him, my instinct then is to just sit with them in their grief, right? To say, I can, for this moment, find some way to grieve with you, to see your friend the way, or in some version of the way you saw him, right? That's not my view of, the person's whole legacy, but going to people when they're grieving like that and saying, listen, I want to tell you really what I thought of your friend. Just feels like not what you do in a kind of a community. I can see people coming down on both sides of that.
I mean, my mind immediately rushes to Ghassan Kanafani, right? Would Ezra Klein reflect on his legacy and this is not a moral equivocation between a prominent critic of Israel who never famously took up arms, but was simply a writer and an organizer who was assassinated by the state of Israel. Like, I just don't think that someone like Ezra Klein would say that about him. I don't think he would say that about David Duke either. Yeah. Not to say that, like, that's even a better example, because, like, David Duke obviously is a far more overtly reactionary than Charlie Kirk, but I just don't think Ezra Klein would revel in the grief that other people are experiencing.
I actually think that actually is a great impulse, that after somebody's been killed, and not just killed, but because we live in the media environment that we live in, that it's seen and that it will live forever, and that person's family, you know what I mean?
That is being looped in front of all of us.
Jesus Christ.
Which I think has a lot to do with how this was taken.
No, it's terrible. It's terrible. And to have to go, like, to have young kids who have to grow up knowing that is a thing that exists in the world. You know what I mean?
And I'll go one step further on this. One thing I wrote about in that piece that I do worry about is I worry we are already in a cycle of political violence, of mimetic violence. I think about Pelosi, I think about Shapiro, I think about the near assassination on Trump. I think about when after that happened, I thought about me, I thought about you, I thought about all kinds of people I know, right? So I do think there's just something about when violence takes hold that like, that there's something about it that it begins to breach all lines.
Yeah. So
anyway,
I guess
that's part of my reaction too.
I think all of that is understandable, but I guess, was silence not an option?
Yeah, silence to me was not grieving with people. I felt it was important as someone who is liberal, as someone who has a voice, that there are moments.
I don't think you have to be silent in that moment. It's a profoundly important incident that took place. It's a political violence, a political assassination that took place of a prominent advisor to Donald Trump. You don't have to be silenced. I think the problem is that it was actually what Ezra Klein chose to omit from the piece that was the issue, and how he chose to present a truly whitewashed reputation laundering initiative of Charlie Kirk that was the issue. That was the real issue, because, hagiography, exactly. Because saying that he was practicing politics the right way basically means, like, the SJW dunk compilations that are purely cut for propaganda on college campuses are actually a profoundly important fixture of American politics, no matter how racist the positioning is. And that, to me, is ridiculous. That's not, like, that's crazy, man. What are we doing? That's all this is.
It's like that. Like, I really do feel, and it's funny because you said something like this in your piece, but it was a little bit more offhanded. That political violence like that is an attack on us all.
Right.
And that in that moment, it creates, for me, even if it's very temporary, that it's important in a moment like that to sort of, come together to try to see other people in their...
I think I might have SJW. Should I get diagnosed? No. The woke mind virus, let it take over your brain.
Grief, to try to cool things down just a little bit. I guess, given everything you read that Charlie Kirk said, and we probably don't have very different views on the value of the things he said, why do you think he was winning?
I mean, that's not really hard for me to understand. I mean, if I could just back up for a second, I want to say two things. I published a book 10 years ago, Between the World and Me. And one of the constant reactions to that was that it was overly pessimistic about this country. It was overly pessimistic about the future. Why are you so dark, Ta-Nehisi? Why can't you give us any sense of hope? And the reason I would always say is because any sort of sober examination of the history of this country says that those of us who believe in equality, those of us who believe in respecting the humanity of our neighbors and of, everyone, that we're up against some really, really powerful forces of history and powerful narratives. And the implication of that is, however good we felt in 2013, 14, 15, 2008, there will be backlash. People, those of us who were crying in 2008 watching Obama, give that speech, those of us who were so moved by watching him and Michelle and step outside the car and felt so much fear for him, and then when nothing happened, felt so great about that. Those of us who believed that seeing a Black family in the White House, mirroring what, some of us felt the best of us was the best that we had to offer, there are other people watching that too. You know what I mean? And I don't take any joy in saying this, but we sometimes soothe ourselves by pointing out that love, acceptance, warmth, that these are powerful forces. I believe they are. I also believe hate is a powerful force. I believe it's a powerful, powerful unifying force. And I think Charlie Kirk was a hate monger. You know, I really need to say this over and over again. I have a politic that rejects violence, that rejects political violence. I take no joy in the killing of anyone, no matter what they said. But if you ask me what the truth of his life was, you know, the truth of his public life, I would have to tell you it's hate. I would tell you, I'd have to tell you it is the usage of hate and the harnessing of hate towards political ends.
Then let me flip that question actually a bit. Why are we losing?
We're losing because there are always moments when we lose.
See, that feels very fatalistic to me.
It doesn't feel fatalistic to me. It feels like the truth. I mean, and let me express what I mean. I'm Ta-Nehisi Coates. I'm the writer. I'm the individual, right? But I am part of something larger, and I've always felt myself as part of something larger.
I think the notion that in order for Democrats to win, they have to expand the tent is true on its face. The problem is, for Ezra Klein and for numerous other power players within the Democratic Party, the expansion of the tent only goes in the rightward direction. They do not want to expand the tent, even from the rightward direction, with considerations of the economic harm that all Americans are experiencing. Okay? Because I have no issue with making Republicans, former Republicans, racist Republicans, vote for the Democratic Party. As a matter of fact, I want them to vote for whatever the left position party is in this country. That is how you win. The problem is you don't get them to vote for the left flank of the party by becoming more racist. You get them to vote for the left flank party by offering them things that they want. And for a lot of Americans, for a lot of Democrats, especially for a lot of liberals, they think, no, we can't do that. We just must not do that. We must not ever consider that. That is crazy to me. Of course we want fucking racists and transphobes to no longer be racist or transphobic. But if in the absence of that, we want them to still not vote for the racist and transphobic party. And the way to do that is not by becoming the lighter version of the racist and transphobic party. The way to do that is by offering them shit that they want. The example I used earlier today in the Al Jazeera documentary that's being shot is one I'm going to use once again. Zohran Kwame Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani is a 34-year-old brown African Muslim socialist who has dedicated a good chunk of his activism early on to anti-Zionism. Okay? New York has a significant population of Jewish voters. And yet, the majority of Jews in New York voted for Zohran Kwame Mamdani. Now, does this mean that New York Jews are anti-Zionist in nature? Well, I would like to think so, but seemingly that's not the case, as evidenced by the new polls that came out recently. New polls that came out recently that showed that when polled, New York Jews, 70% of New York Jews had sympathies that were either strongly with Israel or somewhat with Israel, as opposed to strongly with Palestinians or somewhat with Palestinians. 70% of New York Jews strongly still or somewhat still sympathize with Israel over the Palestinians. Okay? Now hold on. Before you say, yikes, oh my God, that's crazy. That was my first reaction as well. That shocked me a little bit. Okay? But the reason why I'm bringing that up is because that means that there were New York Jews who still either strongly or somewhat sympathize with Israel after 22, 23 months of fucking genocide, still looked at the brown Muslim anti-Zionist and said, I'm voting for that guy. What does this mean? That means two things. Number one, Israel obviously is not the number one priority for New York Jews that have sympathies with Israel. That's clear. And this is something that we knew already. I talked about this before about, Jews in the United States of America are not Israeli. If they were, they would live in Israel. There's plenty of fucking benefits to living in Israel as a Jewish person, but they still choose to live in America because they're Americans, okay, first and foremost. That's number one, okay? It's not the highest priority. But number two, and this is even more important, even New York Jews that care about Israel looked at a guy like Zoran and said, you know what I care about more? Fast and free buses and a fucking rent freeze. That's the point. That's why you gotta fucking focus on the issues. That's why you have to push for issues. That's why you have to say, I am going to be a fucking fighter for the shit that you care about. I'm going to improve your goddamn material circumstances. That's it. If you look at the numbers, 74% of New York Jews say they strongly or somewhat sympathize with Israelis over Palestinians, and yet Zoran won the majority of Jews in the New York Democratic primary. This means that there were New York Jews who are like, I strongly or somewhat sympathize with the Israelis. This motherfucker hates Israelis. This motherfucker hates Israel. I'm still voting for his ass. Why? Because they were like, I want fast and free buses. I want a rent freeze. I want the shit that he's pushing for. Okay? People make these calculations every fucking day. You have to present them with something that they want, and you have to communicate that you are going to be a fighter for those issues. This is what Democrats never do. They are the good things are not possible party. And that's a horrible party to be. That's a horrible position to be in. Because on the other side, you got we're going to fuck shit up party. You got the you're angry and you're right to be angry party. You got you're angry and you're right to be angry, which is why you should be angry at the Mexicans party. And in the absence of any sort of counter narrative against that, when you cannot be well defined on issues that will greatly improve the living standards of every single fucking American, they can just present you as a silly bitch party that only cares about giving bottom surgeries to Guatemalan transgender prisoners. That's it. That's how you fucking lost. That's why you lost the goddamn election. And it's so frustrating to see people like Ezra Klein, who do have a lot of fucking motion in the Democratic Party, still present this alternative that, like, we just simply didn't go right enough. We didn't go right enough to win these voters. You cannot win culture war issues against the Republican Party on the boundaries that they've created. They made the fucking playing game so they can win. They can always go further right. You can't outflank the Republicans on racism. And the question also remains, should you outflank the Republicans on racism? I say no. It blows my mind that there are still so many well-educated liberals who keep pushing this fucking argument. Like, we got to expand the tent to the racists. It's like, yeah, we do, but just not in the way that you think. Of course we have to get votes from racists. I agree. A lot of Americans are racist. Of course we got to get votes from transphobes. I agree. A lot of Americans are transphobic. You just don't do that by being transphobic, because no transphobic person is going to vote for you. They're going to go for the real transphobia party. They're going to go for the real racism party. You get them on your side by offering them things that they need. This is how democracy fucking works. And little by little, you convince them that this transphobia shit's also irrelevant to your life, okay? You underestimate how many just want racism and transphobia? I'm not doing that at all. Of course, there are a bunch of fucking delusional, hateful losers out there who are like, no, I want fucking transphobia more than anything else. Who gives a shit? The number of people who are primarily invested in that, in the absence of any sort of Democrat messaging that they can align with, seems consequential. But if there was a left flank party that was simply saying, dude, Medicare for all, that's what I'm about. I'm going to give that to you. I'm going to give that to you no matter what. a lot less people would find themselves being singularly focused on transphobia because they would recognize that that shit doesn't actually move the needle. That shit doesn't actually improve their lives at all. Ironically enough, this is a limitation with Ta-Nehisi's assessment as well, because he too is also a liberal, but I don't know where he is on this issue nowadays. Okay? Alice Goldman says, so much ground on basic human rights has been lost in the past 10 years thanks to the Democratic Party consistently trying and failing to woo Republican voters. Notice he didn't put anything in the table that might materially harm him in any ways, a losing strategy. Also, as far as like tacking to the right from his position, there is a gimme right there. It's called saying fuck Israel. And I've never heard Ezra Klein say Democrats need to be on the fucking mountaintops screaming about how Israel sucks dick, okay? Because that's the broadest coalition that you can win over, for the record. And I hope Ta-Nehisi actually brings that up to him, because honestly, that's a fast pass right there. That's easy street, baby. You come out and you're like, we're the fuck Israel party. We are going to decouple American foreign policy from Israel. Enough is enough. Whoo, god damn. Think about how much you would win in that process. Why does Ezra never talk about that? I don't know. He alludes to it every now and then, but it's a very limited approach. Now, what's interesting once again is that abortion doesn't impact him. And yet he has no issues presenting pro-life Democrats as an alternative in red states to win elections. But what's really interesting about that is those exact same states that he presents as like pro-life Democrats potentially winning a broader coalition of right-wing voters are states where they literally fucking voted on ballot measures to protect abortion enshrined in the state constitution. So he's just wrong on every aspect. It blows my fucking mind. Pro-life is perhaps the worst position that he could align himself on, to say we need to expand the umbrella by bringing back pro-life Democrats. Pro-life is not a winning position. It's a losing position. At least he could have done like the classic, everybody hates trans people. We need anti-trans Democrats or some shit, which I still think is fucked up. Which I still think it's unacceptable and fucked up. Because you're not going to win any favors with anybody by doing that, as I've assured you, as I've explained to you already. Because there's always more anti-trans messaging that will come from the other side. This is at the heart of the problem. This is the problem at the core of the Democratic Party, okay? This is why they lose elections. When you cave to your opposition's framing on culture war narratives, you just legitimize their argument.
I have a tradition. I have ancestry. I have heritage. What that means is that I do whatever I do within the time that I have in my life, whatever time I'm gifted with. And much of what I do is built on what other people did before then. And then after that, I leave the struggle where I leave it. And then hopefully it's in a bad place. Oftentimes it's not. That's the history, in fact. And then my progeny pick it up and they keep it going. I am descended from people who in their lifetime fought with all their might for the destruction of chattel slavery in this country. And they never saw it. They never saw it. In my personal belief system, they died in, defeat, in darkness, And so I guess the privilege that I draw out of this, the honor that I draw out of this, is not that things will necessarily be better in my lifetime, but that I will make the contribution that I am supposed to make. The fact of the matter is, as horrifying as, that the killing of Charlie Kirk was, and as horrifying as the feeling is, this moment that we are in, an era of political violence, and I don't want to sound flip here.
Not to be mean, but Ezra's problem is whiteness. Oh, dude. I mean, not to get all like 2016 BuzzFeed with it, but like, yes. No, 100%. Because like, I have noticed that like the broad majority of like the liberal commentariat that had Ezra style reflections on Charlie Kirk's background and Charlie Kirk's political output do unironically come from that same that same inability to address like the dehumanization that came along with Charlie Kirk's narratives. I mean, it's true. It's true. Now, this doesn't mean that there aren't white people who also had the same opinion of Charlie Kirk as Ta-Nehisi does. Of course, there are, myself included. But like, it is clear that I think it's a inherently reactionary tendency to refuse. It's an inherently reactionary tendency to like refuse to think about the impact that this has on groups of marginalized communities that you are so easily discarding. Okay? That's what this is.
Political violence is the norm for Black experience in this country. It just is. I don't even mean like the Malcolm X, Martin Luther King variety of it, right? Which is the norm too. You would be hard-pressed to have a conversation with a Black person in this country that is a descendant of slavery and not have them be able to reach maybe right here or to tell you themselves, look, my uncle, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, they lived in a small town in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Alabama. They got into some sort of dispute with a white man, and either they were lynched or we had to run. Political violence runs through us. It is our heritage. Is that good? No. Do we valorize it? Absolutely not. Do we minimize it? Absolutely not. But a life free of it is not a thing that's really in reach in my time.
Sometimes I think that having a historical scope that wide can make the present too deterministic. So to me, I look at the last, 8, 12 years. Mm-hmm. And what I see having happened is we, the coalition I am in, the things I believe in, lost ground. And people determinedly worked to make that so. Charlie Kirk worked to make that so successfully, right? I think that when he began going to college campuses and putting out a sign at a table, what he was eventually going to build was not obvious, right? I think he worked. I think he was a successful political actor. And I think that from when in 2016, we lost to Donald Trump the first time, very narrowly, won the popular vote, right? And then in 2020, we almost lost to him and began seeing we were losing a bunch of voters we thought we were fighting for, right? Losing more working class voters, losing non-white voters, right? Something was changing, but we won, so okay. And then in 2024, we really got our asses handed to us. And we let a much more dangerous form of politics fully erupt. And I think that reflects strategic decisions they made. I think it reflects decisions we made. So I think for me, it's not enough to say, we lost, their backlashes, sometimes you lose. I think it requires like a very fundamental rethinking, like a disciplined, strategic rethinking of what have we been doing? Why are people preferring this to us? And I do think that is like, it opens up into something more that I think that.
Yes, I agree. I agree. Nothing he said is wrong. What's wrong is his solution. Yeah, of course, in the aftermath of a fucking major political defeat against a party that has historically, in the last 3 decades, never won a fucking a popular election victory, with one exception. Of course, it's important to reflect on it. You're not really saying much when you say that, though. You're saying that there must be an autopsy conducted. Yeah, no shit. The issue that I have with Ezra Klein is not that he wants to conduct an autopsy on how the Democrats lost. The issue that I have with Ezra Klein is that his autopsy is wrong.
There is a practice of politics here that in a narrow sense I was talking about Kirk, but in a broad sense reflects to something that I thought was going to be an argument stretching across the show for like a year, right? I think more of it came out in this than I had intended probably. But I think in many ways we've stopped doing politics. We've written a lot of people off. And in writing them off, we are losing and we are unable to protect ourselves, unable to protect them, just unable to make good change in the world.
Can you say more about that, writing them off, please?
Yeah. Why don't we start it here if we want to talk about writing them off? I've been obsessing recently for a piece I've been writing about the Hillary Clinton deplorables comment, and I want to play it.
To just be grossly generalistic, you could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables. Right?
She was right. She was fucking right. She was goddamn right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm joking. You shouldn't. Sometimes, even if you're right, you shouldn't say those things. Also, especially if you're someone as patently unlikable as Hillary Clinton, you should never say those things.
They're racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it. And unfortunately, there are people like that. And he has lifted them up. He has given voice to their websites that used to only have 11,000 people, now have 11 million. He tweets and retweets. They're offensive, hateful, mean-spirited rhetoric. Now, some of those folks, they are irredeemable, but thankfully they are not American.
What do you think when you hear that?
She probably shouldn't have said it.
Do you think it's true?
I mean, it's probably not how I would say it, but, you know, I mean, there are things that I would say, you know. I probably would say what I said earlier, you know, in the interview about the force of, and I mean, as I've been saying this probably since as long as we've been talking.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm not, I just want to be clear about something. I shouldn't be running for president of the United States. You know what I mean? And my expectations for the rhetoric of writers, intellectuals, journalists, et cetera, is very, very different than what the expectation should be for people who you know, expect to hold office.
Yeah, so I agree with, right? I think that there are different jobs in all this. But when I say we began writing people off, I think that's something that happened. And I think something I saw in this debate, but kind of like underneath it, was that the work of politics, of bridging over a lot of profound, fundamental, moral disagreements, I think became somewhat demeaned, diminished. It began to seem like, in many cases, a betrayal to people. The tent shrunk. The people I feel more comfortable with wielding power shrunk. And I think what Clinton was saying there came from somewhere. It came from, you know, the sort of culture that had emerged. It got worse over time. And then I think it really contributed to us losing. And meanwhile, this is why when I say, like in that initial piece, there was something that I respected in what Kirk was doing, like going in, having debates, using them opportunistically. A lot of people throwing back at me that, oh, he wasn't debating to find truth. Of course he wasn't debating to find the truth. He was doing politics. He was trying to persuade people. And I've watched on our side, not opportunistic engagement, but a lot of, I would say, counterproductive disengagement.
The other side of the story about like writing people off that I find to be so silly, because this is like intra-liberal conversations taking place. But like, there is also a level of punishment that liberals issue their own popular politicians that like Republicans simply don't. When a Republican says black people are violent, you're fucking writing off all black people, okay? There is no expectation from a Republican politician to actually go back on that. As a matter of fact, many people go, no, hell yeah, say more of it, King. Like, that's literally a writing off of a significant chunk of the fucking population. That's 13%. Like, at least with Hillary Clinton, when she's saying that thing that Ta-Nehisi says she shouldn't have said as someone running for office, she's writing people off of ideals that they represent and not like some other inalienable trait or characteristic. Racism is not like an unchanging quality.
But would you like to see one of us put up a sign outside of, say, some white evangelical church in Alabama, debate me on abortion, and then use that content to say such and such smashes, you know what I mean, church parishioner here, such and such owns church parishioner?
I would like to see.
Would you like
I would like to see people on
our
our side. Yeah, go to evangelical churches, go to places that feel unfriendly, have conversations, and look. I put things up on YouTube. They're fairly successful, not the best of the business. And I don't use, you know, capital letters destroys in them. I think you can do it more aligned to hopefully our value structure, our political approach, our political aesthetic, at least the one that I believe in. I shouldn't overuse the term our here. But we weren't doing that either.
Bro, he wants destiny. That's what he wants. That's what he wants.
No, we weren't. I know, for instance, I have. Like, I know for instance, I don't know if it's on YouTube anymore, but I received an invitation, for instance, I think about when I went up to West Point and I had to go there and talk about Between the World and Me. I had to challenge them very, very directly about what it meant to have, at that time, Confederate memorials up there and to, you know, talk about, you know, a Confederate, I can't remember, you know, what the motto is exactly, but basically it's an argument against lying and what it meant, you know, to have that there and have those grand historical lies. I mean, we had a really, really great interaction. I don't know that, you know, I know everybody didn't agree with me. It would never occur to me, and I think it actually insults the dialogue to take that and say, Ta-Nehisi owns West Point cadets.
You really not recognize the kind of culture I'm talking about here? Like, really?
I'm sorry, say more. No,
that's also not the same, because like the comparison that Ezra Klein presents once again is a conflation of ideals, ideology, and characteristics that are unchanging. Okay? Blackness and the concept of being black is not a quality that you can wash off, is not a quality that you can change about yourself, whereas being an evangelical who believes that abortion is murder is a quality that you can reason with or potentially change the minds of people on. This is a fundamental asymmetry that exists in this left-right dynamic that I fucking despise. Do you understand? Like, Charlie Kirk wasn't bad because he was just saying that, like, his economic worldview was about, like, I don't know, deregulation and more deregulation and more tax breaks for the wealthy. That wasn't the bad aspect of his doing politics the right way. The bad aspect of it was he would just consistently churn out propaganda that dehumanized marginalized populations, dehumanized people who were just like basically not white and not Christian men. Okay, that's what it is. And this was conducted on prosecuting inalienable characteristics of people and demanding that the government actually do violence to these people on that same virtue, or justify the violence that exists. It's very different than just like dunking on an evangelical over their understanding of abortion.
I mean, what do you mean? I think there really was a move towards the sort of approach Clinton is offering here. I think we began to pull back. I really do.
But maybe it would help if you define the
I will define the we,
like,
right? Because I actually think this is a very hard thing about talking about political parties, because they're diffuse, right? It's a lot of people doing a lot of things all at once. But I think of the huge backlash to Bernie Sanders for going on Joe Rogan's show, because Rogan was transphobic, right? Such a big backlash that when I defended him, I became myself a Twitter trending topic. Right. To Elizabeth Warren for going on Bill Maher's show. Bill Maher's Islamophobic. Right. There were protests at Netflix when they brought on Dave Chappelle. Right. I think there was a politics of content moderation that took hold that was more about enforcing boundaries of what, were and were not ideas we should be engaged with, than about engaging them, again, even if opportunistically. And when I go back to something I was saying to you a minute ago, I am in a process right now thinking we failed, right? We lost. The loss is having terrible consequences. What do we need to rethink? How do we become competitive again in places where we're not? And I think there is something in here. Do people feel like even if they...
We are competitive. Once again, his examples that he presented are not even ones that I disagree with. You should go on any and every platform as long as you can be consistent and clear with your vision. I don't disagree with this. And I think the content moderation aspect of this is silly. It's fruitless. It's annoying. It pisses even your own allies off. The problem, of course, is that I was never the guy who was like, how dare Bernie talk to Joe Rogan? I was the guy yelling at the fucking liberals for doing that. I've never been the guy who's like, well, the Bernie bros. I was the Bernie bro. So it's not even something that I disagree with Ezra Klein on, but I do disagree with the way that he presented Charlie Kirk, and I do disagree with the way that he's presenting the concept of spirited debate even in this moment, even if it is to create a successful vehicle of propaganda.
Disagree with us on some things, that they have a place with us. And my experience going around the country talking to people, I've been on a lot of, right of center podcasts lately, is that, rightly or wrongly, like what they took and something that really empowered Trump in the last election was a sense that they didn't. And like we were against them. And if so, they were going to be against us. And I think that's in the end doing politics badly.
So I think two things. I think about how much you argued that like Biden shouldn't run again. What if he doesn't earlier and you have a Democrat who wins the presidency? Like the other big explainers that I can see for it, you know what I mean? That don't feel so diffuse. You know, the other thing is, and I know you don't want to talk historically, but, you know, when you say fatalism, like I take that to mean that what's the point of fighting? But I think that misapprehends the philosophy here. It's not that you know what's going to happen. It's not that you know Donald Trump is going, it's that you don't underestimate what you are up against. You know, it's actually kind of the opposite. I mean, man, you yourself wrote these articles about how high the level of racial resentment was. That this country, or some segment of it, was so, as the term was used at the time, racially resentful. I call it racist, but that it flooded down to Barack Obama's dog, Bo. Mm-hmm. That's not a small amount of power. Like, that's not a small force. And so, you know, just really quickly getting back to Charlie Kirk, like, I would watch those clips of him saying those things, man, and I would see how people would cheer and get charged by it. People get activated by hate. It's a very, very, very strong force. And so I don't think it requires you to feel that you will eventually lose. On the contrary, I think it requires you to feel that even if you do lose, you have this kind of steadfastness, you know what I mean, to keep going.
In today's super competitive business environment, the edge goes to those who push hard.
This is a great point. And I think I really saw it, in some ways more in Trump's first term, but I see it now too. Which is the worse, from your perspective, my perspective, the other side gets, the more people want their reaction to sort of be, and their strategy to be emotionally consonant with how they're feeling about it. Mm. Because these people are so bad, there can be no quarter, right? I had somebody we both know, I'll say an eminent academic of one form or another, email me after these pieces and just say to me, like, we are not on the same side anymore. Right, the what I was doing was too far. Right, like we are just not on the same side. If I could say these things, I have a feeling right now that we are closer to genuine national rupture. Certainly, been in my lifetime. Right, the idea that this experiment that America could topple into something else, into something much worse, into some kind of new extended regime, feels very real to me. Right. I remember when I was on the Why We're Polarized book tour.
I interviewed you for it.
You did, yeah. The end of that book is this recitation of what happened in the 1960s, the political assassinations, the violence in the streets, like what the state was doing, what was happening. But on the book tour, what I would say is my nightmare scenario is that level of violence and fracture with these kinds of parties, where politics is not for all of its flaws, a calming force, because like the views are diffuse across the two parties, but an accelerant. And I think we're much more now in the world I was fearing. Okay, so I think it should make you think, okay, what is some kind of de-escalation before you get to rupture look like? But the other is that there are a lot of people who live in places we used to win not that long ago. So I've been thinking about Obamacare. When Obamacare passes, there are Democratic senators in Arkansas, in Louisiana, in West Virginia, in Missouri, in Indiana, in North Carolina, in South Dakota, in North Dakota. And I've been thinking that I think for a lot of us, to twist the line about capitalism, it has become easier to imagine the end of the country than winning a Senate seat in Missouri.
I can't believe he just bastardized the Mark Fisher quote. That's crazy. Bastardizing the Mark Fisher quote to talk about the inability of Democrats winning fucking red states is crazy. Okay, let's just continue.
Or Arkansas. And I think that's a problem.
Yeah. So I think a couple things about that. First of all, I just want to bring in the
okay, everybody. One thing that you fundamentally misunderstand about Ezra Klein liberalism, is that in many ways he's actually not dissimilar to the way that Destiny presents itself, even though Destiny is a fucking mercenary. He doesn't really give a shit about anything. But for Ezra Klein, the epitome is letting the Democratic Party win. When he says, oh, we have to let the Democratic Party win, we have to do anything in our power to let the Democratic Party win. What he's trying to say is, because when the Democratic Party wins, and I'm sure he'll explain it in a second to Donuts and Codes, it's still better than when the Republicans win. Okay? That's what his argument is. So everything that actually plays a role in undermining the chances of the Democrats winning is actually wrong and bad. If the Democrats are going further and further to the right, at least they're not going to be as bad as the Republicans are. That's a problem. That is an issue. That is at the heart of my disagreement with someone like Ezra Klein, is that while marginal harm reduction narratives are theoretically true, This presents itself as a trap in the Overton window, shifting further and further to the right as the Democrats capitulate the right-wing framing on all these issues. So that's number one. And number two, you usually end up losing anyway because it's not a good fucking way to present yourself. And we just lost this last election on those boundaries.
Historical perspective, not that long ago, I can remember when Obama won. And I believe you would remember this too. And there were all of these pieces about the end of conservatism and the end of the Republican Party. You don't know how it's going to go. Nobody really, it doesn't mean you shouldn't think about how it's going to go. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but no one really, I mean, again,
And in 2005, there were all these pieces about the end of the Democratic Party.
Yes, it was.
Right? Democrats had lost touch with the heartland.
Yeah.
Like they were never going to get it back.
That's right. And so I think it's always like important to keep that in the background. Look, I have, just in terms of bridging gaps and everything, I have a basic level of respect that I accord to everybody. You know what I mean? I want to say what I have to say. I don't want to shrink back from it. You know what I mean? But I do think on a basic level, there's a respect that has to be had for people that I disagree with, right? At the same time, I recognize that part of my audience, and I would say an important part of my audience, is people who have never enjoyed that respect. You know what I mean? People who, in fact, are subjects of the kind of hate that Charlie Kirk was harvesting. And I can't ever, A, contribute to making them feel like they've been abandoned. And B, I can't ever stand by and watch somebody do that. And in the name of unity or whatever, act like that's not happening. Because there are real consequences. And so it's like, when I read his words towards trans people, Jesus. When I read, you know what I mean, the language towards Haitians specifically, which was very, very, Haitians will become your masters if you don't elect Trump. I mean, this is very, very familiar to me. You know, it's this idea of Haitians coming into the country or immigrants raping your daughters. I mean, this was really, really, really dark stuff. It's at the core of this country. And so I feel like for Haitian immigrants that are in, Ohio, who are living under the weight of this, for trans kids who, you know what I mean, are dealing with, being, I don't even want to use the term bully, beaten up, attacked, threatened. You know what I mean? It's very, very important to me, given the post I have, to say I see you, but also this dude was wrong. And I'm all for unifying, I'm all for bridging gaps, but not at the expense of my neighbor's humanity. I just can't.
I think the thing we go to there, right? Not at the expense of my neighbor's humanity.
It's like, well, I can. Well, let me tell you how I can. Oh, don't worry, I can. Hold on. I'll explain.
Because I've gotten a lot of that in email, right? Like, how am I supposed to talk to these people? How am I supposed to deal with these people who are denying my humanity?
I'm not against talking to them about it. I'll talk to you very clearly.
Yeah, sure.
I have no problem with that.
I guess the place where, I'm not even 100% sure if we disagree, if you just like sort of see a role differently, right? I think that in losing as badly as we have imperiled trans people terribly.
Yes.
Politics is for power.
Joe Biden did that.
Politics is for power.
He's doing it. He's doing exactly what I said he was going to do. He's going to tell you that, and by the way, this is a wrong statement that he's going to deliver, but don't you think things would be better for trans people right now if Kamala Harris, after making concessions about transphobia and leaning into anti-trans narratives, if she had won, don't you think things would be better for trans people as opposed to right now? The reason why this is wrong is twofold. Number one, at that point, all you've done is, once again, concede to the right-wing framing on trans people presenting some outsized harm to the American population. It's not only incorrect, but it's a harmful narrative, and you've leaned into it. And in that process of leaning into it, you have normalized it. You have legitimized the claims of your opponent. Number two, your opponent, in the aftermath of that recognition, will just turn around and say, see, these fucking pro-trans losers even recognize I'm right. Vote for me. I will deal with the trans people with the integrity necessary. Okay? So not only do you look hypocritical, but you end up fucking losing for that reason. Because you can never defeat the Republicans on hate mongering. You just can't. Okay? The second part of the story that is also objectionable, which I have not even waited for his statement, by the way, and I'm already fucking arguing against what I know he's going to say with my heart of fucking hearts because I've heard it so many goddamn times from other liberals, is that Joe Biden was president when Republicans were aggressively hitting the anti-trans narratives and also successfully implementing anti-trans legislation at the state legislature level already, building the fucking framework for what came next. And in the absence of fighting back against that, the administration also allowed this to happen in some very meaningful ways. Anyway, let's hear what Ezra has to say, though.
And so I think that the question I am just genuinely struggling with isn't how to have like a great kumbaya moment. But I think it is taking seriously that something we're doing is not working. I mean, I had Sarah McBride, who's the first trans member of Congress on the show. And, you know, we were talking about every single survey you can offer on like trans rights has gone in the wrong direction the past couple of years, right? We've just begun to lose that argument terribly. And that has put people in real danger. So I take your point when you say, look, I want people to feel seen in my writing. And I want people to feel seen in my writing and my podcasting. But I think the place I'm trying to push towards is I think that there is a diminishment of the political coalition building that we now need to do because we have come to the view that a pretty wide variety of people are in some ways kind of deplorables. I think it's weakened a bit in the last couple of years.
I would never use that language. Jesus Christ.
But
like that's not, so when you ask me about that Hillary Clinton, that's what, like, I would never say it like that.
That's great. I think it's good that you wouldn't say it like that, but I'm not saying
I don't even think that, by the way. Like, right. I don't even focus on people. Look, I am at war with certain ideologies and ideas. And I want them expunged. I want to turn them into phrenology. That's what I want. But I don't want the people. You know what I mean?
Not a timely reference. Because if there's one ideology that was destroyed thoroughly, dismantled intellectually, that is making a major comeback, it is probably phrenology. So, oops. Oops, phrenology is back.
Out. Like when you start talking about who people are and their bones, like that.
So in a way, I'm not sure. I mean, in a way, I think we're saying something not too dissimilar here. I guess the place where I felt a lot of pushback, and maybe this was not your pushback, right?
Except for cop phrenology, that's a real study. That's a real scientific study, as you guys know.
Was, the first piece I can just sort of, like, I accept that there's a disagreement on like what to do in the 24 hours after a death. Like, you feel like I was whitewashing the guy, and I felt like I was sort of... Yeah, I know you do. I know you do.
It's very upsetting.
I know you do. The second piece I did, which I think you saw, was more about this question of what are we going to do living here in sort of two types of disagreement, right? One with a right that where Charlie Kirk has become sort of the center of it, right? He's not unusual for the Maga coalition. He's a sort of uniting force within it and the kind of things he believed in the way he did his politics. And then two, what are we going to do? Like, how are we going to be here with people who are like halfway there, right? What does it mean to be in this political community together? What do you think about that question?
About how to live together?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I think it's a truth. You know what I mean? I think it's it's a foregone, like we are. I really, really believe that, There's no real choice about this. I'm not renouncing my American citizenship. They're not renouncing their American citizenship. So this then, as far as I'm concerned, is a contest of ideas and narratives. Again, all I can go to is my role as a writer. And my role as a writer is to state things as clearly as I possibly can, to make them in such a way that they haunt, to state truths, and to reinforce probably the animating notion of my politics. And that is that all humanity is equal and is worthy of that, And I actually think all of the sort of political and policy positions are, that I probably find myself in sympathy with, are attempting to affect that, in the real world. And so, and again, I'm putting aside your piece, but I'm just thinking about the moment we're in. When I hear or see people who are honored and commemorated in such a way so that they almost become a national religious figure, and then I see their content, and I see that their content is actively destructive to humanity, I have to draw a line there. Like, I think, like, for me, like, the bigger question is where are the lines? You know what I mean? And I think there's no problem with saying, listen, you can't hurl epithets at people. You're out if you do that. I'm sorry. Look, you want to have a debate about whether we should have affirmative action, in colleges? I'm here for it. You want to have a debate?
What does it mean to be on the other side of the line?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
What is it? So once somebody's on the other side of the line,
right?
What does that mean for you?
For instance, once you think it's okay.
No.
Yeah, I'm trying to make this concrete.
Yeah, no, I am too.
Yes.
Once, for whatever the definition of the line is.
Right.
What does it mean for you for somebody to be on the other side of it? Right? Not somebody who just died.
Right.
But somebody still living.
Right. If you think it is okay to dehumanize people, then conversation between you and I is probably not possible.
And so what do you do with the fact that so many people think that is okay?
I think what you try to do is, again, this is the difference, right? Like, I don't necessarily have the crystal ball to say that in this time, I'm going to be able to convince a majority of people that, for instance, let's just take the thing that's hot right now. Trans folks are human beings and deserve humanity. Although I think most people know that you shouldn't say what he said. Like, that shit is rude. It's just rude to talk to people like that. And I think most people know that. So it's something.
I can't believe I'm actually finding myself in between both of these thinkers in this issue. I believe that if society, let's say tomorrow society is a Nazi society, okay? And we are functioning within a Nazi society, and that might be actually a lot closer than you think. In that situation, there is value to addressing the dehumanizing rhetoric. Okay? There's value to doing other things as well, but it's certain there's a value to, at least when you are trying to win favor with those in the margins, that makes sense. This is why I didn't have an issue talking to Charlie Kirk, despite his dehumanizing rhetoric of a bunch of different groups. Not because I think that is appropriate or because it's my privilege showing, right? But because I understood that a lot of people shared his sentiment, and he was a beacon for this kind of ideology that, and not only was he a beacon for this kind of ideology, but he was also straightforwardly like a part of the Trump administration, right? So if tomorrow Nick Fuentes became Charlie Kirk, I would debate Nick Fuentes because there is value in doing that. Only because if they reach a level of prominence, like, you have to deal with it. You have to deal with the ideology. You have to dismantle it. You have to tackle it. Having said that, however, you are under no obligation to engage in sort of post-mortem whitewashing and legacy building for people who have engaged in that sort of commentary.
My way through the question, I actually think that's not a hard line to draw. I think not calling people out of their name, I think that's actually a basic value that most people have. And I think people who think it's not, who are pushing that, are actually themselves on the other side of the line.
But so I want to hold on this for a minute, because I do think this is like a very
and that's
core
different
question.
From policy, Ezra.
Yeah, I understand it's different than policy.
That's different than policy.
I think that one just reality is the president of the United States is a person who, in his comportment as a human being on the public stage, I would have said in 08, in 12, in 16, should be on the other side of the line.
Yeah.
I think he's a person who does not act with any sense of public or even personal decency.
Right.
And then he won in 16, lost sort of narrowly in 20 and then won in 2024. And I think the thing that has led to for me is recognizing that I don't get to draw the line. Now, it doesn't mean I don't have one in my own heart, but I think that is the thing that I am struggling with, which is not only is he clearly for most people, or a lot of people, plurality of the voters in the last election, not somehow way over the line, but that means it's a lot of people who are willing to accept things that I thought we would have found unacceptable. Like, if you had told me, I would have thought that the way he acts in public is unacceptable, and it's not. And so I think for me, and this goes back to maybe the culture that you feel didn't exist, but I feel did, that there was a view that we could sort of work with politics with drawing these lines, that there were people going to be inside them and outside them, and we could work that way. And I think that I am working with the question of what happens if you don't believe that, if you don't control the line. What I see is any line that existed at all collapsing. So I'm watching Holocaust revisionism on the biggest right-wing podcasts, right? I'm watching Tucker Carlson turn into, what I would describe as a white nationalist and become an absolute dominant.
Turn into? I'm sorry. What year is this? Is it 2025 or is it 2016? Is it 2012? Turn into is crazy. Yo, God damn. damn, dude, this is it's taking a lot of effort for me to not recognize that for Ezra and for many of these liberals, like the only time they can recognize, and I don't even think this is their fault. I don't think this is like Jewish exceptionalism. I don't think this is any of that shit. I just think that this is a byproduct of the way we understand bigotry and the way we've been taught, the false way that we have been taught about fascism, that the only time these guys recognize that someone is being a white nationalist is if they're being anti-Semitic, if they're leaning into anti-Semitic narratives. Okay? And I think this is a byproduct of the way that we are taught about the Holocaust and the way that we are taught about the Nazis' rise to power in our school system, the way that a lot of like advocacy groups hyper focus on that element of fascism as opposed to all the other elements. So as long as someone is not like an overt anti-Semite in the Republican Party, people don't understand that they are being white nationalists. Okay? It's kind of crazy. Like if someone is, and as long as someone is pro-Israel, they don't even recognize that they're being, someone is being anti-Semitic anyway. For most liberals, and especially all the Republicans, like as long as someone is pro-Israel, they can also get away with being fucking anti-Semitic too. It's a very frustrating reality to exist in.
Force on the right, like bigger than he ever was in his, smarmy libertarian phase. And this stuff has real appeal, like as you said, right? That's not a surprise on some level. It's just something you have to deal with.
But his smarmy libertarian phase was where he talked about Iraqis being primitive apes that deserve to be bombed back to the fucking Stone Ages. You know what I mean?
And so that's where this question of the line drawing, like I have lines what I think should and should not be acceptable, but those lines clearly have no relationship to my country, the politics. And I think I've been asking the question without really having an answer. I want to be honest about this. Well, what follows from that?
I think you do have a line.
I'm sure I do.
I think there are things, for instance, that I could say that would make you say it's no point in Ta-Nehisi coming up and being on this podcast. And likewise, there are things you could say. Obviously, I would say it's no point in me talking to Ezra.
Yeah. I'm saying what happens if 35% of the country, 40% of the country, the dominant political force in the country is inside that? Does that change anything? Or no, like the line just holds?
No. I mean, welcome to Black America. That's our history. The line we have drawn in general has not been majoritarian politics, unfortunately. That's just been what it is, And at the times that it's been majoritarian politics, people have done things and, fiddled with government or done, extremely violent things to make it not so,
How do you deal in that answer? Like, how do you deal with Trump really substantially increasing his share of the black vote?
Actually, I think where he is about where actually Republicans tended to be before Barack Obama. So I'm a little less. I mean, there's a conservative portion of our community that's always voted Republican. And I think, obviously I think sexism is a very, very real force. I don't think it's completely explanatory, but the idea that there is, say, 20% of black men who are fundamentally conservative, that doesn't really surprise me too much.
But I guess let's take
the other side of the story also. I think this is my meta. I've brought this up to FD Signifier as well, but I think that the further you move away from the gains that black people exhibited, the black people saw in their own real lives during the civil rights struggle given to them by the Democratic Party, the more black people decouple themselves as a reliable voting bloc of the Democratic Party. Now, of course, there's still a long way to go in terms of like a full decoupling, like black people becoming like party agnostic. But there is a reason why younger black men and even some younger black women, but specifically younger black men, find themselves not leaning on the Democrat Party vote in the same way that older black men do, because they have not seen the modern Democratic Party make any inroads that seek to identify and directly help their communities. If the Democrats still carried the torch of the civil rights movement, I think this would be a non-starter. But the fact that they don't, I think, plays somewhat of a role. But as I've said, even when Obama was talking about like misogyny and yada, 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 and talking about like, you know, black men, you hate women, I think, or whatever the fuck I said over and over again, the hyper focus on the black vote is silly because black men, black women, obviously, black women vote for the Democrats by Assad numbers. It's like unheard of any demographic being this reliable of a voter block. They just, you know, it's unheard of. But also black men in general also are still fairly reliable voters of the Democratic Party anyway. And that any attention shifted away from the white population and the way that they vote back to like black men and singling out black men is in my opinion, a liberal version of the same, like liberal version of like calling into question black people's loyalty to the Democratic Party. It's just like a liberal way of saying like, what's up with that? Did you say Assad numbers? Yes. Black women as a reliable voting block for the Democratic Party is so unimaginably high that it literally only exists in fake democracies like Vladimir Putin. Okay? Like it only, like it happens in this democracy, but it is the only example.
Because I think this is a hard case. I think from your perspective and from my perspective, we probably don't believe hugely different things. Mm-hmm. A huge amount of the country, right? A majority of the country believes things about trans people, about what policy should be towards trans people, about what language is acceptable to trans people, that like we would see as fundamentally and morally wrong.
Right.
And what politically, not in a column or something, but politically, should our relationship with those people be? Do we win them over? Do we compromise with them? Like this feels like a very salient question. The Republican Party is going to make sure this is a relentlessly salient question.
Right.
So
I agree with that.
Where does the approach leave us? Right? Where do we go on that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. Look, I think a couple things. I think, again, look, my tradition is the only thing I have a reference point for, so I'm sorry to keep going back to this. But when I look at the times that we have lost...
This person just keeps saying, literally focus on affordability. Just focus on affordability and say their landlord isn't trans. Yes, I know. I know. One of the first things I did when moving to Washington, D.C. in 2015 was, of course, go to the bar and get a grasp of the social life. When I first heard someone saying a hush reference, oh my God, that's Ezra Klein over there. This was my face. How can anyone read this and not go, shit, this is so obvious and clear now as far as like fascism? Adam Cocker says, want the actual answer? Go through each U.S. state curriculum requirement for World War II in history class. They all focus on U.S. involvement in Europe, the Pacific Theater, and the reaction on the home front. And then states diverge, where many states do not require any curriculum on the rise of the Third Reich or Mussolini or any other rise of fascism. We are seeing step-by-step uncanny parallels, and the reason that Europeans, Canadians, Brits, and luckily still some parts of the U.S. are fortified against it because they actually fucking know what fascism and its rise looks like. I disagree. I think this is... I don't think that when you talk about Gaza, are you going to talk about Trump and Bibi's new Gaza deal? See, you're a subscriber to the Piker Broadcasting Service, which means that you can actually go back and rewind and watch me talk about it for hours. And before this Ta-Nehisi Coates, Ezra Klein hash out the Charlie Kirk disagreement video that we dived into.
If I think specifically about the Black tradition, for instance, it's hard for me to say politically they did something wrong. You know what I mean? Like Reconstruction falls. What was the thing that should have been done? On the contrary, I see, a kind of courage that I wish we had today in a lot of people. You know what I mean? I see people willing to die and take bullets all the time. You know what I mean? What more could Ida B. Wells have done, to get the anti-lynching bill passed? I mean, here is somebody that, was banished from Tennessee on threat of being killed after she saw her friends, murdered and lynched. And one of the things I will say is when I look back at that long tradition and I look back in the times that people have won and the places they've won, it's often not been their heroism that was the decisive factor ultimately. It's often not been their strategy that was their decisive that was the decisive factor. Folks look back at the civil rights movement, for instance, and they talk about how brilliant it was to do the sit-ins and, you know what I mean, use mass media in the way that Martin Luther King used mass media, the appearance, all of that's true. But if we don't have World War II, you know what I mean, and the planet does not get a view of how horrific it can be when you decide you're going to eliminate people based on their traits, civil rights movement happened? I don't know. I think windows open and close. And so I think some of this is up to the decisions that politicians make. I think some of it is also up to what is happening in the broader mass culture at the time. I think all this kind of, works together. I'm not against, this kind of strategizing. I think that has to happen. But I think you also have to recognize like how broad the world is when you say politics.
In today's super competitive business environment, the edge goes.
I think been a very prime mover in this. I think there's been a period, particularly on the left, in which the Civil War, pre it, post it, the writings of that time, the people of that time, have become a sort of a rooting period, a place where we sort of go back and look and think about who are we, what was revealed about us. I'm taking nothing away from that.
Right.
But that's obviously a period where politics ultimately fails. I actually think, and I've thought about this a lot in reaction I have read in the last couple of weeks, I've thought a lot about how many people believe we are already in a cold civil war, that we are in a time that we are dealing with divisions and questions. I see it on the right, for sure. I hear it on the left. I have a lot of email that's like, we need a national divorce. How that's going to be effectuated, never exactly clear.
Do people
they do use that.
Do people you respect say that to you?
Well, yes, actually, I will say that. But I'm not going to, people say things to me that are off the record and I shouldn't say it. But you don't believe that though, right? You don't believe we are at a point. I think this is really important. I was curious what you would say to this question. You don't believe we are at a point where the next 10, 20, 30 years can't be shaped by decisions we would understand is within normal politics, within elections and legislation and organizing and so on.
No.
Good. I think that's great.
I mean, look, that could happen.
Yeah.
That could happen. But I guess the broader thing I am thinking about is how much does this era stand out in the long sweep of American history?
Yeah.
It's bad.
Well, so this is actually...
But it wouldn't make my list for the worst.
No, I agree with you. I'm where you are on this, to just be super clear.
Okay.
But I actually think one reason then the amount we focus on the Civil War period.
Yeah, he's framing the Civil War itself as a failure of politics. I argue that the war was politics itself is 100% correct. This is the problem with liberals, man. They just don't comprehend that politics is a distribution of resources and power. Okay, that's what politics is. And one of the most consequential aspects of power is violence. Who gets to do it? Who gets to be the recipient of said violence? And he thinks politics is just like people chirping at one another, like a team sport or something. And that's not what this is. Politics is when podcast, politics is when debate. Because the assessment in that situation completely turns a blind eye to the ongoing violence and the abject horrors of chattel slavery. Okay? Of course, nobody wants violence to take place of any sort. But that's what the abolitionists were fighting against anyway. They were fighting against the systematized version of violence that many turned a blind eye to or would die defending. I think in many instances, this is something that I tried to bring up in the New York Times piece that I wrote as well, where it's the difference with Charlie Kirk is that his death was not unique. Okay? America is a very violent country. The exceptional nature of his death was that it was for one of the few instances directed at someone in a position of power, someone with a position of prominence. Because, and this isn't to say that it's appropriate. Of course it's inappropriate. It's completely morally repugnant. Okay? But the children that get slaughtered and the teachers that get slaughtered in school shootings are also still human beings. We've just completely shut off our brain and desensitized to that sort of violence happening all the time. That's it. And I think for Ezra Klein, I think that's where his fears stem from as well. which is that violent could turn its crosshairs, its ugly crosshairs on someone like himself, or even, I've talked about this very honestly as well. Like, this is, I'm too close to the situation. If you recall, this is what I said over and over again. But if I were to pull myself out of it for a brief moment and engage in any sort of like systematic analysis, this kind of violence is ongoing and ever present. One great example is the mass shootings that took place this past week. Over the course of 24 hours, 2 Iraq war veterans went and engaged in acts of domestic terrorism. One in North Carolina on a boat, pulling up to a bunch of restaurants and shooting at people inside of those restaurants and killing 2 people, I believe. And then the other in Michigan at a Mormon church. I think there was 3 actually, but the 2, yeah, I believe there was actually 3 mass shootings that took place, not even 2. Okay, the numbers keep growing. People are saying Texas, Michigan, North Carolina. Now they're saying 4. Jesus Christ. See, that's what I mean. It's like it's ordinary. It shouldn't be, but it is. I disagree a lot with the conclusion you came to. The issue is that the entire time the side who mad about Kirk has said people kill people, guns don't kill people, and a single person killed behind a person. They said we know the solution is an entire group of people. Yeah, those guys are fucking assholes and opportunists, man.
Is tricky is because that's a period when it didn't work like that, right? You actually had to go over the cliff of that and have the war. I've been thinking a lot about, because I've been reading a lot about McCarthyism. So I've been thinking about that whole period. And
he's like, I agree with it. No, I'm just kidding. He's going to be like, McCarthy has some good ideas.
You just sort of brought up the World War II as, sort of a generator of the politics that allows us to have the Great Society, the Civil Rights Act, et cetera. I think another way of sort of glossing that is you have the rise of Red Scare politics, which predate McCarthy. You have Joseph McCarthy, who is just for a period an unbelievably dominant force.
It's insane.
Everybody who challenges him loses.
That's right.
He becomes a complete kingmaker. He's eventually boxed out and beaten by...
Is he saying Joseph McCarthy was doing politics the right way? I'm going to fucking lose my mind, bro. Joseph McCarthy was doing politics the right way, just like Charlie Kirk.
Dwight Eisenhower, sort of center-right, very, very anti-communist politician, but who can sort of take the center from McCarthy. But then it's like, what happens next? Nixon, who is the genteel red baiter to McCarthy's non-genteel red baiter, runs in the next election. He's beaten by JFK, who's a very center-left, very anti-communist, sort of runs to Nixon's right on communism. And he does it with Lyndon Johnson, on the bottom of the ticket, sort of representing Southern politics in the Democratic Party. It's a very, very, in a way, checkered series of moves that are accepting huge amounts of McCarthyism at that time. And yet it does sort of lead to political power that is then wielded in a very, very different way within fairly short order. I take from this, I've been thinking about this because I think we're sort of in a new McCarthyism, some lessons on how politics can work and like the give and the take of it. We've been sort of brought up the Civil War a bunch, but what do you take from this period?
I take something that we've kind of been circling for this entire conversation, which is that the role of politicians and the role of writers, intellectuals, et cetera, is very, very different. Politicians do things that I wouldn't do. I don't, for instance, I don't hold JFK or RFK up, you know what I mean, as the people
me
I would,
neither.
right? Yeah.
I'm not a fan of JFK Camelot revisionism.
But I guess
it's not a very good president.
That's like a separate thing from whether, you know what I mean, why politics happens the way they do. Let me give you an instance that often also comes up. That's not the Civil War, and that's the New Deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think there is a pretty strong argument that the New Deal not a strong argument, but it's pretty clear that the New Deal did quite a bit to create the social safety net, expand, create an American middle class, right? That's true. Did FDR want to, in his heart, exclude Black folks in the way that they were excluded from it? No. That was the price of getting the thing done. I understand that as politics. But were I there in that time, it would be incumbent on me to yell at FDR to not do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that's really, 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 really important. We don't all have the same role. When I wrote Case for Reparations, it was not my expectation Nor did I even think it would be politically intelligent for like Barack Obama to go up and yell, I'm for reparations. You know what I mean? But that's different than, you know what I mean, my role.
I guess the substructure of a bunch of what I am saying, which may or may not be in argument with you. It's just when I texted you to come on, I was like, I've been thinking about what the underlying arguments are here. So you're kind of getting this spilling out of my brain. I think that there is a work of politics that for a bunch of different reasons has become demeaned. And I think, and this does not speak well of the people, so to speak, in power doing it, but I think that they are not doing it well. I think the culture around them, I think politicians are not always leaders. I think they're often followers. And
dude, the crisis at the heart of liberalism is their inability to actually lead and constantly find themselves in a defensive posture against increasingly violent reactionary sentiment. Ezra Klein is quite literally advancing that same crisis every time he speaks on these issues and says, there is no other option. We just have to cower in fear. They are far too powerful. Someone like Zohran Mamdani obviously directly betrays this notion. And I don't know what his assessment of someone like Zohran Mamdani looks like. I don't think he's like outwardly anti-Zohran, for the record. He wouldn't dare, but I suspect that his analysis of Zohran probably leads to all the same wrong assessments that many prominent Democrats make. How big is Ezra's audience? Do people actually listen to this and get something? Ezra Klein is the lib whisperer, okay? Right now in this country, if there's one person that like all of the liberals in prominent positions of power listen to, I would say it's Ezra Klein. Like people who like the audience is not massive. If you were to fucking look around and ask your random friends who the fuck Ezra Klein is, random people that like work regular jobs and shit. No, he doesn't have that kind of motion, but it doesn't matter. He has, it's the same reason why I don't mind getting written up in the New York Times, because like people with prominence, people with institutional power read the New York Times and get their notes from the likes of Ezra Klein. And as that is his job, he does he plays that role very decently by constantly telling liberals in positions of power with a lot of wealth that they're not wrong, that economic arguments can only be done within the confines of neoliberalism and the public-private partnership, and that the way to win over more people is by going further and further right on social issues, as opposed to going further left on economic issues, which would most likely bring a lot more people from the said right flank of American politics back to voting for the Democrats. You're not wrong. My dad, who thought Kamala Harris went too far right, fucking loves abundance. Oh my God. Your dad is an abundist? That's crazy.
I think that the idea that kind of political coalition building across these gigantic differences, building across public opinion, both not just as you wish it existed, but as it exists, has become, seen and like treated as often betrayal, cowardice, moral fallibility. It's not, I think it's fine to say people got different roles. And in fact, it's good for intellectuals to criticize the politicians. But my view is that the political practice became too weak. I don't think that was true for Obama. I went back preparing to talk to you and I read your piece. My president was black.
I saw this.
Yeah. It's a beautiful piece.
Thank you.
And it's very much in this tension, right? Where you say quite a bit, like, it would have been a bad idea for Barack Obama to say the things I am saying here, to do the things in some ways I wish he had done. It would have been, that politics wouldn't have worked. There would have been no Obama presidency and his presidency would not have been successful. And I think I've been thinking about that line, right? In my own work and just in the political culture as I see it, that line between the sort of intellectual, analytical work and the actual like work of politics, the how do we live here with each other work, right? Which I think is actually honorable work. And I think feels right now to me like morally urgent and necessary. And not just over disagreement, just the whole thing being done in a strategic and disciplined sense. I think one of the things I've thought about is the need to actually raise the status of just like old-fashioned politics. And I think I've been surprised to find myself feeling that way. But I think one way the second Trump term has changed me is I don't, and maybe you always believe this, right? You know, I'm not putting this on you. I think what got built, for all of its flaws in the back half of the 20th century, was much more fragile than I'd understood. Not just like the legislation or any of that, but the actual sense of like what you could and could not do, what we would and would not accept. And I've just like the sense that we could just tumble all the way back has become much more real to me. And so the work that people did to begin to build those guardrails and like how hard that actually was, you know, and at this point we eventually, I feel like we began to take something actually quite beautiful for granted. Or only see what wasn't there as opposed to what was. And it's forced a little bit of, for me, like, how did they do it? How did they get out of the last one of these?
You know, I'll just say, and I think I'm speaking for a broader community here. We are not happy, but we are not surprised, man. And again, the reason why we go back to Reconstruction and the Civil War is because it is, before the 1960s, the only glimpse at the possibility of a real democracy in this country. And it happened. And in some places, it was actually quite successful. You know, you have people who, you know, had been enslaved, who were written off as illiterate fools, who, you know what I mean, serving in legislatures. And actually, you know, with the standard of the time, actually, it's such a hopeful, incredible story. It's a beautiful thing. And it was violently destroyed. You know, once you see that, and once you have that in your heritage, once you know what I mean, understand it, once you understand that Martin Luther King.
Ezra Klein is a Stalin quote, given human form, you mean social democrats are social fascists? Is that what you're saying?
Could be standing up.
The problem is, I don't even think he's a social democrat. So I wish he was a social democrat, man. I wish he was a social fascist.
telling his own people, we do not embrace violence at all. It is morally repugnant. We embrace love. And that could get you shot. Not burn it down. Love can get you shot. You know, you just have a different view of your country. You know, it is not, I emphasize this over and over again, it is not a fatalistic view. It is not, it is written in stone that we will ultimately lose, but you understand that losing is a possibility.
But so then what does that, there's a Buddhist meditation I like. This is a weird place to go. But it goes like this. I'm of the nature to grow sick. I'm of the nature to grow old. I'm of the nature to lose the people I love. I'm of the nature to die. How then shall I live? And
love that.
Yeah, I do it because sometimes you need the reminder. Yeah. What I hear you saying in a way is we are of the nature too.
Yeah.
And I think the place I'm trying to push is then, how then shall we live? Because in this distinction you're making between, like, you would have been there correctly yelling at FDR. And I'm not like asking you, but like me, right? Like my work, my role.
Can you answer that? Can you say what I think is a good point. Would you define for me how you see, like, what your role is?
I don't know what my role is anymore. I'll be totally honest with you, man. I feel very conflicted about that question. The role I want to have is a person curiously exploring his political and intellectual interests in political peacetime. And the role I somehow have is sometimes that. But I am in the business, I'm a political opinion writer and podcaster and so on. And I'm in the business of political persuasion. And I feel like me and the people who believe what I believe, not narrowly speaking, but, like the whole broad coalition, have failed in a really consequential way. And I think it is.
You feel like you failed in your work?
I think there are places I failed. I mean, I think there are things I got right too. Like,
yes, you did. I mean, it's true. You did, objectively. The Democratic Party has been abiding by the Ezra Klein worldview, not singularly responsible, right? Ezra's not singularly responsible for this. No one is. But the Democratic Party has been actively positioning himself in the exact ways that Ezra wants them to, whether because they listen to him or not, doesn't matter. Like, that is what the output is of the Democrats. So in some ways, yes, I think this is a massive failure, for sure. And I would go so far as to say that, like, Ezra Klein, Matty Iglesias, these guys are almost reactionary in the way that they identify, they follow the lead of those in power, and they actively try to normalize the ways in which the power structure should not be harmed in any capacity. The hierarchy should remain the same, and work within the confines of permission, where they just say, like, yeah, things are getting really bad. Here's how the Democrats could win, and therefore maybe potentially put a stay of execution on American fascism happening. If fascism is the execution of American democracy, then the only way to do that is by just pausing that slow burn towards fascism, or the accelerated pace of moving the direction of fascism. There's no vision there, I think, of a better future. There's no vision of, like, undermining the existing hierarchies. There's no alternative vision whatsoever. Do you think you could set up a meeting with Ezra? Maybe. I mean, I would love to. I did talk to Ross, and Ross is the center-right version of Ezra's supposedly center-left version from the New York Times standards. So
I think we shouldn't have run Joe Biden again. I think I was right about that. I think I've gotten a lot right, but I think I've gotten definitely things wrong. But I think we are here now, right? That's what I would really say. And it is forcing me to rethink things I would prefer not to rethink. I will give you an example because people are mad at me on this one right now.
Please.
I said in a podcast with my colleague, Russ Douthat, he was pushing me on left radicalism. I was saying, I don't care about left-wing radicalism. I don't think it's some great threat. I don't think it's a huge political problem. I worry about left-wing pessimism, fatalism, that we are losing and don't want to change anything. And I said that the question for me is, how do we win Senate seats in places like Kansas and Missouri and Ohio? I said, I would like to see us doing things like in red states, and here I meant redder than those, running pro-life candidates. People got real upset about that, and I get why. But in 2010, when the Affordable Care Act passed, there were 40 House Democrats who were pro-life at some level. You had to do this whole negotiation with this guy, Bart Stupak.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And on the bright side, you don't have to have those negotiations now. And on the downside, you can't pass the Affordable Care Act. And the point is not that issue, right? That one issue, although things like, the example, say Susan Collins, where she's in theory pro-choice, but she votes for Mitch McConnell and John Thune as leader. Right. Like, that's how you build power on some level, right? If you have those, Joe Manchin, like, I wish he were still a senator from West Virginia, as much as I have deep disagreements with him. I think that I am.
Joe Manchin's position as a Democrat senator from West Virginia only works if the party has the interest of whipping his votes. If he benefits from being a spoiler more than he benefits from working in tandem with the party, then his D next to his name is only there for him to be more valuable as an infiltrator. Okay? This is a major issue. Joe Manchin, as a Republican from West Virginia, would be meaningless. He'd be in a grand sea of other Republicans. He would not get the same looks from think tanks. He would not get the same amount of money from interest groups. He is only valuable as a Democrat, and he knows that. Okay, this is why I always stress the importance of whipping Joe Manchin. Like, not obviously literally for those who are looking to find political violence in any of my rhetoric. I mean, like, whipping votes.
A person, I think you are a person, whether you admit it or not, who is one of the people with a, voice in shaping what our political culture is. And I believe at some level that political strategy is downstream from political culture. I think it means exploring things that are uncomfortable and being pretty disciplined in a way maybe I haven't been, about separating the question of what I believe from what I believe will win power. Because I currently think that the cost of losing power is horrifying and dangerous, and we can't keep doing it. So that's...
There it is. This was what I clocked as his opinion, is that Democrats have to concede on social conservatism and run spoilers like Joe Manchin instead of winning a broad coalition, because as long as the Democrats are in charge, things are not as bad as they would be as opposed to the Republicans in charge. Look no further than what's happening right now. This is the argument that a lot of Democrat dead-enders present as though it's some sort of brilliant analysis that we are unfamiliar with, right? Democrats winning for the sake of Democrats winning alone is a worthwhile goal, no matter how they win. And the most exaggerated counterexample to this would be, okay, what if they just embodied every single policy position of the Republican Party with the exception of like one or two, and they won that way? Would that still be success? Especially when there is a different alternative out there, when there's an alternative vision out there that seemingly the people are responding positively to, democratic socialism, for example. I think a lot of Dems do unironically think that, though, where they just think, like a lot of Dem voters think that as long as there's a D next to it, if they exhibit the same tendencies and the same ideological background of like the average Republican, then it's fine. It's good. It's better to have a Democrat there than a Republican.
Yeah, so can we start with that exactly? Because the immediate thing, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the immediate thing that springs to mind for me in that question is not who you're abandoning, but how do you square the fact that, in fact, reproductive rights has proven to be pretty popular in red states?
Yeah,
and I'm thinking about referendums that have been passed, such that they've had to, change the rules. Like, how do you separate that?
When I sort of said this in
like the people who didn't vote for Kamala, but give me my reproductive rights.
I think that I was using first pro-life as an illustrative example, but there are many red districts in this country. And there are states that we do not even think about competing in anymore, right? I'm not talking about Ohio here. I think you have to try things. By the way, not only moderation kind of things.
There is not a single red state where there needs to be a pro-life Democrat running. There's not a single red state where there needs to be an anti-trans Democrat running. The thing that we should be trying is the thing that the Democrats refuse to try, because the Democrats have already tried and failed with militaristic, jingoistic sentiments, with by running, fucking military veterans, being like, we're the real patriots, all this shit. The thing that Democrats haven't tried is unironically left populism, left economic populism. They haven't tried it. And as a matter of fact, they actively stamp it out. Okay? There are examples of liberals who have won and won big due to their lineage and their familial name, like Andy Bashar, whose father was a part of like institutional politics in the state, things of that nature. And he obviously is uncompromising when it comes to social principles, when it comes to social liberalism. But even then, okay, there are a couple examples of the left populism that's actually panned out quite successfully, but not enough. Democrats are clearly shy about that, or they have some kind of resistance to that kind of messaging.
Try going much harder on economic populism, which some people are trying. I think you might need to combine those two strategies, right? Which is sort of the Dan Osborne in Nebraska approach. I think that you...
So he's saying that left populism should be a strategy that's tried as long as you package it with social conservatism.
I think even before the question of what your policies are, and I believe this very deeply, there's a question of whether or not people feel like you respect them and like them, even if they disagree with you. Before, I think people will give you power. They don't even ask, do they like you? They ask whether you like them. And I think a lot of the country feels we don't like them. I believe that I know that. I've seen the focus groups. I've seen the survey data. I've talked to the people who work on this. And that's going to require changing that. Is going to require making moves that somehow send a loud enough signal that people begin to think we have changed it at some level. Sherrod Brown should be able to win in Ohio.
Yes.
The reason he cannot win in Ohio is the Democratic Party itself is a millstone around his neck that drags him down. So what do you do about it? I'm not.
That's true. That's true. Wait. Okay, examine that further. What is the millstone? Is it the pro-trans stuff? Or is it the neoliberalism? Because Sherrod Brown is a winning politician in Ohio because he is an outspoken union man. Okay, and he doesn't go far enough in terms of like his own ideas of where Medicare should go. I think he's like in favor of Medicare expansion. But exactly the qualities that Sherrod Brown has that make him marketable in fucking Ohio is the left populist policies that he advances. That's it. And the thing that actually puts him underwater in a place like Ohio is not the fact that the Democrats are seen as like being too pro-trans or anything. The only reason why people hyper-focus on that shit is because the Democrats themselves are not aligned with Sherrod Brown on being uncompromisingly pro-labor union or even like pushing the boundaries of what is permissible in terms of left economic populism. That's it. And even Sherrod Brown himself, actually, in my opinion, was nowhere near as aggressive on that front. I've said this so many times. I'm not making shit up. I'm not inventing an alternative reality where everybody's like super pro-trans. That's not the case. Most Americans believe in these two things that are utterly conflicting with one another, okay? One, trans people are actually disproportionately targeted and marginalized, and that's bad. This is literally a majority position. Two, trans people are gross and weird. I don't understand them, and they're it freaks me out when I think about them. Okay? Those two positions seem directly at odds with one another, and yet that is the majority position in America. Okay? That is the majority position in America. If you look at any polls on trans people, that is literally the majority position. This means that there's room for growth in either direction. Okay? Most people don't think about trans people all that much unless they are made to think about trans people all the fucking time. And that's part of the reason why the Republicans constantly hammer that point on over and over again. Okay? There's a reason why a lot of people who are transphobic will be like, I'm not hateful to trans people by any means. If they obviously could openly be hateful and transphobic, they wouldn't feel the need to say that even when they're being fucking transphobic. Okay? This is something that I stressed over and over again. The same goes for immigrants. Most Americans are, on the one hand, subscribing to the notion that immigrants are actually doing a lot of crimes and shit is a failed hysteria that obviously has been successful in terms of gaining prominence in this conversation in the absence of any sort of counter messaging, right? But they also believe in mass amnesty. How the fuck does that work? Americans actually not only believe in mass amnesty over mass deportation, the majority of Americans choose mass amnesty when given the two options of mass amnesty or mass deportation. But if no party is representing that position, because the Democrats certainly are not representing that position, then of course they're going to be like, all right, I'll go with the other thing, because it seems like one side is at least trying to address this issue. Okay?
Here to tell you I got the answer.
Yeah.
What I would feel much better about is if I felt there was like a strategic discipline about finding it.
So I just if you will take this very gentle pushback.
Yeah, please.
I think
you're here for it.
I haven't seen exactly what people are saying, online in terms of this, but I do think like what immediately strikes me is if you take, I know you would just, it's not, the example necessarily that you would hold out, about reproductive rights, but I think the problem with musing about that is abandoning it is a very real possibility for people who don't have the option necessarily to fly to another state or do X, Y, and Z. So I suspect when they hear somebody of your status, even if it's not the example you mean, putting it out in the air, like they feel, and it's not just that you're putting it out in the air, it's putting it out in the air, and actually, I don't necessarily even mean that one. No, like if you're going to say that, I think you really got to.
I'll stand behind
it.
You
got to put the data behind it. I think that's really, really important.
I will say, and I think this is actually the nub of it, right? Like I'm glad we're sort of here. I am saying the thing it sounds like I'm saying. Mm-hmm. To be very, very clear.
Right.
I think in a place like Nebraska, you should try to run some pro-life Democrats. I wish people, instead of saying that an express.
That's so dumb. No, it's not. It's not a winning position in Nebraska. It's not. Like, maybe he would. He's just wrong. Okay? He's just wrong on that issue. Like, I don't mean like, oh, I'm biased towards the pro-choice position. Like, I mean, like, objectively, he's fucking wrong. There is no region in this country where Democrats have to be pro-life. You can even make this argument about being anti-trans, right? But you can't make this argument about pro-life or pro-choice. And even when you're talking about anti-trans, you don't have to make that argument at all. Okay? It is a coward's argument to make because there are far more gains that you can make by presenting a left populist economic message and move people's attention away from trans issues. Okay? That's my argument. You have to give Republicans something to fight for. Or something to fight against, rather. That's at the heart of the politics of the reactionary, is like they have to constantly undermine gains that you're making. And in the absence of something to fight against, they just claw back pre-existing civil rights. And we have, unfortunately, post-Reagan, in the period of unprecedented, unfettered neoliberalism, have redesigned American politics to follow the lead of the Republicans. Okay? Nebraska voters will vote for two high-profile referendums. The initiative to right to abortion, establish the right to abortion until fetal viability, lost by 2%. There is no reason to go for a fucking what do you call it? A pro-life candidate in a state like that. If that's enough for you to capitulate, you should be running anti-Semites, not even anti-Israel people, but like fucking straight up anti-Semitic candidates. And I don't think Ezra Klein would ever advocate for that. Okay. Do you see what I mean? It's ridiculous. There are certain things that understandably he's never going to advocate for, and I would never advocate for either. That's fucking ridiculous.
Or strategic question in politics was betraying or abandoning the people we wish to protect. I wish what we said was we lost power in a way that allowed Donald Trump to drive the Supreme Court to a 6-3 Republican majority. And that majority overturned Roe v. Wade. Right. It overturned Roe v. Wade and actually abandoned all these people.
Right. See, that's what he's saying. If Democrats still actually had run pro-life candidates, like, then Republicans would never be able to win and overturn Roe v. Wade. Except they overturned Roe v. Wade at the Supreme Court when a Democrat was president. I guess his argument is that Hillary Clinton lost, and therefore the Supreme Court was packed with right-wing Republicans who then ended up overturning Roe v. Wade. But Roe v. Wade was overturned under Brandon.
Actually fucked them over, right?
Right.
It is part of, I think, when I say that like the work of politics has become diminished, it is part of how that happened, that talking about this creates this sort of counter argument. Well, even to discuss it is to abandon. In 2008, as you and I both know.
Elon Musk, Hasan, I can't find any clips of you being such an advocate for not deporting undocumented people back when Biden was president. Is there a reason why / how that sentiment is so much more galvanized now? Do you fear that Trump and JD will reign for the next 11 plus years? Brother, this person already responded to you, but it's important. Okay? Please go to my YouTube and search HasanAbi Biden border or HasanAbi Biden immigration, and you will probably find hundreds, if not 1,000 videos that I have done over the course of the past 4 years of Biden's presidency, where I have actively railed against Biden for not doing the right thing on immigration. And perhaps one of my most famous videos was clocking exactly what is taking place right now, all the way back in the year 2021, in the month of February. when one of the most high-profile anti-immigration incidents took place, when Customs and Border Patrol was whipping Haitian migrants with their reins in Texas. Okay? I said at the time that immigration is a human crisis that is taking place at the southern border. However, the crisis that the Democrats, if the Democrats lean into the reactionary sentiment here, and the crisis is actually about like how many people are coming over our porous borders, the Republicans will capture the attention of the broader population and will make this an issue that they win. Okay? An issue that they win on. The Democrats, of course, did not make this a primary problem and kind of back-pocketed it and turned around and got dominated by the anti-immigrant sentiment. Here is a more recent example from August 29th, 2024. The Democrats are once again running the old strategy of triangulating to the center and running scared, talking about picking up Nikki Haley voters, highlighting a Republican cabinet pick, and pushing the right-wing border bill, forgetting what caused their early momentum. The method is clear. They think not being Biden is enough to win back some of the younger, more progressive demos as they spend the rest of the 60-plus days trying to communicate to Trump holdouts instead of running on progressive issues that help all Americans. Are you on board with the Dems pushing for $1.5 trillion for undocumented in the new spending bill? Yes. I think they deserve $17 gorillion. Okay? $17 quintillion, actually. Okay? I think we should give all of your money, take it out of your pocket at gunpoint, and give it to an undocumented Guatemalan boy. That's what I believe. Since you're already fantasizing about things that are not taking place, I might as well just really lean into that fantasy, right? I believe in a world where the Democratic IRS comes to your door with guns, armed and dangerous, and they say, fork over the dollar bills, bitch. And you cry and you say, no, where is this money going to go to? And they say, to a Guatemalan boy. He needs to buy new sneakers. Fuck you. And then they spit on you and they take all your money and then they give it directly to the Guatemalan boy next door. Okay? That's what I believe. Fucking idiot. Dude, it's so funny. You can just like manipulate Republicans with just a couple words. You say undocumenteds are going to get the all of the benefits, and trans people are going to get all the benefits, and they'll be like, please rob me blind. Because like what that chatter is talking about is actually the heated debate that's taking place that Democrats will inevitably cave on, which is assurances that Medicare and Medicaid funding will not be cut. This already took place in the big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump passed expeditiously. Okay? That's $800 billion. $800 billion fucking dollars of Medicare and Medicaid spending that is going to be cut. Okay? $800 billion. That's not being cut from undocumented migrants, you fucking idiot. That's being cut from people exactly like you. People like your parents. But the Republicans have just lied to you and said, no, that was going to the undocumenteds. And you're like, oh, that's good then. Anyway, Biden admin so far, February 26, 2021. Deportations didn't halt for 100 days. DHS still working with private prisons. Bomb Syria to threaten Iran. New cages just dropped. Might drop $15 minimum wage. Still waiting on $2,000 checks. $1,400 payment. Look at that. Look at that. Word, but you realize that 70% of our budget is entitlement programs and we're $36 trillion in debt. Do you agree we have an overspending problem? Oh, my God. Dude, you are not the government, brother. Why is it that we can always find money for endless American militarism all around the globe, but never money for people like yourself and your fucking parents? Why are you sitting in here advocating against your best interest. Notice how you changed the goalpost, by the way. You said they're pushing for $1.5 trillion for undocumenteds in the new spending bill. That literally is not real. I called it out. Then you turned around and said, do we even deserve entitlements? I don't know if you know this, but you're not Elon Musk, okay, who is obviously the #1 welfare queen, for the record. But you're not him. You don't have billions. He does. You keep talking about our debt. Meanwhile, every single time Trump has actually come in charge, he has expanded ginormous fucking tax breaks for the wealthiest and the corporations in this country. What do you think that does to the debt? We have no issue expanding the debt in that regard, but all the issue expanding the debt as far as like it helps everyday working class Americans. You are not a billionaire. Why the fuck are you advocating for the wealthy to continue getting tax breaks? What the hell? What if he is? No, he's not. Come on, dude. Maybe the Biden admin will stop using Title 42 COVID protocol to purge immigrants without due process on Ukrainians, and they just completely stop using it in general. That was me being hopeful. It didn't happen. What is this? Is this clip real of you? What the fuck is this? Probably not. I have no idea. Why are you sending me a clip with like 13 likes? Anyway, let's continue with this video.
Barack Obama ran as a public opponent of gay marriage.
Right.
He ran opposed to it.
Right.
Republican Supreme Court forced Biden to end Title 42. Oh, also, one thing that I need to explain to you guys is like what we have seen with Donald Trump melting any sort of institutional prowess or any sort of institutional legitimacy could have been done at the behest of the citizens under the Biden administration. It did not happen, and here we are.
A time when not only, I won't speak for you, was I not opposed to it, but most of us did not, most of us did not think he was opposed to it.
Right.
Like at his heart, we did not think he was opposed to it.
Right.
But he was playing politics.
Right.
That playing of politics allowed him to name Supreme Court justices, and that led to the decision that created a constitutional right to same-sex marriage. And I am saying that that kind of playing politics is needed.
I can give you an example from the other side, by the way, too.
Yeah, go for it.
Brother, you know what my position was during the election about Palestine, about Gaza. Kamala Harris was running to be the first Black woman to be president of the United States. You cannot imagine how animated Black folks were. And some of like the base of the Democratic Party, Black women, we're going to, see this thing. She was not taking a position that I thought was particularly moral. I had to talk in front of Black audiences about that. You know what I mean? And I had to do the other thing, which was go before Arab American audiences here, Palestinian American audiences here, and say, look, I'm with you. You can be mad at me. You probably will be mad at me. I get it. But for me, politics is the lesser of two evils. We've been fighting this battle for a long time. We've never had the luxury of electing people that represented the best of us. And this is why I'm voting for her. This is a really, really serious thing. And when you hear these Palestinian Americans, and when you hear these Muslim Americans, and when you hear these Arab Americans upset about this, you can't just yell at them. You have to take them seriously. These were hard, very, very difficult conversations. But when I made those conversations, look, man, I had to be buttoned up about it. I just think you take very, very seriously the need to convince people outside of the tent right now, right? About like we have to convince them to come in. I guess what I want from you is I want you to take as seriously people who are in the tent and who are vulnerable and afraid. And if you have to convince them of something that's extremely, extremely uncomfortable, or tell them that you're taking a position that is extremely uncomfortable, I just think you owe them a little more. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
man.
That's fine. I'll take it. But I want to put this on you for a minute, right? You keep sort of putting it back on me.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat this one more time. I want racists and transphobes to vote for the Democratic Party. Okay? I don't want them to vote for the Democratic Party because the Democrats have become racist and transphobic. I want them to vote for the Democratic Party in spite of their racism and their transphobia, because the Democratic Party is pushing the boundaries of what is possible in terms of social welfare, in terms of bringing back autonomy to the workforce, in terms of public housing, in terms of healthcare, universality. Okay? That's what I want. I'll say it. I say it all the time, but I think I need to repeat it over and over again. Okay? That's it. I don't know why liberals make it seem as though they are reinventing the goddamn wheel when they say, oh, you guys just don't want racists to vote for the Democrats. Like, no, I do. I do. I fucking would love for every racist person to vote for the Democratic Party. It would be great. Okay? It'd be great. But not because the Democrats have become racist. That's what's important. And I think that racists and transphobes would vote for the Democratic Party in spite of their racism and transphobia if the Democrats actually said, we're going to give all the racists health care. Okay? We're going to give everybody health care. Everybody means everybody. Okay? Universal health care means universal health care. It means Nazis are going to get health care. Okay? Free college means Nazis are going to get free college and their children are going to get free college. That's what I believe. That's it. And not because not because the Democrats somehow magically were able to convince racists that like they're more racist than the racist party. Fucking stupid.
I'm open. Go ahead. I won't.
You keep putting it back on me here on the Ta-Nehisi Coates Show. What then should we do? What then should be? You are one of the most influential public intellectuals in the country. I know you don't like to think of politics as a thing you do, but it is a thing you do. What, as bad as you know this can get, and given that you're not a hopeless person or who, doesn't think you should just collapse into fatalism, what do you think should happen now?
I think that really depends on what your role is. I don't have a great overarching theory for what everybody needs to do because I think we all have different positions. I know what my role is. And I do see myself as part of politics, by the way.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very, very important way of answering the question. I mean, I'm not going to be the person that yells at you because, you went on a bunch of right-wing podcasts. As I've said many times, in the course of this interview, I see myself as a writer. I see myself as a journalist. I see myself as someone for whom it's very, very important to state the truth plainly and to clarify things as best I can. I'm not a strategist for the party, and I've tried to, as you raised in that Barack Obama.
This is a funny take, but it's true. Racists used to vote for the Democrats because the Democrats were pro-union and they cared about the union more than being racist. Being racist was just a hobby for them back then. Now that they have no jobs, being racist is their new job. I mean, I think there was more to it because I think a lot of the people that used to vote, like there were a lot of people in the South that voted for the union side. But then there was also a lot of people that voted for the racism side because the Democrats in the South were still eating off the gains of the Dixiecrats until, like, I would say Barack Obama, because he was black. And I think that kind of really changed the dynamic a little bit for a lot of the, like, that was the final nail in the coffin for Dixiecrats because, a black man was the Democratic leader. But you're not wrong. It's just not the whole story, I would say. But I do like the way you framed it. It's pretty funny. They lost. Now that the racists have no jobs, being racist is their new job. It's no longer a hobby. It's their occupation now. It used to be just their hobby.
Obama piece. I tried to respect the difference.
I guess I'm not pushing you to be a political strategist, right? I think that for me, something you see me doing right here, something I think people reacting to me doing is saying, well, the fight is this profound and we're losing the fight. Then the question is to think about how we fight.
Right.
That's something about knowing that this much of the country is, on the wrong side of what my line would have been.
Right.
Knowing that what Kirk was doing, what people like him were doing was working.
Right.
That imposes a set of questions upon us that need to be answered.
Right.
Civil Rights Act wasn't the final nail. No. The Southern strategy worked, but Like there were still Dixiecrats until like in the early 90s and shit. There were still institutional names in the South that were prominent Democrats that racists knew to vote for and did continue to vote for. But part of that was still the last bastion of like union voters, union votes. But then the other part of it was because like there were some fucking racist ass Democrats. Let's be real.
The thing I'm struggling with in this conversation and even in that question is the fact that there are things that you yourself have actually advocated for that had they been done, we would be having a very different conversation.
I think I want it to not be close.
You said what?
I want it to not be close.
I mean, you will call this my fatalism, but I am not surprised. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be close for a very, very long time. I would like for it to be less close too. But
do you think that's within our power or not really?
Listen, I have a friend, and I'm not going to out him. He's a mutual friend of ours who always says, this is the best set of white folks we have ever had in the entire history of Black America. This is the most woke. This is the least racist. This is the most aware group that we have had. You know what I mean? Like for us, and for those of us who ground ourselves in a larger tradition, this is not close. Like this is a remarkable time. In terms of
he's right. It's just that's how dire the situation used to be and still is.
Our freedom, as writers and journalists to speak to people in terms of the amount of people who are empowered and have some amount of privilege and could just look away and are not looking away, it's not a great time politically. You understand what I'm saying? But it's just, it's not the worst either.
No, it's not.
It's not the worst,
All right, then I think always our final question. What are 3 books you recommend to the audience?
So the first book is a book called The Brothers by Stephen Kinzer, which is a joint biography of Allen Dulles and John Foster Dulles, and how incredibly one was head of the State Department, the other was head of the CIA, and how they worked to overthrow multiple countries during Eisenhower's time. It's just an incredible, mind-boggling book, and it's helping me answer some questions about the role of America in the broader world. The second one is an oldie but goodie, which I reached for before I wrote my piece, is Race and Reunion by David Blight, which I think is just essential because it shows how a country forgets, and forgets in service of a politic that I would say is problematic. The third one is our mutual friend Chris Hayes' book, Siren's Call, which I think, in fact, actually tells us a lot about the conversation that we're having today, and the influence of social media screens and distraction.
Honestly, Coach, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Did you watch how Republicans are pushing that Obama causing political violence today? Oh my God, don't even fucking get me started, okay? Recently, clients suggested it was obvious that they should run anti-abortion Senate candidates in Ohio, Missouri, and Kansas, all states where abortion protections were enshrined via voter referendum. I think it's the perfect example of his worldview. I know, I talked about that already. He has actually retriangulated it to just simply mean Nebraska, where the pro-life ballot measure won by 2% in a 51-49 split. So at least that's the one state where he could back the empirical evidence, where he could just like claim that there is empirical evidence to suggest the opposite. But even then, it's 2%. It's just like so inconsequential. But yes, his initial assessment was 3 red states that actually enshrined abortion as a constitutional protection. Also, he keeps implying he really means it about transphobia. I know. Anyway, it's just bad. It's just bad overall. I would love to talk to Ezra if given the opportunity. That'd be great. Unfortunately, only Ross wants to talk to me. And Ross is already right-wing as shit. Anyway, you say Ezra's like the lib whisperer, but outside this, does he have tangible emotion? Guys, you don't understand. Like, these guys are the power players still read the New York Times. You need to understand. Last spring, Dems met with Davis Shore and Ezra Klein and came back only talking about bread and butter issues. And I'm sympathetic to this, but understand people may be numb to the authoritarian Trump stuff. But it's very weird to just never substantially address what Trump is doing. What comes out sounds like an alien. If Trump is a bad actor, why would he protect healthcare? What does he have to do with Trump's increasingly ominous power grab, the evidence of which he announces daily? Post Charlie Kirk killing especially, there's a very clear gathering storm designed to gut any meaningful political opposition, and Dem leaders just don't seem to care about that much. I don't get it. I think it's important in this moment to not only address the bread and butter issues, because fascism does become a bread and butter issue. And Democrats shouldn't just wait for Jimmy Kimmel to go down, you know, for them to launch some sort of opposition against this. But once again, Democrats are always leading. Are never leading, sorry, always following. Ezra is your least favorite Dems favorite podcaster and probably most of your favorite Dems too. Yeah. Because they're targeting the left and Democrats don't give a fuck about us being targeted. Yeah, they're stupid if they think that it's going to only target the left. That's my point. There was a Republican politician that made a list. The list only comprised of Democratic Party politicians. Okay? This is going to be a fight that needs to be fought in every step, in every different ideological tendency. Any kind of liberalism will be stamped out with the same severity as like radical leftist politics. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of Democrats don't understand that. Like, dude, the designation that they put forward literally says anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism is as a marker for violent rhetoric, anti-Americanism, opposing the traditional American values of family and morality. That's just shit that Republicans say about all Democrats. That is straight up just everything that the Republicans claim Democrats believe. Yeah, anti-Christian too. Oh, that was another fucking immediate lock that I had when they were going after the anti-Semitism stuff, like the fake anti-Semitism battle that they were tasked with. If you recall, I said this will quickly move to anti-Christian sentiment as well. The new directive targeting anti-Christian, anti-American, and anti-capitalist speech as terrorism is being taken very seriously by top DC law firm, but Congress is silent. Trump's NSPM 7 alarms law firms while Congress is silent. Domestic terror washes the double, sources say. I said this already over and over again. Anyway, here, let's talk about the shutdown. House Democratic leaders Jeffries and Senate Minority Leader Schumer speak after Trump meeting. Now, obviously, I want you to hold on to your undergarments because I know everyone's pussy about to be wet as fuck. Hakeem Jeffries is on the screen. This level of sexual charisma cannot be contained. I know that there's going to be an adverse reaction. I know. My pussy wet too. Okay, calm down. Hold on to your butts. Okay, the sexual panthers are here.
Okay. Well, we met with the president for the first time since all of these issues started, even though we have requested repeated meetings with Leader Thune, Speaker Johnson, and the president. We have very large differences on health care and on their ability to undo whatever budget we agree to through rescissions and through impoundment, as well as pocket rescissions. And I think for the first time, the president heard our objections and heard why we needed a bipartisan bill. Their bill has not one iota of Democratic input. That is never how we've done this before. When I was leader, we negotiated 4 times with Republicans.
Yeah, perhaps that was a problem.
And we never had a shutdown. And so it's up to the Republicans whether they want to shut down or not. We've made to the president some proposals. Our Republican leaders will have to talk to them about them, but ultimately he's the decision maker. And if he will accept some of the things we asked, which we think the American people are for, on health care and on rescissions, he can avoid a shutdown. But there are still large differences between us.
There was a frank and direct discussion with the President of the United States and Republican leaders, but significant and meaningful differences remain. Democrats are fighting to protect the health care of the American people. And we are not going to support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of everyday Americans. Period. Full stop. There's a Republican-caused health care crisis that is causing hospitals and nursing homes and community-based health clinics all across the country, in rural America, urban America, small-town America, the heartland of America, and black and brown communities throughout this country. And that crisis is happening right now. And that's why we believe there is urgency to both keeping the government open, reaching a...
I think this is why Trump wants to arrest Democrats, because this kind of charisma is dangerous. I get it. I get why Trump fears these men, okay? Especially Hakeem. This kind of charisma cannot be contained. Okay, this will move mountains. I feel like it's revolutionary armed struggle time anytime Hakeem talks. These are my goats. Fuck you. This is my goats too. What do you mean?
Bipartisan spending agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people in terms of their health, their safety, their economic well-being and quality of life, while also addressing the dangerous Republican healthcare crisis.
We laid out to the president some of the consequences of what's happening in healthcare. And
like he didn't fucking know.
Base, and by the way he looked, I think he heard about them for the first time. Closing of rural hospitals. The fact that so many clinics are closing. And I don't know if he knew this before, but the fact that people will pay $4,000 more a year, $400 more a month, close to $5,000 more a year on their health care premiums if we don't do anything. And people don't know what to do. The average working family can't afford that. I told him how I met a mother who was crying to me because her daughter had cancer. And what has happened with health care, with what they have done, she's going to watch her daughter.
Trump would more likely to find who that woman is and kill him directly than to reconsider his decisions.
Suffer and maybe die. And so he seemed to, for the first time, understand the magnitude of this crisis, and we hope he'll talk to the Republicans.
Like, the point to drive a shutdown in this instance is to really drive a wedge between Trump and his base to identify that the assurances that they're demanding are to protect the American citizens from the imminent threat to their health care. Okay, they're going to lapse their coverage. Healthcare is going to be much more costly, as he's like describing right now. In the, like, you might be having a hard time understanding the things that he's saying because he's so fucking hot, and you're just like, oh my god, I could just like, whatever you say, beautiful is probably what a lot of people are saying. So let me like walk you through it, right? The reason why you push for a shutdown in this situation is to really highlight what you are seeking to protect. Okay. And what you're seeking to protect in this circumstance is $800 billion of cuts for Medicaid. 1 minute ago, this is what Trump said.
There's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our side so they can vote for us. They can't even speak English, so they won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of shit, you know, at least for a while until they learn English and they realize they hate us too. Look, guys.
Seems like Donald Trump really took it to heart when Chuck Schumer talked about healthcare becoming unaffordable, considering that this is what he posted right after this meeting took place. It seems like that was his primary takeaway here. That's good. That's the president. We are so close to a deal, man, it seems. That's not a real tweet. Please tell me that. No, that's a real tweet. What makes you think that the president wouldn't tweet that? Did you miss the whole medbed incident? Judging by the medbed shit, he probably thinks this is real as well. That's funny as hell, but it's sad that your president is posting it. Admit it, though, is funny as fuck. I mean, if it wasn't... Yeah, if Donald Trump wasn't the president, yeah, that'd be funny, I guess. I don't know. I guess Donald Trump being the president makes it funny. Because it's just like boomer shit.
Leaders and tell them we need bipartisan input on
how was it funny? It was insanely racist. The funniness obviously comes from the fact that it's the fucking president posting some unhinged shit like that instead of being a serious person for once.
Healthcare on rescissions into their bill. Their bill does not have these. They never talk to us. Thune didn't negotiate with me. Johnson didn't negotiate with Hakeem. And on the key issues, the Appropriations Committee, which has talked about 3 of the smaller bills, they're good bills, they said the appropriators couldn't agree and said kick it up to the 4 leaders. They still haven't talked.
And let me say, we're deadly serious about addressing the Republican-caused healthcare crisis because it's a deadly serious issue for the American people. Largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health clinics closing right now. The fact that more than 20 million Americans are on the brink of experiencing dramatically increased premiums, co-pays, and deductibles because of the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, which benefit working class Americans. And we pointed that out.
I'm not gonna lie. I think given how uncharismatic these guys are and the tendency for Republicans to just straightforward lie about everything, if they pushed for a fucking shutdown, I feel like the Republicans would just dominate these guys and be like, they want to give $17 quintillion to undocumented migrants in the form of healthcare, and that's why they wanted to shut the government. And these guys would come out and be like, I don't know. And then everyone would hate them even more. And then for the first time in the history of shutdowns, they would still blame the non-governing party on the shutdowns. That's how fucking bad the situation is. This is why you need to have people who are good, charismatic, bold, radical leaders in charge of the Democratic Party. Oh, the Vance literally did that today. Oh, God. It's called the Democrat shutdown. The Democrats shut down the government. I didn't want to do it, but I'm firing everyone permanently. This Felix tweet is evergreen. I think it's dangerous to have orators who are capable of whipping people into a frenzy like this. Someone who has this kind of charisma can get away with anything.
We know Donald Trump watches a lot of television. Mr. President, if you're watching television, shut it off and come sit down and negotiate with us.
Oh my God, I just came a little bit in my pants. Fuck. I hate when that happens. And it just always happens when I see aura of this magnitude, epic proportions. You've never seen it like that. Okay? You've never seen it like that. Mr. President, if you're watching the TV, shut it off and come negotiate right now. Oh man, I just nutted. Vance did do that today.
The original thing they did with this negotiation, it was a
Dems are quick to fact check this, but regardless, these are exactly the terms Republicans would like to set for debating the Medicaid changes in the reconciliation bill.
1 point.
Oh, that's why that dumb fuck, Elon Musk 584 or whatever was like, why do you want to spend $1.5 trillion on immigrants, on aliens, illegal aliens?
But if you look at the original thing they did with this negotiation, it was a $1.5 trillion spending package, basically saying to the American. But if you look at the package, basically saying to the American people, we want to give massive amounts of money, hundreds of billions of dollars to illegal aliens for their health care, while Americans are struggling to pay their health care bills. That was their initial foray into this negotiation. We thought it was absurd. We told them it was absurd, and now they come in here saying that if you don't give us everything that we want, we're going to shut down the government. We think that's preposterous.
I mean, he's fucking uncharismatic too. That's the other thing. Like, he's hella uncharismatic as well. Look at this fucking dingus.
We think it's totally unacceptable, and we think the American people are going to suffer.
Sorry, just kidding. I'm nutting again. He's also hot. He's a sexual panther in his own right. God, what a dynamo. What a fucking dynamo this guy is. God, I don't know whose back I need to blow out around these parts. You know what I mean? Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, or J.D. Vance. I guess you could say this is my hillbilly elegy.
Because these guys won't do the right thing. Now, I want to make, but if you look.
All three? Oh my God, stop it. Till his mascara runs from the side of his plump little cheeks. And no, I don't mean his face, if you know what I'm saying. Last time they said if they let the government shut down, Trump would have full control to do whatever he wants. What's different now? I mean, it was fucking bullshit last time as well as it is this time. Fight, man. Fight, please. Please fight. This is one of the top political commentators in America. I don't fucking know anymore, dude. Oh, also there's this aspect too. The push by top aides to President Trump to remove Nicolas Maduro as the leader of Venezuela has intensified in recent days, with administration officials discussing a broad campaign that would escalate military pressure to try to force him out, U.S. officials say. And from what I understand, this push is being led by Marco Rubio, Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. Mr. Rubio argues that Mr. Maduro is an illegitimate leader who oversees the export of drugs to the United States, which he says poses an imminent threat. There's additional reporting from a journalist that went down to Venezuela to track down the victims of the bombing incidents. And it turns out that actually they were fucking fishermen. I forget which journalist this was, but like they talked to the wife of a fisherman who said that her husband actually went out to go fishing and never returned. And also on top of that, Democrats, for the record, have been quietly floating a message around, a memo around that says, do not talk about Trump trying to go to war with Venezuela. Yep, here it is. A senior Dem staffer is discouraging Democrats from coming out against the regime change in Venezuela. Congressional sources tell me. This is Ida Chavez. The staffer is using the Bush-era Iraq line, arguing that opposing Trump-Rubio's regime change amounts to supporting Maduro. Tommy Vitor says, I'm sorry, what? Democrats should loudly oppose regime change in Venezuela for countless reasons, including the fact that toppling Maduro would likely lead to chaos and violence and unleash a massive wave of destabilizing migration to the Western Hemisphere. Which reminds me of my favorite Onion article title. This war is going to, toppling Saddam is going to likely lead to chaos and violence and unleash a massive wave of destabilization and migration throughout the region versus no, it won't. Versus no, it won't. Yep, this is this is what I was looking for. This war will destabilize the entire Mideast region and set off global shockwave of anti-Americanism versus no, it won't. Yeah, it's up there with why do these homosexuals keep sucking my cock everywhere I go? Bro, I'm in fucking Trinidad and Tobago, which is like 7 miles away from Venezuela. Our dumbass prime minister is already encouraging this shit because she's a diet Trump. Fuck this shit. Good luck, chatter. Good luck. Godspeed. 07.
You will hear a lot from Senate Democrats, from House Democrats about the fact that American healthcare policy is broken. Well, we know that American healthcare policy is broken. We've been trying to fix it for the 8 months that we've been in office. But every single thing that they accuse about being broken about American healthcare is policy the Democrats have supported for the past decade. So if they want to talk about how to fix American healthcare policy, let's do it.
They're not wrong, except the Republicans support the same policies. That's the problem. Both of these policies are still in the direction of a public-private partnership and profit-centered solutions to healthcare. None of these policies have actually moved away from privatized healthcare, privatized health insurance. That's the problem. So he's not wrong when he says that the Democrats have advanced this interest. And yes, I do factor Obamacare into this as well. The only anti-capitalist provision in there was, of course, lo and behold, the most popular one, which was the forcing of the private healthcare providers to no longer refuse to cover people with pre-existing conditions, and also the fact that you could stay under your parents' healthcare coverage until the age of 26. Those are the two anti-capitalist measures that were added onto that. Having said that, every other aspect of this was simply just another massive federal government subsidy to private healthcare providers. Public option. I'm sorry. Was there someone who actually earnestly advanced public option? Because that's what Joe Biden ran on, if I recall correctly. How many times did he talk about pushing for a public option? I guess in my 12 years as a professional political commentator, I missed that part where the Democrats didn't fucking do that. Any day now, though, they're going to start. Just wait until there is more momentum in the advocacy side for Medicare for all. Only then will they say, no, public option is the way. Shut the fuck up. Feel me?
The Speaker would love to do it. The Senate Majority Leader would love to do it. Let's work on it together. But let's do it in the context of an open government that's providing essential services to the American people. That's all that we're proposing to do. And the fact that they refuse to do that shows how unreasonable their position.
President Trump has a fantastic solution for healthcare. It's called MedBeds, okay?
The search for
which is what I'm going to be talking about right now. Megaphonics, congratulations for reminding me of the MedBed crisis. For those of you who don't know, Donald Trump, I mean, there's this conspiracy around QAnon circles called MedBed, okay? Apparently, QAnon, like desperate QAnon conspiracists believe that there is like this magical medbed thing that actually cures cancer. And the reason why I say it's desperate is because they think that there is this kind of like medical bed that can help their immediate families. clearly, like some of them have. Clearly, some of them have like really desperate family members or themselves are desperate. Anyway, this has been circulating around QAnon conspiracy theorist circles for quite a while. And last night, Donald Trump basically made those guys go completely insane mode. Here it is. On the 9th of September 27, Trump tonight appears to have pushed the false medbed conspiracy theory, which has spread in far-right internet over the years. Now, the reason why I think this is insane is not only because this is not real, it's not something that is readily available with current modern-day technology, but also the fact that this is an AI video that actually features AI President Donald Trump and AI Laura Trump in a fake AI Fox News article. So Donald Trump is reposting an AI initiative that he signed into law in AI world.
Breaking now. President Donald J. Trump has announced a historic new healthcare system, the launch of America's first medbed hospitals and a national medbed card for every citizen.
Every American will soon receive their own medbed card. With it, you'll have guaranteed access to our new hospitals led by the top doctors in the nation, equipped with the most advanced technology in the world. These facilities are safe, modern, and designed to restore every citizen to full health and strength. This is the beginning of a new era in American healthcare.
In this first phase, only a limited number of medbed cards will be released. Registration details will be announced very soon. Breaking now.
Which leads people to question, did Donald Trump think that he actually did this? Like, does Donald Trump think that medbed is a real thing? Does Donald Trump personally believe that he actually signed into law a medbed initiative? He, of course, deleted it, but the damage was done. And it appears that the video had been previously posted elsewhere on social media before Trump amplified it. Jacqueline Sweet says, the earliest place I can find this AI video posted is now a deleted Instagram page that uses a common fake name for fake doctors and romance scams, Dr. David Richard Simon. Then the video can be found 3 days ago on a junk crypto Insta account, only to make his way to Donald Trump. Now, what's obviously interesting about this, if we were to dive deep into the mindset of QAnon conspiracists, is that it goes back to the same thing that I always say. These fucking people want free healthcare. That's a Donald Trump AI initiative for offering every American free healthcare. Do you understand? If only there was, don't say free medbed, shut up. Okay, free healthcare within the confines of technological, within the confines of what can happen with current existing technology. I don't know what else to say. I just, that's, I give up. That's the president. That's what he's posting. Maybe free medbed for all. Did we talk about the bone glue yet? No. Have you addressed this heinous attack? If you're wondering why J.D. Vance has been so vague while discussing the kamikaze rock attack on the glass bridge, it's because the woman holding the rock is actually a registered Republican. What an amazing dog. Why isn't this in the news? It goes against their narrative. How long before Trump addresses this is real? Okay, this is real, by the way. We were talking about dumb shit before, but China has invented a new every fucking day. Every fucking day! I feel like every day I'm like, America has invented a new way to be racist to different kinds of white people even. Okay? And then it's like, China has decided that money is no longer an object. It's unnecessary, and everyone can get everyone can grow 6'4" if they want to. Every fucking day. I'm talking about the fucking president posting an AI video of medbeds, only followed by breaking. China has invented a new bone glue that repairs bone fractures in just 3 minutes. No surgery or metal plates needed. Yes, it's inspired by oysters to repair fractures. Fractures is one of the most common clinical injuries. In the past, when bone fractures took place, you had to sometimes do heavy intervention, put in like metal staples, things of that nature to stabilize the bone. This was an invasive procedure. China has realized that oysters have some kind of like organic glue that literally works within like the seawater environments, like environments that are salty and it's basically biological cement. I don't even fucking know, man. I don't know how to describe it. What is this? How Chinese bone glue could threaten the defense of Taiwan. Oh my God. Yes, China's bone glue works, but at what cost? China's bone glue is part of its biological warfare on the West. Congress demands investigation into the dual-use nature of Chinese oyster technology. Did China just weaponize oysters? Oysters are a Western mollusks. Experts say China's bone glue violates the convention of the law of the sea. Oysters evolved in Europe 60 million years ago. Here's how China stole their essence. Yeah. Meanwhile, in the United States of America, our headlines read, America immediately destroys all oyster bone glue related research due to the fact that oysters are asexual and transgender. Also, 17 neo-Nazi related domestic terror incidents have taken place. And that's why we have to defeat radical leftist Antifa. That's what it feels like to cover the fucking news nowadays. It's just like what are we doing? What are we fucking doing, man? This is the wealthiest nation on the fucking planet. Oh. Anyway, we're going to get into the deadly Michigan church attack now.
Answers after an attack at a Mormon church in Grand Blanc, Michigan. Police say at least 4 people were killed and 8 others injured when an armed man drove his car into a crowded church yesterday on a Sunday and began shooting before setting that church on fire. Police quickly swarmed to the scene. They killed the gunman, but now the questions of why. Investigators are still trying to determine what the motive might.
Yeah, they're waiting for fucking Kash Patel to fly out there and find bullet casings that say, I did this because I'm transgender Antifa. If only. Of course, once again, when it's another MAGA guy, as is the case with the Michigan guy, thoughts and prayers to this heinous attack. Who could have foreseen this? Who could have seen this coming? Okay, first, because the victims were in a church, obviously people immediately started going with the left. The radical left is attacking churches. You know who's attacking churches in this country? Fucking ICE, man. In my life, I've never encountered a radical leftist that's been like, I am so angry at the fucking church that I'm going to shoot at the church proceeding. That's so stupid. Even the most aggressive r/atheism adjacent dipshit would not take revenge on regular churchgoers. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It only makes sense if you have designed a permanent victimhood narrative as an evangelical Christian in this goddamn country and you think the left is actually attacking fucking churches or some shit. Virtually all of the church shootings are actually done by white nationalists. Dylan Roof being one of the most famous examples of this. Dylan Roof walked into a black church and shot up the churchgoers. You're only mad at that church if you're also religious? Well, lo and behold, you're not wrong. I don't know what the immediate motive of the suspect is, but given his demographic profile and his psychographic profile, it does seem like he had a lot of smoke as a Protestant MAGA Republican, evangelical Protestant, white supremacist MAGA Republican, and Iraq war veteran. It seems like he thought that Charlie Kirk was like maybe shot by a Mormon. So he wanted to take the anger out on Mormons in general. And what's so crazy about it is that, yes, he sat with them, according to witnesses, victims that survived the incident. He sat with them and asked them if they believe Jesus is their Lord and Savior, if they believe in Joseph Smith or some shit. That's what I saw.
Have been here. They have identified the shooter as Thomas Jacob Sanford, a Marine veteran of the war in Iraq. Ian Lee has made his way to the church and joins us now. Ian, what have we learned?
Good morning. The FBI is leading the investigation into the attack. So far, law enforcement isn't speculating on a motive, though they are treating this as an act of targeted violence. Police warn the death toll could rise.
The active shooter of the church.
What should have been a morning of peaceful prayer in Grand Blanc, Michigan, instead turned into a chaotic and terrifying situation when authorities say they believe a 40-year-old armed man attacked hundreds of parishioners.
He drove his vehicle through the front doors of the church. He then exited his vehicle, firing several rounds at individuals within the church.
According to the ATF, the shooter also appeared to have intentionally set fire to the church, possibly using an accelerant.
I need manpower up here ASAP. I have people trapped in the building.
Grand Blanc's police chief says within...
I thought he was sat in the church and then got back in his car, rammed his vehicle into the church, lit the car on fire, and then shot up a bunch of people. And in the process of like the shooting, the car caught on fire and then the church caught on fire. By the way, I just want to show you the car one more time, which is why they quickly stopped talking about this being a potential radical Antifa left-wing terror. As you can tell, I think, once again, going to be quite difficult for them to present that narrative here. Look at the two massive fucking flags. Seems to me like this is yet another fucking Al-Qaeda incident.
At individuals.
ASAP. I have people trapped in the building.
Grand Blanc's police chief says within 30 seconds of receiving the first calls, officers arrived on scene.
They engaged in gunfire with that particular individual, neutralizing that suspect, and that suspect is no longer with us.
10 gunshot victims were taken.
When Burton City Council candidate Chris Johns heard that someone shot churchgoers and burned down the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on September 28th in nearby Grand Blanc, he said not once did he think it was the man he spoke to while canvassing less than a week prior to who went on a tirade against the church and described Mormons as the Antichrist. The man was outgoing, polite, and extremely friendly, John said, and his animosity towards the church didn't seem violent. He said it was very much standard anti-LDS talking points you would find on YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook. I also dug into this a little bit further and found out that it's actually, do you want to know the most popular religious group in this country is by approval ratings? It's actually Jews. The least popular group least popular religious group in this country by approval ratings is evangelical Protestants, and then the second least popular is Mormons. Even more, nope, not atheists. No, it's evangelical Protestants for obvious reason. And then it's Mormons. I think atheists is like the fourth least popular, actually. Yeah, they have a worse approval rating than Muslims broadly. I don't know where it is. I need to find it again. What obvious reasons? Evangelical Protestant Christianity is seen as a fucking blight in American politics for good reason, because the Republicans greatly highlight some of the most reactionary forces in this country who happen to be evangelical Protestant Christians. That's the reason. They are seen as a part of the in-group. What is this? Kaya portrait for you? Oh my God, this is amazing. Wow. This is beautiful, chatter. Thank you. Yeah, no, it is an extremist evangelical who thinks Mormons are devil worshippers.
Taken to the hospital where 2 died. 2 other bodies were later found inside the church.
Yeah, here it is. Americans have a very somewhat favorable opinion of Jews by 35%, mainland Protestants by 30%, Catholics by 34%, evangelical Christians by 28%, atheists by 20%, Muslims by 17%. But if you break it down, here, look. As far as the balance of opinion for favorable versus unfavorable, look at this. The most favorable opinion Americans have is for Jews, and then mainline Protestants are at plus 20. Catholics are at plus 16. Evangelical Christians, I was wrong. Evangelical Christians are at plus 2. I don't know where I got that. I thought evangelical Christians were also roundly criticized and despised. But yeah, the least popular is Mormons. Atheists and Muslims are more popular than atheists and Muslims are I guess in a balance of opinion more popular than Mormons even. Evangelical Christians have the highest unfavorable opinion, though. That's what I meant. This is the chart you probably saw. I mean, this chart is the chart, I think. It surprised me. This chart is an expansion of the chart that I just showed you. How does this correlate with the rise of anti-Semitism? What? I'm not talking about the rise of anti-Semitism. What? This has nothing to do with that. Like, people despise evangelical Christians or have a higher disapproval rating of evangelical Christians than they do of atheists and Muslims. Isn't that crazy? The highest percentage of disapproval rating, the highest disapproval rating percentage is against evangelical Christians, and then atheists, and then Mormons, and then atheists, and then Muslims. Now, this is in 2022. I don't know what the fuck it looks like now. Let's be real. But why are people against evangelical Christians? Again, I'm going to repeat myself one more time. America is not an evangelical Christian country, but America is captive to the mercy of evangelical Christian politics. America is basically at the mercy of evangelical Christians due to the Republican Party. This is the reason why a lot of Americans despise evangelical Christians. Having said that, of course, there are a shit ton of evangelical Christians in the country, and therefore, when it bears itself out on the balance of opinion, they're still at a +2 as opposed to atheists and Muslims, which are -4 for atheists and -5 for Muslims, whereas Mormons have the lowest balance of opinion when you look at the favorability and the unfavorability, where Mormons are at a -10. The highest balance of opinion is for Jews. Not a lot of people have a very or somewhat unfavorable opinion of Jews, but a decent amount of people, the highest percentage of people, have a very / somewhat favorable opinion of Jews. So basically, the U.S. has its own Sunnis versus Shias. For all the hate Muslims get, America is basically the same as any Middle Eastern country at this point. No, I wouldn't. I mean, I didn't realize how much smoke evangelicals had for Mormons. I didn't realize how many people despised Mormons this much, because from my perspective, like, I joke about Mormons all the time, but out of like mainline Christianity, I would say that they're fairly inoffensive. I mean, they're a cult, but I mean, I think the reason why people hate Mormons is because they find it to be they're heretic. They are not mainline. No, I know they're not mainline. I'm Muslim. From my perspective, you're all Christian. I don't make the delineations between Catholicism and Christianity or even Mormons. From my perspective, you're all fucking Christian, okay? Obviously, Mormonism is like relatively new and much different than like the regular versions of Christianity that exist. But someone said Muslims are more Christian than Mormons, to be for real. You're not wrong. That's correct. They view Mormons as heretics. Mormons do not believe in Mary being the mother of God. I mean, there's different there's different subsects of Christianity that also don't believe that. Calling Mormonism Christian is like calling Muslims Christian. Someone already did that. Anytime religion comes up in this chat, everybody gets up in their fucking feelings for what I'm saying. Mormons fought the U.S. Army and tried to establish their own country. They've always been on the shit list. Mormons built an entire religion on being persecuted, and it ended up causing them to literally make up a lot of the shit that gets them hate and people looking at them weird. They shot themselves in the foot. Yeah. This guy's losing his mind. Hasan, please take that back. Catholics are nothing like Mormons, Hasan. Please take this back. You have no idea what you're doing. You can't do this. Catholicism does not equal Mormon. Turks are not Arab. You cannot say these things, Hasan. Hasan, please no. I'm gay, Hasan, my pee-pee hard. Okay. I'm sorry.
Police have identified the deceased suspect as 40-year-old Thomas Jacob Sanford from nearby Burton, Michigan. CBS News has learned that Sanford is a Marine who served from 2004 to 2008 and was deployed as part of Operation Iraqi Freedom. The local police chief commended the bravery of churchgoers who put their lives on the line to protect others during the shooting.
They were shielding the children who were also present within the church, moving them to safety. Just hundreds of people just practicing their faith, just extreme courage, and that's the type of community that we are.
Stories of heroics are already starting to come out. We spoke with a man who helped people flee into the woods. He and his wife also helped some elderly ladies escape in their car as the gunman shot at them. He says they only sustained minor injuries from shattered glass.
Ian Lee, thank you.
On Sunday morning, a madman killed at least 4 people and wounded 8 others at a Michigan Latter-day Saints church. The horror started around 10:30 a.m. when he rammed his Chevy Silverado truck into the building, where hundreds of worshipers had gathered for a Sunday service in Grand Blanc Township. The killer's vehicle had 2 large American flags behind the cab and a set of deer antlers attached to the bumper. He then got out and opened fire with an assault rifle on the congregation and set the church ablaze, causing the entire structure to burn down. So what do we know about the sicko who did this? The suspect's name is...
New York Post can't be serious even for a brief fucking moment, bro. I swear to God. Like, you can't use that professional tone while being like, this sicko that actually did this. Like, it's just, please, man. Please, like, be a normal fucking news outlet for once in your goddamn lives, man.
Thomas Jacob Sanford from nearby Burton, Michigan. He was a 40-year-old Iraq War veteran.
Let's see if they fucking mention his politics.
Who served in the U.S. Marines. A Facebook post by Sanford's mother says the gunman served in Iraq from 2004 to 2008. According to Fox News, he worked as an organizational automotive mechanic and vehicle recovery operator who earned a number of awards for his service and achieved the rank of sergeant. Social media.
Laura Loomer goes on a tirade after the tragic shooting in a Mormon church. Suggestion violence would link the Muslims and the Muslim Brotherhood. Meanwhile, the shooter has been pictured previously in a Trump t-shirt. The tactic of the fascists is to blame Muslims and immigrants reflexively. Remember, when you don't care about the facts, you shape reality according to your agenda and ideology. Yeah. For the record, this is the meta. It's either Muslim or Antifa or trans or, like, depending on what you care about the most, right? Laura Loomer obviously is a massive shill for Israel, and therefore she has everything. She has every interest in basically heightening the tensions and heightening Islamophobia. So she's going to say it's Muslims. A lot of people like Matt Walsh will say it's a trans person. Like, depending on who the conservative person is, know that they're going to lie to you, but just know how they're going to lie to you. It's like the direction of the lie is going to reveal what their personal project is, their pet project is in this instance. And their pet project, the pet project for Laura Loomer, obviously, is Islam. It always has been, and will continue to be. And for many other Republicans, they'll just say, like, for Candace, will tell you it's the Jews. True. Candace Owens will say it's Israel.
Accounts believed to be connected to Sanford reveal he was a family.
I mean, you can fucking tell the dude is definitely a homegrown white boy, though. The way that New York Post is covering it, like the Zach Fox tweet. You feel me? They're literally talking. They're posting it like this dude who just shot up a Mormon church is like the nicest guy you've ever seen.
Man with a wife and a young son. Pictures posted on Facebook show the family smiling, posing in the beds of pickup trucks, or in a field of tall sunflowers. A dormant GoFundMe page from 2015 raised more than $3,000 for the couple's now 10-year-old son, who was born with congenital hyperinsulinism, or CHI, a rare genetic condition in which the pancreas releases too much insulin. As authorities investigate what led Sanford to commit his sickening crime, former Assistant FBI Director Chris Swecker told Fox and Friends First that a motive is already in sight.
The FBI has taken the lead. That means they're treating this as either a hate crime or an act of domestic terrorism. The investigation is deep into it at this point with regard to motive.
White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt indicated that the gunman targeted the worshipers because of their faith.
Well, from what I understand, based on my conversations with the FBI director, all they know right now is this was an individual who hated people of the Mormon faith. And they are trying to understand more about this, how premeditated it was, how much planning.
Yeah, they were just trying to figure out a way to blame this on fucking Trantifa. Okay? Conservatives lied about a shirt. By the way, they spread a Photoshop blank t-shirt and claimed the Trump thing was Photoshopped. It was immediately disprovable, and they still ran with it in the Daily Caller. Retracted. Eric Swalwell appears to post Photoshop picture to call church attack suspect Maga. Retraction notice. After publishing the story, the Daily Caller discovered that the photo shared by Representative Swalwell was the original photo, not the altered version. We deeply regret the error. Do you? Do you deeply regret the error? I don't think you deeply regret the error. Yeah, I saw that too. Every fucking major conservative account immediately fucking ran with the idea that this photo was actually photoshopped. That's what they did. What a stupid and dishonest dichotomy. When this fat, bald R-word decided to do what he did, conservatives didn't come out and say it was deserved. The problem is the action, yes, but the bigger problem, the political ecosystem, is it rationalizes and supports violence. First of all, as Brian Krassenstein correctly points out, they certainly did do that for Paul Pelosi. And secondly, it very clearly doesn't matter how many people, myself included, said political violence is unacceptable in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination, because conservatives obviously still went along with the notion that like everyone was celebrating and demanding more of it. They tried to community note your tweet saying it was AI. What are you talking about? Anyway, the problem here in this instance, as it is always the case, is not about political violence only being one directional, even though if you were to look at it as a one-directional thing, you would realize that that direction is not left-wing violence. Here's a great example of this that also took place over the weekend when Axios came out with a report that the Department of Homeland Security itself actually fucking identified. The White House Deputy Press Secretary, sorry. Here it is. The White House Deputy Press Secretary looked at this graph and thought those gray bars are totally fine. Everyone will understand that only the yellow ones are a problem. Left and right-wing U.S. terrorism attacks, U.S. domestic terrorism attacks. Study, left-wing terrorism climbs to 30-year high. The gray bars are right-wing instances of terror annually from 1994 to 2025. The yellow bar is what they've declared is left-wing terrorism. Okay? The White House Deputy Press Secretary looked at this graph and thought those gray bars are totally fine. Everyone will understand that only the yellow ones are a problem. And the issue is, as I also called out, Republicans do think that. It's quite remarkable that political polarization and anti-intellectualism has made it so that you can directly stare at a chart that shows that the overwhelming majority of domestic terrorists come from the right, and people will still believe the opposite claim. It's fucking insane. I recall the way that partisanship and anti-intellectualism was actually running amok during the COVID era when COVID first began, and Donald Trump would come out and be like, well, Barack Obama also mishandled the swine flu. Dog, the swine flu killed less people than COVID had at that point. Democrats are supposed to be the ones who actually make this false equivocation, this false equivalency between swine flu and COVID, and say Barack Obama handled swine flu perfectly well, and that's the reason why swine flu didn't kill as many people as COVID is doing. And yet it didn't fucking matter. Nothing matters. Do you understand? Like, Republicans can use a false equivalence that actually doesn't even favor them in the argument, that actually dunks on them as an own just by simply mentioning it as a Republican. That's it. Under normal circumstances, it would be the Democrats that said swine flu killed less than COVID. This would be a false equivalence that the Democrats are using in an insincere manner. Yet Donald Trump literally did that as though somehow this was a way to fucking destroy the Democrat position. Oh. People, please read this comment. People misread the graph thinking the yellow is taller than the gray boxes instead of understanding that the yellow bar sits on top of the gray bar. Please make this clear. Oh, that's why they're misunderstanding it? Yeah, no, that's not the case. Here's an even better version of that graph. Hold on. This. Okay? Figure 4. Left-wing versus right-wing terrorist attacks and plots in the United States from 1994 to 2025. Here's a better fucking graph. Perhaps it's because I know what the truth is that immediately when I saw that graph, I understood exactly what that graph was presenting. But I can understand why people would think that like left-wing violence is more than right-wing in this graph. It doesn't matter though. Abigail Jackson, the fucking White House Deputy Press Secretary, should know better. Ay, ay, ay. I already covered Laura Loomer immediately lying about it. The misinformation environment is tuned up to 11 at this point, and people just like straight up lie instantly after any sort of fucking breaking news story to be first to market.
Went into it, whether he left a note, all of those questions have yet to be answered.
President Trump echoed that sentiment in a Truth Social post, in which he wrote, "This appears to be yet another targeted attack on Christians in the United States. This epidemic of violence in our country must end immediately." A city council candidate has since revealed a disturbing encounter he said he had with Sanford on September 22nd, when he was door-knocking constituents. Chris Johns told the Detroit Free Press that the two chatted for about 20 minutes, with Sanford at one point opening up about his time serving in Iraq as a U.S. Marine and struggling with drug addiction upon returning home. But what started out as a friendly conversation took a sharp turn when the subject of religious faith was brought up and Sanford started ranting against Mormons after revealing he had a relationship with a woman whose family was Mormon when he lived in Utah. It was very much standard anti-LDS talking points that you would find on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, John said, and culminated when Sanford stated that he considered Mormonism the Antichrist. The Burton City Council candidate said he recognized Sanford immediately when his picture was released after the shooting. "There's certain things you don't forget," he said. "This is not a forgettable guy." Sanford died at the scene during a gun battle with a Grand Blanc Township police officer and a Department of Natural Resources officer who responded to the shooting. Cops were on the scene 30 seconds after.
Yeah, also, the main chud talking point is that the shooter donated to Act Blue. These guys are so fucking stupid, okay? He did the same thing with Ryan Ruth. Or no, not the same thing with Ryan Ruth. This is real. Ryan Ruth did donate to Act Blue, but I think he also voted for Donald Trump. But you're wait, what? He donated to Act Blue? What is this link that you just sent me? No, the main conspiracy in this Act Blue, in the Act Blue situation, was that this guy, you sent the wrong one. This is no. Ryan Ruth did donate to Act Blue, but he also voted for Donald Trump. But that's not who we're talking about. Ryan Ruth is the guy who attempted to assassinate Donald Trump and then stabbed himself in the court proceedings like last week. This guy, this is a wrong tweet. The chatter sent me the wrong one, okay? This guy also had his own Act Blue saga. Conservatives went forward with Act Blue narratives. They said that this guy actually fucking donated to Act Blue and the Democratic Party. It was literally a different guy with the same fucking name. Here it is. And you know what's really sinister about this, for the record? Sanford Thomas J, right? Act Blue, Act Blue, Act Blue. Yeah, that's the wrong fucking guy. And these pieces of shit actually deleted the part. They cut this in a way that shows in a way that doesn't show where the donations were made. Because if you knew what state the donations were made, you would recognize that this is a different Thomas J. Sanford. Because the Thomas J. Sanford that donated Blue Origin Political Action Committee was doing that donation in Virginia. The Thomas J. Sanford that shot up the church was in Michigan. And he was 100% a Trump supporter, by the way. It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up how much these guys just lie, dude. It is so crazy. Mormon church shooting suspect at Trump sites outside of his home, by the way. Google Maps images show that the suspect who was shot dead by the police at Trump's sign outside of his Michigan house. You want to know how they tried to fucking make this work, by the way? Here, I'll show you. That's a Trump and Vance sign, okay? Or a Trump Pence sign, or is it a Trump Vance sign? One or the other. Anyway, they tried to claim that this fucking stop sign was actually saying stop Trump, as though this wasn't a regular stop sign on Google Maps. But instead, they were trying to say that he was trying to make a political statement about stop Trump. That's what they tried to fucking claim. I'm so done, dude. I'm so fucking done. People are so insane nowadays, man. They are so fucking stupid. What do you do with these people?
Calls started coming in and took out the suspect in about 8 minutes. Detectives are reportedly probing
Yeah, he was
whether
wearing
the
the
mass
shirt.
shooting and fire has.
Yeah, he was wearing this shirt on his Facebook. They found it. And then obviously, Republican psychos immediately claimed this was a Photoshop. And then they Photoshopped the shirt without this on it and claimed that was the real shirt. How do we fucking fix this? All you liberals do is cry nonstop and violent as fuck. Oh my God. Yeah, anyway, if you want to see his fucking Facebook, LDS church shooter Thomas Jacob Sanford and his entire family aren't just Trump supporters. They're hardcore MAGA conspiracy lunatics. His Facebook is still up. The thread will be screenshots of their MAGA posts and pictures from Facebook. Kids' faces are grayed out. Anti-masker. This is how the crazy left will go without power. Imagine them with power. Posting Jesse Waters. Posting Turning Point USA. 4 common causes of headaches, loud noises, bright lights, ear infections, arguing with leftists. All aboard the Trump train. That's Brenda Walter Sanford. Join a great group of guys. Lincoln, Teddy, Ike, Reagan, Trump. Here's that famous veteran that went viral. We're not going to be peaceful much longer. Video shows fed up vet. Savaging. Thomas Jacob Sanford and his family didn't just post about Trump and MAGA on their Facebook. They went to rallies and demonstrated, of course. Here's Brenda Walter Sanford. COVID-19 vaccines use aborted fetal tissue. My body, my choice. How can anyone deny he is right-wing? Because people are just stupid and biased. There's no other way to explain it. They're just on permanent cope.
Another
They're just permanently in a state of copium. Anyway, that's why your commitment to the truth, as with the Charlie Kirk suspect Groyper stuff, was so important. Yeah. I will obviously, even if it's someone who has left adjacent values or views or whatever in the aftermath of a shooting or anything like that, I'm obviously still going to dive deep into what the actual truth is and try to pick apart all of the partisan misinformation vectors, which unfortunately have become all too common. So much so that people literally now present it on Wall Street Journal and shit like that. It's so fucked up.
Mass shooting over the weekend. Yes, there was.
Here's the other mass shooting that took place in North Carolina. This was an Iraqi sniper who was shot in the head in a friendly fire incident and had a traumatic brain injury and most likely PTSD as a direct consequence of that incident, who thought LGBT and Jeffrey Epstein was trying to get him to kill himself through coded messages and numbers. Yeah, he thought that LGBT white supremacists were trying to murder him for being straight. Another far-right anti-queer mass shooting this weekend. Late last year, Nigel Max Edge filed a lawsuit alleging that a cabal of LGBT white supremacists and pedophiles were trying to murder him because he's a straight man. The suit was dismissed earlier this summer. Yeah, he rolled up to a North Carolina restaurant on his boat and shot people and killed 3.
There's another mass shooting in this country. This one in Southport, North Carolina. Police say the man pulled up to a dock on a boat and opened fire on a restaurant. 3 people were killed there. 5 others were injured. And once again, we do not know the motive here. Skylar Henry has the story.
We do know the motive. He was just fucking insane.
Coming from a subject on the boat, possibly in the Southport Marina.
A Saturday night out in Southport, North Carolina, turned deadly.
At least 6 people down.
A gunman on a boat, armed with an assault rifle, opened fire on diners at the American Fish Company, a popular pub known for its live music and waterfront views.
Wait, how do you know he was insane? Did you not hear what I just said? He thought that a cabal of elite pedophile LGBTQ white supremacists were trying to communicate to him through coded messages. I think the number that he kept repeating was 122 or something. He would see 122, and that was an indication that this cabal was trying to get him to kill himself. He also was shot in the fucking head. Friendly fire. It seems like he was schizophrenic. Doesn't take much to assume that this is the workings of a schizophrenic person.
Observed a boat sitting out front, which was just odd that he's sitting right there.
Nearby business owner Todd Weaver says he spotted the boat hours before the shooting.
I hunkered against that wall, and everybody else was running out. And I called 911 as fast as I could.
Police allege the suspected shooter is 40-year-old Nigel Edge, a combat veteran with PTSD. Investigators claim Edge fled the scene by boat shortly after 10 p.m. and headed towards Oak Island, a nearby coastal town where he lives. The Coast Guard later arrested Edge at a public ramp. Investigators say it was a targeted and highly premeditated attack. Authorities say many of the victims were there on vacation.
The thread that connects everyone who's a victim in this case to this point just appears to be a love of having a good time and enjoying all that Southport has to offer.
Another leftist anti-fascist, of course. Oh, better luck next week, I guess, for the FBI. Not that it fucking matters. Obviously, the way that the administration is treating this shit is, oh, well, what are you going to fucking do about it? This is why I get very frustrated with the partisan politics of this kind of stuff, where I say violence is a constant in the American day-to-day existence, and that if you were to look at this from a framework of political violence, it's very clear that like right-wingers are responsible for the large share of political violent incidents and acts of domestic terror. Having said that, this is a constant in the American condition, and there is a higher priority that must be solved here, a higher issue, which is access to weapons, an arsenal of weaponry. That's what the major fucking, that's the major factor here. Okay? The common factor is guns.
American Fish Company, at one point the backdrop for the 2013 film Safe Haven. As for the suspect in this case, Nigel Edge, he is facing numerous charges, including 3 counts of first-degree murder, 5 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and 5 counts of assault with a deadly weapon. Nate.
This morning, after his pressure campaign.
Anyway, yeah, Donald Trump says there's more smoke for others as well. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Left Gumman is the rhetoric that's causing this. Right Gumman, he was just mental. I know, because the goal here, and it's unfortunate that the Democrats don't realize this or don't even fucking message against this, because they've completely given up on trying to fix any of this shit. But the goal here is very obviously to stamp out any sort of political dissent. And the Republicans are trying to design yet another hysterical narrative. The hysterical narrative here is that leftist Antifa violence is super commonplace. It's happening all the time. We have to put an end to it. We have to put a stop to it. Even though, I think it's like infantile to analyze violence in this country from the perspective of political rhetoric. But even if we were to do so, it's additionally stupid to assume that it's actually the left that's responsible for a large share of the violent political incidents. It's just objectively untrue. It's never been the fucking case. Both of these shootings could most likely be solved with adequate access to mental health treatments and also not allowing people with severe mental illness to have guns. Okay? Would medbeds help? Yes, medbeds. That's what I meant. I'm implying that medbeds would be the ones that would solve this issue. They were veterans, so they were allowed to have them. Veterans are Veterans are some of the worst people to give weapons to. Let's be real, because a big chunk of them have PTSD and suicidal tendencies. There's a reason why there is the number 22 a day, right? Access to weapons makes it much easier to actually successfully commit suicide. Okay? Who am I even talking to? It doesn't even fucking matter. There's no solution to this shit. Come on, let's be fucking real. Oh. Is back up to more than 22 a day, by the way? Of course. Yeah, 2 mass shootings by Iraq War veterans in one day. People fought so hard to stop that war. Not only because they cared about foreigners, but because wars always come home, says John Schwartz. Ultra-violence like the Iraq War is like a football covered in razor blades, bouncing through history forever in ways no human can foresee. Today, it sliced apart 4 people in Michigan and 3 in North Carolina. This is what I tried to present as well. Like, if you normalize ultra-violence of this sort, and you get Americans more comfortable with the idea that the only solution to every single problem is just by fucking killing people, you know, putting bodies in graves, then that violence is inevitably going to come back to the home front. And here we are. Veterans, not all, but 90% of veterans are mission support, but 10% are combat experience. With that, they're exposed to trauma that translates into PTSD. The Iraq War wasn't a war, much like Russia is a military operation. It was and is officially called Operation Enduring Freedom, aka the Iraq invasion. Just a heads up, sir. I don't care. Yeah. And the VA solution to veterans killing themselves with guns is like so... It's tragic comedy. Their solution is, veterans are killing themselves with guns a lot, okay? So here, we'll just give them a fucking gun lock. That's literally their solution. Because when you have a gun lock in a gun safe with photos of your loved ones in said gun safe, the time it takes for you to take the gun out before you fucking kill yourself will allow you to reconsider. That's literally it. That's their solution. Fucking awesome. What a country. Yeah, I'm the one who doesn't give a fuck about veterans, right? Not the American government. Yeah, also, Bill A. Packman leaked, or the New York Post leaked the letter from Charlie Kirk to Netanyahu, which is so fucking gross, by the way. This is going to really piss off people. And the letter itself and the components actually, once again, vindicate me, your boy, HasanAbi Piker, which is, of course, that he wasn't actually turning on Israel at all. He was just frustrated about Israel. He was frustrated about the support Israel was losing among the youth, something that Charlie Kirk was seeing. And as an avid supporter of Israel, he was worried about it. This is the letter Charlie sent to Netanyahu in full. This is first published by the New York Post. All 7 pages of the letter are in this post. It essentially falls in line with what we know for sure. Charlie felt that young conservatives were increasingly turning against Israel, and they were doing so rapidly and in large numbers. Charlie wanted to find a way to slow down the exodus. It is important to note that about a month before he was assassinated, Charlie expressed great frustration that he was often harshly criticized by pro-Israel advocates for allowing Tucker Carlson to speak at Turning Point USA events and for going on Tucker Carlson's show, among other things. Once again, I told you all of these things are true, and none of it would conclusively prove that he was about to fucking turn on Israel publicly, and therefore Israel assassinated him. In that interview with Megyn Kelly, both he and she were clear that they were repeatedly told they were anti-Semitic by people who had once supported them for sticking with Tucker and for insisting that Israel should end the war as soon as possible. They believed their years of advocacy for Israel and against Jew hate had earned them some leeway, and they found the rhetoric against them to be highly offensive. Yeah. And also, the reason why he was talking to that rabbi the day prior to his assassination was most likely because he was prepping for the fucking debate, because he knew that I was going to rail him on the Israel shit, for the record. And I tried to tell you guys this, but everybody was so invested in the idea that he was actually going to fucking turn on Israel. Now, of course, this still hurts Israel's PR because they so grossly and so cynically revealed a private correspondence between Charlie Kirk and Benjamin Netanyahu, but that's just how Israel fucking works. And it's not like their opinion could be lower in the eyes of Americans. Or maybe their opinion could be lower in the eyes of Americans on the Republican side. So, you know. I mean, the Israel story is the better plot. I mean, it's advantageous for the left, for the Republicans to constantly fucking argue amongst themselves about how this was actually Israel, or how every moment that they spend talking about how this is actually Israel is another moment where people are turning on Israel, so I'll take it. And also another moment where they're not unified in this Trantifa narrative, which is also fucking ridiculous. Anyway. Wow. I just did a rapid fire of like 5 of the most consequential stories of the day, and there's still a shit ton that I didn't get to. Goes to show you take one day off and there's not there's an endless amount of fucking awful shit that you need to cover. Anyway, I'm done for the day. I have a call that I have to take right now. I'm pooped. I will be back tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, I will be live from France. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm going to be in France. And then Saturday and Sunday, I'm going to be dual streaming alongside Pokimane, the French GP4 that my boy Squeezy is putting together. I'm going to be the American broadcaster for this major event. It's going to be watched by millions of people internationally. I'm looking to try to collaborate with Jean-Luc Mélenchon when I'm out there. I already reached out ahead of time to their team. But yes, or GP3, is it not GP4? Did I say the name wrong? Oh my God, I'm so fucking stupid. But yes, I will be in France, and I will be broadcasting the race on Saturday and Sunday. What is this? You missed this too? After doing a PR tour following the murder of Charlie Kirk to promote himself, he starts to stream by singing Bella Ciao, something that the alleged killer wrote on his bullets. Imagine my shock. Wait, what? Dude, what are you doing? Republicans are just trying to fucking find another narrative that they can like jump on here. Who gives a fuck? Fuck them. Yes, Jean-Luc Mélenchon. What else was I going to say? Yeah, but that's it. No, I'm not off tomorrow. I'm going to be live tomorrow, okay? I am going to be live tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be able to come back into the country without any sort of apprehension or detention. Who fucking knows? That's another concern here, obviously. Coming back into the nation state might be a problem, but hopefully it won't be. I'm going to try to put a pod out in France. Let's not jinx it. FBI watches for being anti-capitalist. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That is a concern. Legitimate concern. It's not even a fucking joke. Anyway.
Hey, I'm just doing this to sound like Bo Burnham in the beginning, but
peace, everybody. Love you.